Omen glared. I won't lead them into a trap. Resner frowned at him. You realize we're going to cut bits off you, right? I'm not bait. I won't do it. We'll make you, Tancred growled. Then, fine, I'll do it. Really? Sure, said Omen. But I'll slip a code into the message so that they know it's a trap. Tancred leaned in. You'd better not. You won't know either way, said Omen. Tancred glanced at Resner. Damn, he said. I have a counter-proposal, said Omen. Resner laughed. Oh, this'll be good. I won't help you regain your old reputation, Omen said, but I will help you make a new one, a stronger one. Creed's got China Sorrows in a jail cell, and Valkyrie Kane too. He'll expect the Resistance to try to save them. He won't expect you two to free them before that happens. Now Tancred laughed. You want us to rescue China Sorrows and Valkyrie Kane? Yes. You want us to act against Damocles Creed? To act against all those faceless ones standing around and the monsters that are popping up all over the world? Yes. Why should we? Resner asked, his expression thoughtful. Because we're going to win, said Omen. Skullduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie Kane and everyone in the Resistance, they're going to win. Creed is going to lose. The monsters are going to be beaten and the faceless ones are going to be exiled. They've run away before and they'll run away again. They've proven that. Everyone who's working alongside Creed will have everything taken away from them. Right now, yeah, it's safe to be on Creed's side, but that's going to change. And when it does, it'll be too late to switch. You'll be hunted. You'll be captured or killed. And what if you're wrong, and the Resistance fails and Creed wins? Omen shrugged. Then I'll probably be dead, so I won't much care. Resner chewed his bottom lip, then pointed at Omen. You stay right there. They stepped away to confer, and Omen waited. Silas Nadir's feet had stopped twitching, and he lay on the ground, safely unconscious. It had stopped raining. Resner and Tancred came back. We've talked it over, said Resner. What you're proposing is a huge gamble, a massive, ridiculous gamble. It all comes down to who we think will win, and who can possibly know that? Talk to a dozen different sensitives, ask them to tell the future, and they'll come back with a dozen different visions. It is a tricky situation. Add in the minor detail that your entire argument stems from the fact that you'd say anything to get out of this situation, so you and your suggestion, by the very situation you're in, are already compromised. This is very true. But that doesn't change the fact that, even though you might well have been making it all up as you went along, you make a very good point. A very good one. So we've decided to work with you, said Resner, and rescue Valkyrie Kane and China Sorrows. But first, some ground rules. You do what we say when we say it. You don't try to run away or turn us in or act to harm us or inconvenience us at any stage. Omen nodded. If I can help it. At all! Omen nodded again. At all. If I can help it. I swear to God, kid, there's something about you that I just want to punch, you know? Resner sighed. Come on, let's get you out of here. 68. This was it. This was the speech he'd be remembered for. These next few minutes would be his legacy. We're live in 5, said the guy with the headset. 4, 3. Then he held up 2 fingers, then 1, and then pointed, and the red light on the top of the camera came on. My fellow Americans, said Flannery, my fellow humans, I speak to you today on a matter of grave importance. This is a day that will go down in history as the most important day in human existence. A day when we, humanity, stand up against the terrors that threaten us and begin to fight back. We have seen in the last few weeks devastation on an unprecedented, unimaginable scale around the world. We have witnessed the emergence of previously unknown animals of astonishing size, and the chaos and destruction they are leaving in their wake. While they stand there, motives unknown, we have seen other animals attack and kill people in our cities and towns, on our farms and ranches, in our trailer parks and apartment complexes. Nowhere is safe from what many people are calling monsters. Flannery paused for dramatic effect. He'd gone off script slightly there, but he thought it added a common touch that the speech was otherwise lacking. His team had advised him not to use the word monster. They said it would cause panic in the populace, and he'd agreed. But right now, with all the lights and the camera and the fact that the world was watching, he'd realized that he'd look stupid if he didn't call them what they were. He'd also been advised not to use the phrase, "nowhere is safe," but he figured the only way that people were going to be reassured is if they were first fully aware of the dangers that were facing them. I have mobilized the full might of the American military to battle these monsters, and we have already seen incredible victories across our wonderful, strong nation. Another slight deviation from the script that wasn't strictly true, but his advisors had told him that a victory was possible, and probably even inevitable, so he doubted he'd ever have to walk back those words. We have also seen a secondary threat emerge, he continued, really getting into the somber mood now, really selling it with the grim jutting of his jaw. Men and women, demonstrating abilities one could only call magic, have been shown in footage broadcast on social media and news networks, appearing to battle these monsters. It seems that whatever war they are fighting has spilled out of the shadows, and the casualties are people like you and me. These wizards and witches are the enemy. They may look like us, but they are not us. If you see one, call the police immediately. Do not engage, and do not try to be a hero. Barricade yourself in your home, and don't come out until they have left the area. Flannery shook his head, as if he was thinking of all the lives senselessly lost. Then he looked up. A select few members of my administration first learned of the existence of so-called magic late last year. We kept it from you, the American people, so as not to cause widespread panic and alert our enemies to the fact that we knew of their intentions. We wanted to better understand the situation before we told you. This is not something I was pleased with, but being president means making the tough decisions. He put some steel behind his eyes. So let me assure you that we are not defenseless. Some months ago, I personally instructed our very best scientists and doctors to infuse this magic into the fighting men and women of our military. I saw this coming and I prepared, and so our soldiers have been given amazing powers, superpowers, to protect American lives, American land, and American interests. If this speech had been delivered in a stadium, the people would have gone crazy at that last line. They would have screamed and cheered so loud they'd have gone hoarse. It was a damn wasted opportunity to be saying these words in the stillness of the Oval Office. Flannery made a mental note to fire someone over that decision. But what use is all this if and when our allies fall? He asked. What use is it to be the most powerful country in the world if the rest of the world is on fire? So I have decided that I will lead not only the fight back here in America, but also in every other country that needs our help. In the coming weeks, we will make available our top-secret system of providing superpowers to the soldiers of each country who asks for our assistance. Those who could pay, anyway. Tomorrow, these super soldiers will be deployed on American soil, and the world can watch us as we turn the tide, as we use the wizard's own magic against them and against these abominations. Our brave heroes will combine magic with the most advanced weaponry and tactics this world has ever seen. On this day, America declares war on the sorcerers, and we will emerge victorious. He smiled with appropriate grimness. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. 69. Tyler's Grams was taking an afternoon nap, and his mom was working a double shift, and his dad sat forward, rubbing his hands together like he did whenever the fights were on, and he wanted one particular guy to beat another particular guy. "Here it is," he said. "This is gonna be good. You kids watching?" "Yeah, Dad," said Mila. School was closed, and the internet was spotty at best, thanks to all the downed lines, so cable news was their only window to the outside world. Their dad wouldn't even let them leave the house unsupervised anymore. He pointed at the screen as the soldiers advanced down the street. "There they are. Those are our boys. You see 'em?" "Our boys and girls," Mila corrected, too worn out to get annoyed. Tyler's dad nodded quickly. "Those are our boys and girls, absolutely, sweetheart. Absolutely. They're just like us, normal like us, but supercharged, full of that magic. Frightening Jones and all those others, they think they're better than us, stronger than us. Not with these fellas. Not with these fellas and ladies. Sorry, sweetheart." One of the smaller monsters, the kind that was bigger than an SUV but smaller than a semi-truck, was caught out alone. The chyron that flowed from the bright red Live banner on the bottom of the screen identified the city as Los Angeles. Tyler couldn't help it. He sat forward, just like his dad. This was the first real test of Flannery's super magical warrior soldiers, and it was being broadcast live across the world. This was a big deal, and possibly signalled a turning point in the war. The soldiers kept advancing, accompanied now by the thunder of their automatic weapons. The bullets annoyed the monster. It roared its displeasure. Then the soldiers let their guns swing back on their straps. Their hands lit up. "Here we go," Tyler's dad said, grinning like a kid at Christmas. "Good old American muscle." The monster lumbered towards them. One of the soldiers lost his focus, and his hands stopped glowing. Another one just stood there, hands up and teeth gritted, like he'd forgotten how to make the energy leave his body. The rest of the soldiers actually managed to release their streams of energy. They hit the monster and were ignored, and the monster reared back and its belly convulsed. When it dropped back down, it vomited a thick flaming liquid that struck a police van on the far side of the street and scorched through it. Then it turned its head and the liquid seared through the soldiers. Sorry," said the news anchor, her face pale. "We seem to have lost the signal. We're trying to re-establish. We'll be back after this commercial break. Don't go away." Tyler's dad sagged back in his chair. 70. Tanith slowed to a stop, put her foot on the street and frowned at the building ahead. An ice cream parlour, painted a pleasing yellow. On a nice day, in a world without monsters killing everyone, it might have been a lovely place to stop by. But today, it was too still for some reason. It just sat there, this building, like it was waiting for something. There was a movement inside, movement behind the windows, and then the whole front of the building burst towards her, and a Shalgoth came stumbling out. This was a big one, 2 stories high and bloated. Tanith twisted the throttle, and the back wheel spun, and she turned the bike and shot forward, the monster right behind and snapping at her with its great lobster claws. The bike screamed down the street, and she shot across the intersection, and the Shalgoth came barrelling after her, throwing parked cars out of its way, snapping lamp posts, roaring at her the whole time. She veered left, and it was a mistake, but she had to keep going, and she slalomed between wreckage and rubble. The sounds of destruction behind her stopped, and instantly she turned the bike, barely avoiding the Shalgoth as it landed. She juddered down some steps and was off again, the monster launching itself into the narrow space between the buildings above. It scuttled overhead, tearing chunks out of the masonry on either side. Tanith lowered herself in her seat, the wind ripping at her hair as broken bricks hit the ground all around her. One of them struck the front wheel, and the bike wobbled, and Tanith sprang off. She curled up and tumbled through the air. The bike skidded along the street on its side, leaving a trail of sparks, and she landed with one foot on its front cowl and the other on the exhaust, surfing it to slow her momentum, and then springing off again when the Shalgoth tried to drop on her. She sprinted round the corner, almost froze when confronted with the squad of soldiers waiting there. She ducked, and they opened fire, and the Shalgoth bellowed its anger. Keeping low, Tanith scrambled forward, and one of the soldiers grabbed her and pulled her behind them. "Cease firing!" yelled the officer in charge, and in the sudden silence the Shalgoth roared, its skin coated with pinpricks of blood. "Okay, squad," the officer said. "Conventional weapons are once again proving ineffectual. I guess it's magic hour." He took a bag from his pocket, and one by one the soldiers pulled out a little square of paper inscribed with a sigil. At the officer's nod, they each popped the splashes into their mouths, and these exhausted, drawn, shaken men and women suddenly straightened, their shoulders squaring and their smiles spreading. Energy started to crackle from their hands. "Let 'em have it," the officer said, and the soldiers strode forward, blasting the Shalgoth with energy streams. The monster recoiled with every hit, roaring now in actual pain. "Expose that belly for me," the officer shouted, pulling a rocket launcher from the back of the truck. The others laughed, some whooped, and one of them took out his phone to record this for posterity. Tanith watched the Shalgoth rear back. "Hold on," she said. "No," said the officer, aiming. "You just stay right there and bear witness. Clear?" He pulled the trigger, and the rocket flew and hit the Shalgoth square in the belly in an explosion of fire and flesh and pink liquid. The soldiers cheered, and the Shalgoth toppled, its guts slipping out of its ruined torso. Tanith frowned. No, not guts. A dozen creatures came slithering from that mess, finding their clawed feet and sprinting forward. The soldiers panicked, lost their ability to focus their ill-gotten magic, and scrambled for their weapons. But the creatures were on them before a shot was fired, tearing through them. Tanith ran. She leaped over a car, and the smaller Shalgoths leaped after her, every bit as agile. She flipped over a pile of rubble, her sword skewering the creature that tried to snatch at her. She jumped from a ruined wall to a neighbouring building and ran straight up the side of it. The creatures scrambled in pursuit, their claws slicing through brick. She got to the roof, but they were gaining. A window smashed above her, and Skullduggery came tumbling through, tangled up with one of the creatures. He twisted at the last moment, crunching the monster's head off the rooftop and then rolling to his feet. "Rejoice," he said. "You're saved." Tanith ducked a claw and slashed back in return. The creatures had them surrounded. "Yeah," she said, "I certainly feel saved." A fireball came from nowhere, exploded across the back of one of the creatures, and Cadaver Cain landed beside them. "Now you're saved," he said. Skullduggery muttered something, and the creatures dived at them. 71. "I'm not gonna hurt you," said Temper, and meant it. He didn't want to hurt Kier. He loved Kier. He remembered loving Kier. He remembered what that felt like. Or he thought he did. He frowned. Did he remember it? Or did he merely remember remembering it? Kier walked in, and the heavy door shut behind her and locked. Temper tried to smile in a non-threatening manner. "I don't know what to do," Kier said. She was sad. Temper could tell she was sad because of the way her mouth didn't smile. The corners turned downwards. Temper turned the corners of his own mouth downwards too, in order to demonstrate that he was also having sad feelings. "They're saying we should kill you," said Kier. Who's saying this? Temper asked. Everyone. Why? Why do they want to kill me? I'm their friend. You were their friend, Kier said. I'm still me. You're not you, Temper. Kier, look at me. Of course I am. I'm Temper Frey. You're Temper Frey's gist. You overpowered the real Temper. He's gone now. He's been gone for almost a month, and you're all that's left. She was right. You're wrong, said Temper. It didn't take over. I fought back. I won. Have you looked in a mirror lately? She asked. He smiled. They won't let me have a mirror. They won't let me have sharp things. Before they put you in here, they let you see yourself, didn't they? Yes, they did. No, they didn't, he said. You're lying, Temper. I saw the footage. He laughed, caught out. Yes, they let me see myself. I don't get what the big deal is. I'm still handsome, right? You're very handsome, Temper. I've still got a killer smile, don't I? Kier took a pause. Are you being funny? She asked. He smiled, running his tongue over his sharp teeth. Yeah, his teeth had grown. So had his fingernails. His fingers, too. His hands, his limbs, his torso. He'd been a tall man, but now he was taller. He'd been a strong man, but now he was stronger. A fast man, a smart man, a powerful man. And now he was faster and smarter, and oh, the power that flowed through his veins made every bit of him tingle. All he wanted was to bound across to this woman he loved and kill her. He loved her so much, he wanted to eat her up. Do you think they should kill me? He asked her. I don't know, Kier answered. You're too dangerous to let loose. It would be kinder to kill you than keep you locked in a cage for the rest of your life. I'm not dangerous. You're every bad thought Temper ever had. You're every cruel instinct. You're every murderous impulse. You're a killer. You're a thing. You're not the Temper I knew. Not anymore. He watched her. Let me out of these shackles. I loved you. Let me out! Goodbye, Temper. He flung himself at her, and the chains snapped taut, his claws almost at scratching distance from her face. And Kier just stood there, unflinching. If you love me, he growled, you'd let me kill you! She left him in the room, alone. 72. Beneath the high sanctuary were the holding cells. Valkyrie had stayed there once or twice and knew them quite well. But beneath the holding cells, there was a dungeon. Until she'd been chained up there, on her knees, she'd had no idea they even existed. As far as dungeons went, however, she'd been imprisoned in worse. Her clothes were filthy and stank. The Necronaut amulet was still on her belt, but the suit had retreated from the magic binding sigils glowing on the shackles that had rubbed her wrists raw and bloody. Creed came to visit, still wearing the Nexus helmet. She wondered if he ever took it off these days. She wondered if he showered with it on, slept with it on. He probably did. He probably ruined a perfectly good night's sleep by keeping that ridiculous contraption on his stupid head. Valkyrie would have killed for a good night's sleep. She would have killed to be able to stand up straight, for that matter. The faceless ones love you, he said. She grunted. They love you, and you betrayed them. She wondered what kind of mood she was in today. Sometimes she was cocky. Other times she was angry. Recently, she'd just been frustrated and annoyed and miserable. Each time he entered the dungeon and said those words, "The faceless ones love you," Valkyrie discovered what kind of mood she was in for the day. Her life was nothing if not one endless stream of delightful surprises. "Now come on," she said. "That's not fair." Ah, today was a cocky day, it seemed. "I only loved the faceless ones because they'd messed with my head. If anyone should be mad here, if anyone should be doing the torturing, it's me." "You are the child and the mother of the faceless ones. And as their mum, I'm telling you to let me go." "You have their brethren inside you." It sounds weird when you say it like that. "I have many knives," said Creed. "I could cut them out of you." "You tried that," Valkyrie said. The scars on her body were not even healed, and she smiled and showed missing teeth. "You had your healers repair me from my fall, just so you could break me apart again." Creed nodded. "And I know you're not afraid of disfigurement. I know you can repair yourself far better than our healers ever could, given the opportunity. I know you can regrow limbs if you ever get a chance to use magic again. You rightly see physical pain as transitory. I know that torture can only have a limited effect on you." She nodded. "I accept your surrender." "There will be no more torture. You will not be physically harmed again. I will instead focus on that which cannot be repaired. The world outside these walls and the people in it. They can't be replaced as you would replace a finger or an eye or a limb. I am aware that hope sustains you. Hope for yourself and for your loved ones. The hope that this unpleasantness will pass and things will return to normal. But of course, I am in the process of removing normal as an option. The role of your sanctuaries has always been to keep magic from the mortal population of this planet. Yet since you've been here, they have been given proof beyond all doubt that magic exists, and the universe is a much more terrifying place than they could ever have imagined." There was a screen on the wall behind him that lit up with news reports showing the faceless ones looming over the skyline and the streets crawling with Shalgoth. "Release the rest of the faceless ones," said Creed. When he'd first shown her these news reports, she'd wanted to believe the footage was doctored, that it was special effects, that it wasn't real. But she knew the truth. Magic had been shown to the world in the most awful way possible. "There is no hope," said Creed. "You can't return to normal after this. But if you release the faceless ones that are currently inside you, our dark gods will call off the Shalgoth. Mortal lives will be spared." The screen went dark. "If you don't, they will let the Shalgoth continue destroying your cities and killing your people." "No," said Valkyrie. "If I release them, it's over. The mortals those monsters are killing, they'll die anyway, and more of them. All of them." "Not all," said Creed. "No," she said. "Just the ones your gods don't want to immediately eat." Creed came closer. "The people you're trying to protect are dying. You're failing them." "I'll fail them more if I do what you want." "But you will do what we want. Your capitulation is inevitable. You're helping nobody, Valkyrie. Your resistance means nothing. There's no hope for you. You've been here for over 3 weeks. No one has come to save you. Roarhaven is impenetrable. There is no escape, or rescue, or triumph. The world has changed. The world you knew is over." She shook her head. "Not yet. We can do something. We can still do something." "You can't." "Yes, we can. You don't know us.
You think you know us, but you don't. There is a way to save the world. There is a way to fix this, and we will find it.
Creed shook his head. You're in the most secure building on the face of the earth. Skullduggery Pleasant and your allies are busy fighting and dying against the Shalgoth. If there is a way to save the world, you won't be part of finding it.
There's always a way.
Not for you.
She cracked a smile. So long as I'm here, I'm alive. And so long as I'm alive, I have a chance.
Creed looked at her. Yes, you do.
He sounded sad.
Very well.
She frowned after him as he walked to the door. Very well what? The door opened and he turned to her.
So long as you're here, you have a chance. So long as you're alive, you have a chance. We cannot allow that to continue.
You're not going to kill me. I still have your God's little brothers and sisters inside me.
And we will be unable to save all of them. Such is the sacrifice you're forcing us to make.
She lost any semblance of the smile.
Those sigils that China's sorrows carved into your flesh prevent the faceless ones from sharing your mind like they're currently sharing mine, said Creed. To remove the sigils, we'll have to remove the flesh.
Valkyrie went cold.
Once they're sharing your mind, you will release as many of their brethren as you are able to before you die, he said, and left. 73. This one was bipedal, over twice Tanith's height, narrow-hipped and wide-shouldered. Boils covered its pink skin, and its head was squat, its eyes small, its arms so long its clawed fingers dragged on the ground when it walked. I'm going to call him Spot, said Cadaver. You called the last one Spot, Skullduggery said. But he didn't last long, so the name never got the chance to stick. This one's bigger. He looks like he'll have more of a chance to establish himself. Will you stop naming the monsters? Tanith asked, peeking out at it from behind the rubble. Cadaver tilted his head at her. Why? Does it make it harder to kill them if they have a name? No, she said. It's just stupid. Cadaver made a scoffing sound. If we didn't do things just because they were stupid, we'd never do half the interesting things that we do. He has a point, said Skullduggery. You two are meant to have genius-level intellects, Tanith responded. Isn't it an insult to your own intelligence to willingly do stupid things? No, they both said. The Shalgoth stalked the area outside a corner store in which cowered at least a dozen terrified mortals. It knew they were close, but it hadn't seen them. Not yet. We have to lead it away, Tanith said. Cadaver, it's your pet, so that will be your job. Once it's clear, Skullduggery and I will evacuate the mortals. Why can't I evacuate the mortals? Cadaver asked. Because you have neither a facade nor a trustworthy head, said Skullduggery. The mortals would panic. Cadaver sounded offended. There is nothing wrong with my head. Its shape is strange and off-putting. Then we'll swap and you can lead Spot away. We are not swapping heads, Skullduggery responded. The discussion was, thankfully, derailed by machine gun fire as a half-dozen soldiers advanced on the Shalgoth from a side street. Backing them up were another 5 soldiers firing tightly controlled energy streams that kept the monster off balance. Ah, said Cadaver. Some competent mortals. A rare sight indeed. 2 more soldiers ran through, leaping at the Shalgoth, tearing at it with superhuman strength. The monster squealed and flailed, trying in vain to dislodge its attackers, who now had knives in their hands. They hacked through its flesh. One of the soldiers slipped, grabbed onto the monster's leg, and skewered its knee. It stumbled and fell, and the other soldiers crowded round, blasting the thing to bits.
Once it was dead, they cheered, slapped each other on the back. One of the gun-wielding soldiers slapped an energy-throwing soldier too hard, and a scuffle broke out. And before Tanith could figure out what was happening, they were screaming and shooting at each other, and within moments, they were all lying dead. Tanith stared. Skullduggery looked away. Cadaver laughed. 74. Valkyrie woke to see China on her knees on the opposite side of the room. The chains that held her glowed with the same sigils as the ones holding Valkyrie. "You're still alive." China managed a weak smile. "As are you." "They torture you?" "Naturally." "Did you tell them everything?" "Naturally." "Think it helped them in any way?" China shook her head. "We planned on my capture. Everything I knew was already out of date when I was caught. I have to admit, Valkyrie, that I am most upset that you're not free. I don't suppose you managed to steal the Void meteorite before you were apprehended?" "I didn't. We should have just run." "Ah, you live and learn. I suppose I should have known it was going to go wrong. This was one of Skullduggery's plans, after all." "You know the problem with Skullduggery's plans?" Valkyrie asked. "They rarely work. Apart from that, I've noticed that his plans are really just starting points, you know? They're designed to get us into a situation, and they do that well, but then it all falls apart. The reason, I think, is that he's always so super confident that he can improvise his way out of it when things go wrong." "Yes," said China. "Yes, that's him exactly. And that's fine for Skullduggery. It all seems to work out for Skullduggery, but for the rest of us? The rest of us find ourselves in chains, in a dungeon, about to be tortured." China paused. "Granted, that also happens to Skullduggery a lot." "Yeah," Valkyrie admitted. "Okay, maybe he's just not very good at plans." "I'm inclined to agree with you. I see you've lost a finger." "I have, yes." Valkyrie wriggled the remaining fingers of her left hand. "But that's okay, I wasn't using it. They've been focusing lately on mental torture, you know? Sometimes, in fact, I feel that mental torture is almost worse than physical torture. But then I experience physical torture and I go, nope, physical torture is way worse." China nodded. "It hurts more." "It does, right? Hey, I just want to say thanks for this. You got yourself captured and you've been in chains for weeks and you did it all to help me. I really appreciate it." China smiled. "I knew there was something special about you the first time we met, that day in my library. You kept your faith in me, Valkyrie, throughout it all, no matter what I did or what I'd done. You forgave me. You made Skullduggery forgive me. I am where I am now because of you. On my knees, in chains, in a dungeon." "You're welcome. It makes you wonder, though, why we've been put in the same room." "I'm guessing Creed wants to torture you in front of me," said Valkyrie. "That's what I was thinking, but I was hoping you'd be too polite to say that part aloud." Sorry. There I go again, blundering my way past social niceties. For years you tried to teach me how to be a lady, but I never listened." An arched eyebrow. "Being a lady isn't about politeness or manners or decorum, my dear. It's about approaching life with dignity and strength. You're the very definition of a lady." "Ah, well," Valkyrie grinned. "Enchanté." "That's really not how you use that word." "Oh, sorry. Hey, now that I have you here, do you know anything about the hosts?" China smiled. "I should have known you'd be on that particular case." "Wait, what? You're investigating them too?" "I've heard rumours about their recent activities, yes. And then Solace appeared in a dreadful attempt to distract me from continuing my inquiries. I am curious, however, as to how they appeared on the radar of Valkyrie Kane." "It's a long story. I don't think either of us are going anywhere soon, dear. Good point. Do you remember Crepuscular Vise? China nodded. What about him? Until recently, he's been getting into what we used to call adventures with Omen Darkly. You know, helping people around the world, stopping bad guys, that kind of thing. So, he's been manipulating Martin Flannery. He's probably the one who killed Abyssinia. And he's been helping people around the world. I confess, I'm confused. Is he or is he not an enemy? It gets even more complicated than that. See, we actually met him about a month ago. He used to be Frigoli Cleft. China raised an eyebrow. I could have sworn he was dead. Not dead, just captured. Tortured. There's a lot of that going around. Crepuscular blames Skullduggery for not saving him, for believing he had died, and for not coming to rescue him. He claims he's over it, that he is in no way bitter or resentful, and he's been partnering with Omen to prove that they're a better team than Skullduggery and me. Well, I don't know about you, Valkyrie, but that certainly sounds like someone with no unresolved psychological issues to me. And yet, what has this got to do with the hosts? Crepuscular has 20 brothers and sisters, Valkyrie said, who were involved at some point with that particular secret society. We're trying to find out if any of this is as sinister as we suspect. Skullduggery wasn't even sure if they really existed. China smiled again. That's just because he cannot fathom the existence of a secret society who would not want to have him as a member. He conveniently forgets that people like this prefer to stay anonymous, and he's anything but anonymous. So they're real. They actually exist. They actually do. How do you know? They invited me to join them. I said no, of course. I had little interest in joining yet another secret society. I was a founding member of 2 already and honorary chairperson of a 3rd. Where did they expect me to find the time? Who are they? They all work in various sanctuaries around the world, safeguarding the mortals from magical threats. They were, and are, what would be considered, to use the parlance of the day, good guys. At the same time, they aren't naive enough to view the mortals as entirely placid creatures. They know they have the potential to hunt us down and destroy us. So this group, the hosts, came up with the Doomsday Protocol. This last resort weapon I've been hearing about, said Valkyrie. Actually, it was more like a last resort set of instructions than an actual weapon. Combine that with a small number of dedicated mages, 20 of them to be precise, and they could apparently take down the mortal power structures within hours, if not minutes. The world would be thrown into chaos, this is true, but then the sanctuaries would be forced to take over and restore order. It's not what any of them want, but it is a better outcome than every single sorcerer being burned at the stake. These dedicated mages, Valkyrie said, what do you know about them? The 20 are assassins, warriors, and butchers, bred to obey. Okay, so if Crepuscular's brothers and sisters are the same 20 warriors who are going to be sent out to destabilise the world in case of an overwhelming mortal threat, and it seems like they are, then what would count as an overwhelming mortal threat? I'm sure I don't know, said China. Perhaps a situation where magic has been revealed to the world, and a president has unleashed an army of mortal super soldiers as he declares war on all wizards. Maybe that would qualify. President Flannery did that. Commander Hawk showed me the press conference before he dragged me in here. Valkyrie chewed her lip. So Crepuscular went to all this trouble to start a war that would force the hosts to activate the 20, which would then put the sanctuaries in charge of the world. It's a whole lot of work for something that any sorcerer could kickstart quite easily, isn't it? China thought about it. Then it's not about the end result, she said. It's about something in the lead up to the end result. Maybe it's not about what the 20 will actually do. Maybe it's just getting them into a position where they're able to do it. If they were active right now, if they were among us, waiting for the signal to act, Crepuscular wouldn't need them to be unleashed, would he? But if they're hidden away, if they're somehow trapped or isolated, he'd need a global emergency to free them. And that's his ultimate goal? To free his siblings? If my family was trapped somewhere, I'd do whatever it took to rescue them. Wouldn't you? Let's not dwell on what I would do, Valkyrie. If that is the case, if he's done all this to ensure that his siblings are unleashed, as you put it, the fact that they would then go on to overthrow mortal civilization might be a sacrifice he'd feel is worth it. We need to explain to the hosts what's happening, Valkyrie said. Once they know how everyone is being manipulated, they won't unleash the 20, right? That isn't their decision, said China. The Doomsday Protocol is triggered by world events. Once certain things happen in the mortal world, it will begin, and no one will be able to prevent it. Then we stop the 20. We get one of the hosts to tell us where the 20 are being kept, and we stop them. Every host is being watched by the High Sanctuary, making it extremely difficult to get to them undetected. Valkyrie frowned. How did Creed know to start spying on them? China smiled. I'm the one who issued the surveillance order. I like to know what people in power are thinking. Is there a way you can get a message to any of them without Creed knowing about it? I've done it before, said China. I dare say I can do it again. Of course, for this to happen, we would both need to be free. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Valkyrie said, smiling. I have a feeling that's going to be taken care of any moment now. They both looked at the door. When it didn't burst open, Valkyrie sighed. I don't know why that never works. It is a mystery, my dear. 75. They found a woman, a sorcerer with a bullet in her leg at a looted pharmacy. We were trying to help, she told them through gritted teeth, as Skullduggery did what he could for her injury. There was a busload of mortals with Shelgoth closing in, and we gave them time to get out of there. There were 6 of us. Then these soldiers turned up, more of Flannery's super soldiers, and they opened fire. 2 of us. They got 2 of us, shot them dead. I got away, but there are 3 more they took prisoner. Where are they keeping them? Tanith asked. The mall, down that way, but I don't know if they're still alive. Have you seen? Ow! Sorry, Skullduggery said. It's okay. The woman shook her head. Have you seen what they're doing to us? To mages? They're executing us. Either a firing squad or a hanging. I've seen, said Tanith. And that's just the soldiers. Have you seen what the mortals are doing? They're burning mages at the stake. Can you believe that? Can you actually believe what they're doing to other human beings? Goddamn savages! We'll get your friends back, Skullduggery told her. If at all possible, if they're still alive, we'll get them back. Tears ran down the woman's face, but Tanith doubted she even knew she was crying. It's not going to be easy. These super soldiers, the things that are giving them their power. Splashes. The splashes, yeah. They're making them unstable. And I don't just mean physically. Yeah, they're jittery and they don't know how to control their magic. And I've seen more than a few of them actually combust. But it's making them unstable mentally too. I've followed the press conferences and I've heard Flannery's speeches. I know they're supposed to be the best of the best. Super-powered Navy SEALs, totally in control. But they're a pack of roided-up lunatics boiling with aggression. They're killing each other as much as they're killing the Shalgoth. We've seen that too, Cadaver said. The woman looked between Skullduggery and Cadaver. What's the deal here, anyway? I thought there was only one of you. There is, said Skullduggery. He's from the future. Hello, said Cadaver. Cool, the woman said. They left her there and travelled to the mall, entering through an open skylight. Crouching among the rafters, they looked down at the food court, where the soldiers had cleared a space. The 3 sorcerers sat on the ground, their hands shackled behind their backs. There were 9 soldiers. 5 of them were eating and chatting, and the other 4 sizzling with power and spending their time glaring at the sorcerers like they wanted to tear them apart. "I have a plan," Cadaver said quietly. "Your plans are terrible," said Skullduggery. "We'll do my plan." Cadaver shook his head. "Your plans never work. They appear deceptively simple, but they rely on your opponents reacting with logic and good sense, which they're never capable of. I much prefer a plan that overestimates the intelligence of my enemies than a plan that underestimates the intelligence of my friends. I'm not underestimating anyone." "Your plan won't work," Skullduggery insisted. "And your plan is doomed to failure." "Stop, the both of you," said Tanith. "Why don't you tell me what your plans actually are, and then we'll vote on the best one?" "Excellent idea," said Skullduggery. "Cadaver creates a distraction, leading some of the soldiers towards the east entrance. The soldiers that remain will suspect that an attack is coming, and we're not going to disappoint. I'll draw their fire towards the west, allowing Tanith to drop down behind them and free the prisoners. Tanith and the prisoners will then attack the soldiers from behind. When they're down, Cadaver will lead the first team back towards us, but on the lower level. We'll have the high ground, we'll demand their surrender, and if they refuse, we'll overwhelm them." "That won't work," Cadaver said. "If executed correctly, I guarantee it will be successful. If everything goes perfectly, yes, but this is the real world, and not everything goes perfectly." "Then why don't you tell us your plan?" Tanith asked. "Fine," Cadaver said. "I lead the more volatile soldiers along the promenade to our left. They're eager for a fight, and won't be able to resist a fire-throwing skeleton. The other, some would say inferior, fire-throwing skeleton attacks the remaining soldiers from the other side, distracting them long enough for Tanith to maneuver into position and free the captives. Once this group of soldiers is dealt with, I lead the volatile soldiers back towards here, where we attack them in a pincer movement." Tanith frowned. "That's the same plan." "No, it isn't," said Cadaver. "It's not the same plan at all," said Skullduggery. "It's the same plan," she said, glaring. "It's the exact same. I don't believe you two." "On a superficial level," said Cadaver, "I admit that there are similarities. But similarities are inevitable when faced with this enemy in these surroundings," Skullduggery said. "Some overlap is to be expected, but the plans aren't the same." "Fine," Tanith said. "Then how about this? Skullduggery, you do your plan." He nodded. "Superb choice." "This is a mistake," Cadaver warned. "Oh, don't worry," said Tanith, "because while Skullduggery is carrying out his plan, you'll be doing yours." Cadaver tilted his head. "Combining the plans? That's a risky endeavour." "Not when they're both the same." "We'll try it your way," Skullduggery said, "but I don't like our chances." They combined the plans. It worked. 76. Resner Rake and Tancred Bold strode through the high sanctuary, and Omen hurried along between them. He had expected them to put him in handcuffs in an effort to portray him as a prisoner they were taking in for questioning, but they'd laughed at the idea, and Tancred had said, "Nobody cares about you, kid." Turns out they were right. The city guard didn't even glance at Omen as he passed, and the few sorcerers he saw were too busy glaring at the city guard to notice him. There was a tension in the building, an electricity that crackled between those in uniform and those not. It wouldn't take much, in Omen's opinion, to set them at each other. "What if it doesn't work out?" Tancred asked as they took the elevator down. "What if the resistance don't beat Creed?" "They will," said Omen. "They've got Valkyrie back on their side." "Valkyrie Kane is formidable, don't get me wrong,"
said Tancred. But the faceless ones are already here. Those monster things.
Shalgoth, said Resner,
are already killing people. The world has already been changed. We're betting everything on Creed being defeated. But now I'm wondering, what if it doesn't happen?
There weren't even any guards when the elevator doors opened. Passing locked cells on either side, they headed for the dungeon entrance.
It's a risk, said Resner. But when have we ever played it safe, eh? We rescue China Sorrows and Valkyrie Kane, we get them out of this place, and we'll have it made. Yeah, we might have to lend a hand in the fight against Creed, but so long as we're paid well, as long as the rewards are what I expect them to be, this'll all be worth it. I hope you're right, Tancred grumbled. Of course I'm right. When am I ever wrong? Resner led the way down into the dungeon, where Valkyrie and China were sharing a cell. Omen? Valkyrie said, clearly astonished to see him. Omen went up to the bars. Are you better? He asked. Are you back to being normal? She blinked at him. She was cut and bruised and missing teeth and a finger, but she seemed remarkably upbeat. Yeah, she said. Yes, Are you rescuing us? Only if you're against Creed and the Faceless Ones. I totally am, she said, smiling. You came to rescue us. That's so cool. Resner cleared his throat. Oh, Omen said quickly. This is Resner Rake and Tancred Bold. They're here to rescue you too. They need to be paid, though. I'm sure suitable payment can be arranged, said China, so long as you get us out of here. Working on it, said Resner, and he and Tancred went searching for the keys. What's it like out there? Valkyrie asked. Omen glanced between Valkyrie and China. It's pretty bad, he said. The monsters, the Shalgoth, they're everywhere. It's on all the news channels, the Mortal News and the network. The Americans and the Russians and the Chinese, they've started dropping bombs on their own cities. Not nuclear bombs, not yet, but huge, huge bombs. They say 11 million people have died so far, they think, and 36 million are missing. What are the sanctuaries doing? Valkyrie asked. Some of them are fighting back. Most, the ones that the Supreme Mage controls, aren't doing anything. Not officially, Resner said, coming back with a set of keys in his hand. But some of the sanctuary mages are disobeying orders. They're out there fighting the Shalgoth, trying to help the mortals. Stupid bloody mortals, Tancred grumbled. Their soldiers are shooting at mages. They think everyone with magic is part of the attack. We should leave them to the monsters, see how they like it. Resner got the door open and hurried over, trying to fit each one of the smaller keys into the shackles. When he found the right one, he freed Valkyrie first, and she gasped as magic flooded her system. Give me a moment, she murmured, her eyes closing. There are a dozen doctors in this building, and I have to find the best one to... There we go. Her flesh rippled, and the cuts healed, and the bruises disappeared, and her finger regrew on her left hand. Whoa! Said Tancred. Valkyrie got up, came over, and hugged Omen, while Resner freed China. Omen didn't know what to do, so he hugged her back. Thank you, she said softly. And I'm sorry for losing my way. You're grand, he said, shrugging as he hugged. She gave him a squeeze and stepped back. Even her teeth had regrown. I'm sorry for how we treated you, me and Skullduggery. I'm sorry we didn't treat you as an equal. He blinked at her. Don't worry about it. I mean, like, I'm not an equal, so obviously... Of course you're an equal, she said. You might not be as powerful or as experienced as we are, but I wasn't as powerful or as experienced as Skullduggery when I was starting out. That doesn't mean you're any less valuable. He blushed. At least you weren't using me to make a point. At least there's that. Any word from Crepuscular lately?
Not since L.A. Good. That's a complicated situation he's got going on. It's probably best to stay away. Omen nodded, and China joined them. Shall we leave? She asked. Valkyrie went first, hurrying up the stairs to the cells. Resner and Tancred, I don't believe I've heard of you. Good guys or bad?
Hovering round the middle, said Resner, with some occasional dalliances with proper villainy.
Valkyrie glanced back. But so long as you're paid, you'll fight for us. Fair enough. I've known a few people like that. Word of warning, though. You betray us, I've got some very nasty friends. Resner was about to reply, but he was interrupted by someone knocking.
Excuse me,
came a voice from one of the cells.
Is that Valkyrie? Valkyrie Kane?
Valkyrie paused, then opened the slot in the door next to her. A face peered out, all green eyes and great hair. It took Omen a moment to recognize Nefarian Serpine from his pictures.
I thought it was you,
Serpine said, looking pleased.
What a stroke of luck this is. Seeing as how you're escaping, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking me with you. Creed seems determined to execute me, but won't tell me when. He has a lot going on, you know. My execution's already been pushed back twice, and I've reached the point where I've just given up. So maybe let me out of here and we'll all run off together. What do you say?
Sure, Valkyrie said. I'll let you out. You do one thing for me first, though.
Anything?
Tell me how you were in two places at once.
Serpine sighed. Are you still talking about that? It wasn't me, Valkyrie. Whoever you spoke to, whoever killed Skewer wasn't me.
I don't believe that.
Then do you believe me when I say that I don't know? Because I don't.
I'm sorry, China said to Valkyrie, but do we really have time for this? The thing about being in enemy territory is that it's always best to leave it at the earliest opportunity.
I agree with China, said Serpine. And may I say how wonderful it is to see you again, Miss Sorrows. Valkyrie, you seem absolutely certain it was me you were talking to, and I sincerely don't know how that could be. But ordinarily I wouldn't doubt you in the slightest. So now, yes, I, too, am stuck with a conundrum. I know I didn't kill Robert Skewer, but I believe you when you tell me I did. It's as much of a mystery to me as it is to you, so if you let me out of here and we do in fact escape, I will help you in whatever capacity you require in order to solve this riddle.
Promise?
On my honour. If that isn't sufficient, on your honour.
Fine, she grumbled, and opened the door. He stepped out of the cell, smiling as his magic returned.
Look at us. What a merry band of malcontents we are. Shall we press on?
After you, Valkyrie said. Serpine bowed graciously and led the way to the door. It opened, and a city guard ambled through, his eyes widening when he saw them. He fumbled for his gun, but Serpine grabbed his wrist, twisted, wrenched the weapon free, and cracked the butt against the cop's temple. The city guard crumpled, and Serpine turned to them.
Do you have an escape route planned, or are you hoping that we can all just walk out of here?
Valkyrie looked to Omen, who looked to Resner, who glowered.
I just thought we'd fight our way out, he said. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I thought there'd be alarms going off and people shooting at us.
Not an unreasonable expectation, in fairness, Valkyrie said, shrugging. So, Nefarian, the answer is no. We do not have an escape route planned. There aren't many guards, Omen said, so sneaking out mightn't be that difficult. We'll sneak as far as we can and then fight if we have to, said Valkyrie. Once the alarm sounds, everyone get out however they can, okay? Omen, you stay with me. Omen nodded. Thank you. They carried on, and it went fine until they got to the foyer, at which point there were city guard officers running in, and people were shooting and everyone was shouting. Serpine went one way, and Resner and Tancred another, and Valkyrie grabbed China and Omen, and suddenly they were flying, and Omen clung on and squeezed his eyes shut as they burst into the open air and flew, crackling, over the city wall. Her ability to steer hampered by her passengers, Valkyrie landed, a little roughly, a few minutes later, and used Omen's phone to call Fletcher. "What do we do now?" Omen asked. "I mean, what do you think Creed's going to do now that you've escaped? Is he going to be angry?" "You're worried that he'll take his anger out on innocent people," said Valkyrie. "Maybe your school friends?" "Would he?" Valkyrie glanced at China, and China shrugged and said, "He may very well do exactly that." "Okay," Valkyrie said. "Okay, that's a reasonable assumption, that someone will have to suffer for what we've just done. So we give him something else to focus on. We don't allow him time to take his anger out on anyone." "What are you thinking?" China asked. "A resistance attack? Something grander?" "Something much grander," said Valkyrie, and she looked towards the faceless one standing over Dublin. "I reckon it's time to start killing monsters." 77. When this was all over, when Sebastian could finally take off his ridiculous costume and go back to normal life, if indeed there was anything resembling a normal life to go back to, he wondered what the world would look like, and if there would be this many lunatics roaming its streets. The obsidian worshippers, the nulls, were growing in number, with more disaffected citizens joining their ranks every day. But he still didn't know what it was they actually believed in. "The end is coming!" That was one of their chants. "The end is nigh!" They prowled Roarhaven like bad-tempered alley cats, dishevelled and flighty and quick to anger, and the other citizens of Roarhaven, those who might be charitably labelled normal, had started to avoid them wherever possible. "Unfortunate people," Nuncle decided, watching them from the rooftops. "Unfortunate?" Sebastian said. "They're going around beating up strangers and scaring everyone." "Because they're lost," said Nuncle. "Because they're sad and scared. They're so sad and so lost and so scared that they think they want the world to end and for it all to be over. They have an overabundance of pain and sorrow, and they don't know what to do with it except share it with whomever they meet." "I've got a word for people like that, and it isn't unfortunate." "I'm sure you do," Nuncle said, smiling. "But everyone is carrying around a little bag of pain, Sebastian, and that pain informs everything they do. I wish things could have been different for them, but life by its nature is pain." "Well, that's depressing." "Is it?" said Nuncle, frowning. "Why?" "Because if the nature of life is pain, then the point of life is pain." "Oh, no, my boy, I don't agree with that at all. The fact of the matter is that there is no point at all to life." "Well," Sebastian muttered, "that's much better." "People place too much emphasis on the point of things," said Nuncle, "as if that matters, as if it makes a difference. There is no point to life. There is no grand goal you must achieve in order to judge whether the life you've lived is worthy or worthless, is a success or a failure. Life is life. It's there. It's lived. It passes. People navigate their way through to the best of their ability, carrying their little bags of pain around with them, seeking out happiness where they can, comfort where they find it, and contentment, if at all possible. That's all there is to it." "Sounds simple." "There is indeed beauty in simplicity." "So those nulls down there are missing the point by thinking there is a point, where they really should be accepting the fact that nothing means anything, so why get depressed about it?" "You're quite right when you say that nothing means anything. But their depression is added to their bag of pain. It might be helpful to think of this bag as more of a burden,
held on the shoulders, threatening to overbalance you. You might want to walk in a straight line through your life, but your burdens make you stumble one way or another, and when you look back, as you die, you discovered that the journey you've taken has been anything but straight.
Hold on, Sebastian said, frowning. Are we talking philosophy?
Perish the thought, my boy, Nuncle responded, horrified. We are merely discussing the fundamental nature of existence.
Oh, okay.
I would never try to trick you like that.
That's good to know. Nuncle suddenly turned, inhaling deeply.
Do you smell that?
The air filters in Sebastian's suit were excellent, but even so, it took him a while to detect the faint aroma on the breeze.
Food,
Nuncle said, drawing the word out.
Food, glorious food. Are you hungry, Sebastian?
I'm never hungry, Sebastian said, trying to keep the misery out of his voice. He dearly missed experiencing taste. Sometimes at night he lay awake, imagining the first morsel to pass through his mouth once he could take this mask off.
I like food, Nuncle announced. It becomes quite addictive after a while, doesn't it? Do you mind if I pop down to get some?
Sebastian blinked. Sure, he said. I'll stay right here.
Nuncle grinned. Be back in a moment.
And then he was gone, scampering towards the stairs, and Sebastian turned and immediately ran for the edge of the roof. He knew this part of the city well, and he knew which gaps were jumpable and which were not. He jumped, landing on the adjacent building and jogging onwards. He liked Nuncle, he did, even if he didn't remotely understand the man. The conversations they had, while rambling, always felt like Sebastian was preparing for a test he'd never take. Plus, he had no idea where Nuncle had come from, or if he could even be trusted. The fact of the matter was that Sebastian was better off alone, especially for what was to come next. He'd been focused lately on evading capture by the city guards and avoiding run-ins with the Nulls, but too much time had passed. He had to rescue Darkess, and he had to do it now. Despite the things she'd done, despite the atrocities she'd committed as her old self, he couldn't allow her mistreatment to continue. The thought of her being hurt, being tortured, by Commander Hawk and his pack of thugs boiled his insides. He wasn't her father, he knew that, he was well aware of that, just as he was well aware that, in general, she needed him about as much as she needed anyone, which was not at all. But he'd raised her, he'd held her as a baby, he'd rocked her to sleep, he'd watched over her and worried about her, and had been delighted, initially, with every stage of her rapid development. The moment she said her first word to the moment they were having full-blown conversations may have passed in hours rather than years, and her first step to her first flight may have been a matter of minutes, but he was there for it all. More than that, he realized now, he wouldn't have missed it for anything. She had given him joy. When he'd put on this suit and undertaken this mission, he expected hardship and loneliness and sacrifice, but he hadn't expected pure, undiluted happiness. He hadn't expected love. He wasn't her father because she didn't have a father, but he was the closest thing she had to one. And despite how bizarre it all was, she was his daughter, and he loved her. And he was going to save her, no matter what. 78. When the universe began, there were monsters already here. They watched the universe being born, these monsters, these first gods, who were called many things, but, as the countless eons passed, they became known as those who slumber, whose names we dare not speak lest they rouse to waking. They watched whole races of other gods, of lesser gods, being born. Out of these races, After all this time, only the faceless ones were still potent. And out of the faceless ones, the one whose name was Kurtok was a legend, even among its own kind. Valkyrie knew this legend. She knew what Kurtok had done, knew how savage and ruthless and cunning it had been when it came to slaughtering the other gods. She knew how merciless it had been when the ancients had risen up, how furious it had been when the faceless ones had been forced to retreat to another reality. Kurtok had been one of the first faceless ones to come back. It stood over Dublin amid ruined and trampled buildings, over the obliterated corpses of the city's dead, and Valkyrie knew it felt nothing but pleasure at all that pain. She flew closer, and Kurtok turned slightly, and she felt its attention shift as it acknowledged her presence. She sensed its hesitation and confusion, and also the bond between them, and for a moment it was overwhelming, the love she felt for this thing. It was hers. It was of her. And in that moment, she wished it no harm, and knew she would protect it from anyone and anything that tried to hurt it, that tried to destroy it. But she fought against that moment, and pushed aside those feelings, and once she was past them, they faded until they were nothing but a niggling part of her. "Hello, my love," she said. Kurtok made a sound, a roar and a whine and a moan that, were it directed at Valkyrie, would surely have burst her eardrums. "I can't allow you to live," she called, using words it did not understand. "I just can't. You had your chance, you and the others. You ruled the universe. You were worshipped here. But you don't belong on this world anymore, and this universe is better off without you." She drifted closer and put a hand on its hide. It was rough and sticky and surprisingly warm. "I'm sorry," she whispered. She called forth the catahedral energy inside her, and it passed from her hand into Kurtok. The creature recoiled, its flesh rippling, and Valkyrie flew backwards to avoid its thrashing, both hands straight in front of her, black lightning leaping from her fingertips. It poured out of her, and she screamed as the faceless one screamed, and the patch of hide she'd just been touching turned to dust, and the dust spread over its massive body, and then it came apart, crumbling like an old statue, collapsing into a mountain of its own remains. Valkyrie kept flying backwards, staying out of the dust cloud, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry," she said again. Then she frowned and turned, looking into the distance. On the horizon, there was a flash. Eyes widening, she launched herself upwards, the wind ripping at her hair, and a beam of energy, as wide as an ocean liner, screamed by beneath her. She abruptly changed course, speeding for the ground before the faceless one gathered itself for another attack, and hid herself behind the curvature of the earth. "It's war now, baby," she whispered to the world. 79. 4 sensitives crowded into Valkyrie's mind to make sure there were no faceless ones lurking there, maybe tucked behind some childhood memories, or squeezed between her doubts and fears. When she was cleared for duty, Dexter gave her a quick tour of the Resistance headquarters while they waited for Skullduggery to get teleported back from monster duty. It was a lonely old building, 30 miles outside Chicago, and most of the lights didn't work. Not the most impressive of facilities. "We're stretched pretty thin," Dexter said. Valkyrie was sitting in the small kitchenette as he made her a coffee. He looked tired. He had cuts on his face, and his hand was bandaged. "All of our resources are being put into protecting people from the Shalgoth. We haven't been able to move against Creed in any way lately. But now that you're back..." He glanced over. "Is it true? You killed a faceless one?" She nodded, letting tendrils of black energy dance between her fingertips. Looks like I'm a walking scepter of the ancients, she said. For as long as I can evade their attacks, anyway.
And now that they know you're coming, he asked, now that you're a confirmed threat.
They're going to catch me, Valkyrie said. Today, tomorrow, next week. Sometime soon, I'm going to be a second too slow.
Yeah, and that's true of us all.
Dexter put the coffee in front of her and sat. We haven't really spoken in a while, Valkyrie said. I don't just mean when I was stuck in a dungeon. We haven't really spoken since we got back from Dimension X. You doing okay?
You mean without Saracen? Said Dexter. I've lost friends before. You adjust to the loss. You make room for the gap in your life, and you move on. You have to.
I really liked him. Dexter smiled.
Everyone liked Saracen. Not as much as Saracen liked Saracen, but pretty close.
Kier of the Unveiled walked in, stopping when she saw who Dexter was talking to.
Valkyrie, I was not aware you had returned.
Just arrived, Valkyrie said. I heard about Temper. How is he?
He lost control of his gist, she said. We have him secured in the basement.
Valkyrie frowned. Can he be helped? Healed?
They say nobody comes back from something like that.
Valkyrie didn't know what to do, didn't know how to react, so she went over and took Kier's hands. I'm so sorry, she said. Kier looked at her, hesitated, and blinked.
Thank you.
She stepped away.
Dexter, we have been called to provide reinforcements for Danithlo and Cadaver Kane.
Valkyrie frowned. Wait, cadavers in the field? Dexter stood.
Like I said, we're stretched thin. Take care of yourself, kid.
He left, and she went back to drinking her coffee until Skullduggery appeared in the doorway, and she knocked over her chair as she sprinted into his arms. She cried, and he patted her head as he hugged her, and she muttered into his shirt.
Pardon?
He said. I didn't quite catch that. Valkyrie detached herself just enough to speak. I'm sorry, she said. I'm so sorry.
Whatever for?
For working with the Faceless Ones.
Oh, he said. That.
Thank you for sticking by me.
You were merely overwhelmed by a maternal instinct to protect your evil children. I was a parent too, once. There's no need to explain yourself.
She wiped her eyes. It's not really the same, though, is it? You were an actual parent to a flesh-and-blood child, but I was just a conduit to a race of evil gods.
I suppose you're right. It isn't the same. You don't know what it's like to be a parent to a flesh-and-blood child. And I don't know what it's like for a race of evil gods to be born through me as they pass from one reality to another. I don't know what it's like to be filled with all that history and memory and sensation. They're two different experiences. But I'm certainly not qualified to decide which is more valid. His head tilted. It can't have been easy to destroy the one over Dublin. Valkyrie nodded, gave a brittle smile. Waited.
Well? She said.
Well, what?
Aren't you going to apologize for not breaking me out of the dungeon?
Not at all, Skullduggery said. Roarhaven had its shields up. I could no more get into the city than a moth could get inside a bulb. Besides, I have unwavering faith in you. I knew you'd get out eventually. And in the end, did my gamble not pay off?
Omen had to come and rescue me.
See? My faith in you was rewarded.
But I didn't break myself out. No, but you were there to be broken out, weren't you? You can't break someone out of a dungeon without there first being someone in the dungeon to break out. Now, can you? What? The fact is, you're welcome, Valkyrie. Now, moving on. We've had reports of the other faceless ones moving. Slowly and ponderously, but definitely moving. Almost as if they're looking for someone. Valkyrie sagged. It won't take them long to find me. I reckon I'll need to keep moving myself every few hours, or they'll be able to pinpoint my position. I'm probably endangering everyone just by being here right now. Do we have a plan? Skullduggery nodded. The plan is for you to stay alive. Excellent. I love this plan. How do we do that? I have no idea. The plan started off great, then went seriously downhill, I hope you don't mind me saying. Okay, he said. Before this slips into doom and gloom, we've got to remember that things are looking up. Thanks to me, you are now free. Once again, you didn't do anything. You are also our weapon. You can destroy them. This is something we didn't have earlier, and now we do. That's to be celebrated. Yes, the Faceless Ones, the Shalgoth, Creed and his followers are all hunting for you as we speak. But we can use this to our advantage. If everyone is looking to kill you, nobody is looking to kill the rest of us. Silver linings, said Valkyrie without enthusiasm. The approach we take is simple, Skullduggery continued. The resistance spreads out. We keep an eye on the Faceless Ones. Whenever one strays too far from the others, whenever one becomes isolated, Fletcher will teleport you to that location. You'll take out the Faceless One, and you'll teleport away again. One by one, we can cut down their numbers. That sounds good, said Valkyrie. Provided I can sneak up on everyone I go after. There's even a chance I won't be horribly killed before I get close. But that still leaves us with a problem, said Skullduggery. What do we do about the Faceless Ones still inside you? I destroy them, Valkyrie said. Burn them out of me. He hesitated. And are you sure you'll be able to do that? I'm well aware what the Faceless Ones mean to you. It's them or us, Skullduggery. I have no difficulty in deciding who's more important. And what of your stance on killing? Valkyrie's gut twisted. They're gods. They've lived long enough, and they've brought pain to enough worlds in enough realities. They had their chance to be a force for good. They had their chance to be kind, and all they care about is power. They don't deserve life. What do you need us to do? Nothing, said Valkyrie. I just need a few hours alone, somewhere quiet and out of the way. When I do this, I'm going to be lit up like a Christmas tree for a short time. The Faceless Ones are going to come for me. Skullduggery put his hand on her shoulder. When? She took a breath and let it out. Find me somewhere isolated, and let's get it over with. 80. Tyler and his dad went along to the town meeting in the hall where they usually held raffles and fundraisers, and the mayor stood up at the podium. Standing behind him was a nervous young woman Tyler had never seen before. Thanks, everyone, for coming along tonight, the mayor said. Now, we've all seen the news and we've read the papers, and I know we're all scared and anxious and wondering what's next, and what's going to happen, and what we're going to do about it. Well, I can tell you that the federal government is promising aid to any state that requests it, though they've encouraged the governor to sort it out with the resources already available. With that in mind, we have a representative from FEMA here to talk us through our options. Doctor? The nervous woman got to her feet and approached the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'm not a doctor and I'm not a FEMA employee. My name's Maria and I've worked with them in the past, but really,
I'm attached to an adjunct facility that, well, to be honest, I specialize in cataloging different types of soil, but occasionally I'm brought in to advise on... We get it, said Mr. Lemire, standing. You're a big-shot scientific expert. We don't need your credentials, lady. We just need to know what FEMA's gonna do. I'm sorry, I think there's been a mistake. There ain't no mistake, Doctor. FEMA's the Federal Emergency Mandate Association, is it not? Again, I'm not a doctor, and it's the Federal Emergency Management Agency, actually. It don't matter what the letters stand for. What matters is what it means. What matters is what it does. So what are you going to do about this emergency? Just to point out again, sir, I am not actually a FEMA official. You're the closest thing we got to it, ain't you? Well, I guess so. Then what are their secret plans? Secret plans? They're top secret plans. We all know they got scenarios in place, and once the scenario stops being a scenario and starts being a thing that's happening, they have a plan to deal with it. Well, I mean, sure, they have plans to deal with earthquakes and hurricanes and chemical spills and... Sir, they don't have any plans to deal with monsters the size of mountains and monsters that come up out of the ground. Just tell me this, lady. Who we gotta blame? I'm sorry? Who sent them? Because we all know somebody sent them. There were a few grunts of agreement. So what are we talking about here? Lemire continued. The Russians? The Chinese? It's the Australians, ain't it? Why would it be the Australians? Somebody sent the monsters. Now, come on, said the mayor, stepping forward to speak into the microphone. She's probably not allowed to tell us on account of it being top secret and all. The mayor stepped back, and Maria resumed her position, frowning. No, actually, that's not why I can't answer that. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know who sent the monsters, or if anyone sent them at all. Take a look at the news. The monsters are everywhere. They're in Russia and they're in China, and yes, they're even in Australia. Why would an enemy country send monsters to destroy cities in America and also use them to destroy their own cities? The crowd went silent for a moment. Then Lemire sneered. Plausible deniability. Tyler looked at his dad, and his dad sighed. These idiots don't know anything, he whispered. Let's go. 81. Emmeline and Caddock Darkley stood before the Supreme Mage's desk like errant schoolchildren. Commander Hawk stood behind the desk for once, at Supreme Mage Creed's broad, muscular shoulder, and it was all he could do to stop himself from grinning. Your son is a terrorist, the Supreme Mage said, his voice somehow sounding even more powerful, coming from behind the Nexus helmet. That's a lie, Emmeline said sharply. She immediately bowed her head. Apologies, Supreme Mage. I just meant that Omen is a good boy. He's always been a good boy. I saw you reading your statement from the steps of the High Sanctuary. Those were not the words of parents who believe their son is a good boy. With respect, Supreme Mage, we agreed with your office that it was important to come out and denounce his actions. Yet you waited almost a month to do so. The fact is that Omen may have fallen in with some people who've associated with the Resistance, but I promise you he has nothing to do with them. Principal Duenna seems to think that he has direct involvement. She's wrong. In fact, Principal Duenna suspects your son of working with the Resistance in order to undermine her position at the school. Why would the Resistance give a damn about Corrival Academy? That's where they seek to recruit the next generation of terrorists, the Supreme Mage said. Caddock attempted a scornful laugh. Ha! Supreme Mage, forgive me, but all of this sounds highly dubious. I know Duenna. I've known her for a long time, and she is nothing if not prone to bouts of self-indulgent paranoia. It doesn't surprise me in the least to learn that she believes there's a conspiracy to oust her from her position. But it does surprise me to learn that she's blaming it all on Omen.
And yet,
said the Supreme Mage,
Omen absconded from the Academy after attempting to steal Duenna's property. Is this not so, Commander Hawk?
Hawk gave a sharp nod.
It is, Supreme Mage. The device in question is a remote control of sorts, used to maintain order among the student body. It was only thanks to the training and quick reflexes of Officer Limerence that the boy's attempt at thievery was foiled.
There you go,
the Supreme Mage said.
Can you explain your son's actions?
We cannot,
Caddock admitted.
But I'm sure there will be a simple explanation whenever we actually find Omen to ask him.
Duenna sending out search parties was an outrageously reckless decision, Emmeline said. Omen is a sensitive boy, and this would have terrified him. It probably sent him running into the arms of these resistance people. At least they weren't dispatching killers to hunt him down.
Silas Nadir has been thoroughly rehabilitated,
said the Supreme Mage. There's an old saying in my family, Damocles. Once a serial killer, always a serial killer. Omen is not a threat to Duenna, or to the school, or to Roarhaven. We understand that you have a lot going on, but we are here to ask you to let our son come home.
4 days ago, you announced to us all that he was no longer your son.
Emmeline faltered for a moment. Because you ordered us to?
I ordered no such thing.
Your office did. Your representatives told us they could guarantee leniency if we thoroughly denounced and disowned him.
My representatives misspoke.
The Darkleys stared at the Supreme Mage in horror. What can we do? Emmeline asked quietly. The Supreme Mage watched them.
Reparations will have to be made.
There was the slightest of hesitations. Of course, Emmeline said.
You have, I believe, amassed a considerable fortune due to Augur being the chosen one.
We have, said Caddock.
But now Augur has become Obsidian, and is a direct threat to not only our way of life, but also the Faceless Ones themselves. By rights, I should be punishing your family, not granting it favours.
What do you want, Supreme Mage?
3/4 of everything you own to be transferred to the Church of the Faceless.
Hawk watched the Darkleys pale. Caddock looked like he needed to sit down, but Emmeline stayed impressively tall. And if we do this, you will allow Omen to return. He will face no criminal proceedings.
I will consider the matter settled.
And what about Augur? Caddock said, his voice little more than a croak. If it's possible to return him to normal, if we manage that, can we expect similar leniency?
If the impossible happens, and Augur returns, and we are guaranteed that Obsidian will never trouble us again, then perhaps we can discuss it, for a further 3/4 of your remaining assets.
If there was any blood remaining in Caddock's face, it deserted him at that point. Very well. The Supreme Mage waved a hand.
My office will be in touch,
he said. The Darkleys, unused to being dismissed in such a way, hesitated for a long, awkward moment before walking out. It was glorious.
Commander, report,
said the Supreme Mage. Hawk marched round to the front of the desk and stood to attention.
Supreme Mage, we are ready to reduce Darkess to energy and trap her in the cage.
And?
Hawk's proud smile faltered.
And I wondered if you would like to witness such a momentous occasion.
Momentous?
The Supreme Mage echoed, and Hawk knew he had chosen the wrong word.
My mind is filled with the thoughts of the Faceless Ones. Every moment that passes, I am witness to ideas and emotions and sensations that no human language could ever even hope to convey. What you are doing down in those squalid cells is nothing compared to what I get to glimpse through my connection to our gods.
Of course, Supreme Mage. It was a ridiculous notion to even...
Your apologies mean even less than you do, Commander. When you have done what I have instructed you to do, report back to me, and I will give you your next assignment.
Yes, sir, said Hawk. Thank you, sir.
The Supreme Mage shifted his attention to a file on his desk, dismissing Hawk even more cruelly than he had the Darkleys, and Hawk spun on his heel and marched out. He punched the elevator button. When the doors opened, he stepped in, his face impassive, and waited until the doors closed before sagging.
Stupid!
He cried, bashing his fists against his head.
Stupid, stupid! He doesn't care! He's talking to the faceless ones! He doesn't care about stupid, dumb things when he's communing with the gods!
The elevator slowed to a stop, and the doors opened, and one of the priests tried to get in.
Use the stairs!
Hawk screamed, and the priest jerked back, and the doors closed, and Hawk jabbed the button and sulked all the way down. He composed himself, put a snarl on his face, and strode out of the elevator and out of the dark cathedral. He walked across the circle zone, flanked by city guard officers, all the way to the high sanctuary. There he left his escort behind and went into the deepest, darkest parts of that building, where the old sanctuary squatted. He burst through the doors, and one of the scientists, a woman named Adroit, turned to him, her smile dimming when she realized he was alone. "Commander, is the Supreme Mage not—" Hawk glared.
Why would the Supreme Mage give a damn what we're doing down here, you imbecile? He's communing with gods. You think he cares about what you're up to? Just get on with it before I arrest you for wasting my time.
Of course, Adroit said, ashen-faced, and led the way past the other two scientists, through to the chamber within. Darkess was on her knees in the black room, her arms twisted and locked out behind her, held in place with metal bars and shackles carved with binding sigils. Her hair was damp with sweat, and it clung to her face. Hawk hunkered down before her.
I had a speech written, he said quietly. It took me a week to write it and refine it. It needed to be perfect. But now it doesn't matter. You don't matter. No one cares what happens to you. You're no longer relevant.
He stood and nodded.
Throw the switch, he said.
Nothing happened.
Dr. Adroit,
he snarled, turning.
Throw the...
Adroit was on the floor, unconscious. Hawk went for his gun, and a fist came out of nowhere and punched him right on the nose. Hawk squealed, hands at his face, his eyes filling with tears of pain as he went staggering back. He tripped and fell and crawled to the wall. He pressed his back to it, tried pulling his gun, but it was gone. In all the mayhem, someone had stolen it. They'd stolen his sword, too. He was unarmed and unprotected. A man appeared out of thin air. A man in a black outfit and black hat and a weird black mask. The plague doctor. In his hand, he held a cloaking sphere. He put the sphere in his coat pocket and knelt by Darkess. "You're okay," he said softly. "I'm going to get you out of here. You're going to be okay." He stood and pulled at the shackles, trying to figure out how to open them. Hawk's gun had been tossed to the other side of the room, but his sword was right there. Pushing the pain of his probably broken nose to one side, Hawk scrambled to his feet and snatched up the weapon. He swung, and the plague doctor raised an arm, and the blade should have sliced through, but instead it just thudded against the armoured material. Hawk tried moving back, giving himself room for another thrust. But the plague doctor did some sneaky martial arts move, and the sword flew from his grip, and Hawk sank to his knees, his arm twisted, his blood-drenched face contorted. "How do I release her?" the plague doctor asked. "I'll never tell you." "You're going to tell me, because we both know you're not a tough guy. How do I release her?" "Burn in hell!" The plague doctor twisted Hawk's arm more.
The button on the wall! Hawk screeched. The blue one! Please let me go!
The plague doctor shoved him away, and Hawk curled up on the floor, clutching his sore arm. A moment later, the shackles securing Darkess clicked open, the sigils fading. It was as if he could see her flooding with strength. Her legs straightened, her shoulders squared, her head lifted. Her skin drank in the sweat, and her hair rippled and was suddenly clean and healthy, and it shone. She looked down at Hawk.
Please!
He gasped.
Please don't kill me!
She looked away, like she was barely aware of his existence, and took the plague doctor's hand, and they disappeared. The door to the chamber opened, and the other two scientists stepped in, eyes wide in alarm.
Help me!
Hawk screeched.
I've been attacked!
82. The multitudes of faceless ones flitting within Valkyrie's soul, like moths, waiting for their turn to pass into the world and take their place, towering over the lands and cities and mountains. They knew something was wrong. Now, instead of moths, they were angry flies buzzing against an upturned glass. She trapped them where they were and reached into herself, searching for that energy she had already used against Kurtok. When she found it, she studied it, examined it, watched it as it lay dormant. She stirred it a little, noted how it reacted, felt how the power was different from her own and yet still obeyed the same fundamental principles. Magic was magic, no matter the discipline. She breathed deep and opened her eyes and called it forth, and her body tingled. The fine hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Thin strands of black energy crackled between her fingertips. Fully aware of the devastation that this energy could cause, it scared her as much as it thrilled her. She kept it going, built it up. It didn't fry her. It didn't turn her to dust. She curled her hand, and it became a ball that coalesced in her palm. To release it would be to destroy the room around her, and so she drank it back in, reabsorbing it into her system. Then she closed her eyes and directed this energy inwards. It churned towards her soul, churned and built, and the faceless ones still inside her knew what was coming, and they were panicking, trying to get out. They screamed at her, screamed in a fury she had never felt before. They were gods, and they knew what she was going to do, and they were powerless to stop her. The black energy burst through her soul and obliterated every last one of them. And when it withdrew and was safe, Valkyrie collapsed, suddenly crying, roaring with grief. She wanted to curl up, wanted to spend the rest of her life crying. But an awareness buzzed in the back of her mind, and it forced her to get up, forced her to stagger to the door of this tiny cottage, out here in the middle of nowhere, and she looked west and saw the faceless one called Hrgonolith moving its slow legs, turning, lumbering across the horizon towards her. From the folds in its chest there came a light, and Valkyrie flew, and the blast of energy that erupted from it missed her, but only barely, throwing her sideways. She tumbled through the air, too exhausted to right herself, and a part of her welcomed the turmoil, because just for these few seconds she didn't have to struggle. She hit the ground, the necronaut suit protecting her, and she went rolling, finally coming to a stop on her back. She was too tired to run, too tired to move. Hrgonolith took a step, its great foot crunching through buildings and trees a few kilometres from where she lay. It looked down at her, and she felt its hatred and anger boiling within an alien mind as it prepared to end her life. Her campaign of destruction against the faceless ones hadn't lasted as long as she'd hoped. A small voice in the back of Valkyrie's mind noted how she'd been wrong. She hadn't been fated to die on her knees. She was going to die on her back, looking up at a god. She managed to raise a hand to it and extended a finger. Then Obsidian drifted into view, gazing up at the faceless one, and Valkyrie felt Hrgonolith's attention flicker to the newcomer, and it examined him, gauged his power, calculated the threat he posed. There was a moment of panic, but Obsidian was already waving his hand, and he wiped Hrgonolith from existence. 83. The news showed all these people leaving the cities. When the motorways got jammed, they left their cars and got out and walked. Thousands of people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands maybe, some of them hauling suitcases, some lugging cat carriers, bags slung over their shoulders, holding scared little kids by the hand, leading dogs on leashes. Some of the people carried nothing. They weren't even dressed for a hike, but they were part of the stream of all races and colours. Tyler had seen refugees on TV before, and that's what it looked like to him. Except instead of a bunch of exhausted-looking people trying to get over the border into America, now it was a bunch of exhausted-looking people trying to get anywhere that didn't have a monster standing over it. The news footage switched to 3 women and 2 men hanging from lampposts by their necks. They each had a piece of paper taped to their chests. They all said, "Witch." Tyler's mum turned the TV off, shaking her head. "Where'll they go?" Mila asked. "The people. The government will find them somewhere safe," said Tyler's mom, eager to get her mind off the hangings. "They might have to sleep in tents for a few nights, or maybe in school halls or something. But the government will take care of it." "Goddamn government's responsible for it, more'n likely," Tyler's dad muttered. "Cooper, hush," said his wife. "You can't tell me this ain't part of their plan," Tyler's dad said, waving at the TV. "You can't tell me they didn't want this to happen. This is what they do, Cynthia. This is how they control us." "What nonsense. How is this controlling anyone?" "It's carving up the population. It's dividing us. It's separating us from our neighbours. I'm not saying they started it. I'm not saying this is all the idea of the federal government, but I swear to you, they are complicit. Whoever's building those monsters, those wizards with the magical powers, got in probably years ago, and they've been working behind the scenes ever since to corrupt our country and weaken its people. You don't believe me? Look at what's been happening in the world even before the monsters arrived. This used to be a strong country, a proud country." "Don't you try to tell me what kind of country this was," Tyler's mom said, in the voice she used when she was trying to keep her temper in front of the kids. "Don't you act like you know more and you've seen more and you understand more than the rest of us. Don't you act like you're the only one seeing things clearly. I see everything you do, but I don't see it through the same eyes, praise God. You're ignoring the truth. I'm facing the truth. I'm accepting the truth and not wasting my time trying to find things behind it." "They're calling them sorcerers," Mila said, and her parents looked at her like they'd just remembered they had kids. "The wizards. I think they're called sorcerers." "It doesn't matter what they're called," their dad said. "It's what they do. It's the damage they cause." "But some of them might be on our side, Dad. I saw a video of one of them flying up near one of the big monsters, the ones over the cities, and he made it disappear. I mean, doesn't that sound like they're—" "It's an act," Tyler's dad said. "You gotta stop believing everything you see on your social media, Mila. You gotta start asking questions. You've all gotta start asking questions." Tyler and his sister looked at each other. Their dad was getting worse. 84. Valkyrie woke in a small bed in the Resistance headquarters. Daylight streamed in through the blinds. She sat up. "How are you feeling?" Skullduggery asked, walking in. "Better," she said. "Much better. How long was I asleep?"
14 hours. Do you know what's going on out there?"
There was a bottle of water beside the bed. She took a long drink. "I can feel it. It's weird. My psychic connection to the faceless ones has been broken, but it hasn't really been broken, you know? It's like there's an extra strand of something that we don't have a name for yet."
"So you know what Obsidian is doing?"
"Erasing them from reality," Valkyrie said. "Wiping them away. I feel every one of them when they go. They're not... It's not like they're dying. They just, I don't know, cease. They no longer exist."
"Do they know what's happening?"
"Oh, yes. Oh, they're all well aware, but at the same time they can't quite bring themselves to believe it. They've been alive for too long, you know? Yes, they'd been beaten before, and they had to retreat from the ancients, but they viewed that as a temporary inconvenience. They don't know how to process this."
"Are they scared?"
"Very scared. They're panicking."
"This must be hard for you."
"It's weird for me. I could have taken down a few more, but they'd have killed me eventually, so I'm glad that Obsidian is doing what he's doing. That boy is saving the world right now. But yeah, there's a part of me that's sad. It's a quiet part, though." She frowned. "Do you think we might actually get a happy ending out of this?"
"Do not jinx it," Skullduggery said. "China told me what you were discussing while you were waiting to be tortured."
About Crepuscular orchestrating all this to free his family? You think it makes sense?
As much as anything. It's definitely a feasible conclusion. China's setting up a meeting with one of the hosts, Grantham Arendt. If your theory is right, he'll be the one to confirm it."
"All right then," Valkyrie said, slowly getting out of bed. "I love it when we have a plan, even though they tend to go horribly wrong."
"Before we go any further," said Skullduggery, "are you up for one more assignment?"
"I've literally just stood up."
"You don't have to go anywhere, and you don't have to fight anyone, I promise. Are you strong enough?"
Valkyrie sighed. "Yeah, what have you got in store for me?" He held up a hand for her to stay put and walked out of the room. A moment later, Alice charged in. "Stephanie!" she shouted, colliding with Valkyrie at such speed Valkyrie staggered a little, then put everything she had into the hug. "Hey there," she said softly. "Hey." Her parents entered the room, came forward at only a slightly reduced speed than their youngest, and for a moment there was hugging and nothing more. "They told us what's been going on," Melissa said. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm good," Valkyrie responded, blinking back tears. Desmond broke off the hug to look at her.
"Skullduggery explained it to us. He told us you loved the faceless ones like they were your children, even though they're evil gods."
Valkyrie shrugged sadly. "You'd still love us even if we did something bad, right? That's what it was like." "So they were your family," Melissa said softly. Valkyrie nodded. "And you loved them like they were your family?" "I suppose." "My poor little girl," Melissa said, hugging her again. "I'm so sorry." The unconditional love radiating from her mother, from her father and her sister, seeped through Valkyrie's defences, and suddenly she was crying again, and that only made them hug her tighter. "We'll be your family again," said Alice. "Oh, sweetie," said Valkyrie, "you never stopped. And Melissa too?" Valkyrie hesitated. I don't know about that one." Alice looked towards the door, and Valkyrie turned, saw Melissa standing there. Her parents took Alice, and they all stepped back, giving Valkyrie space. before you say anything, Valkyrie said. There's something I need to tell you. I totally understand if I've ruined things between us. I know that you get what happened. I know that you get that my connection to the Faceless Ones was influencing me and everything I did and said. So I know that intellectually, you know that none of it was technically my fault. But even though I know this too, I don't think that changes anything. I still did the things I did and said the things I said, and I let this new love for these murderous abominations alter me. I don't blame you for breaking up with me. I would have broken up with me. Hell, if the situation had been reversed, I would have broken up with you. So, we might never get back together, and that's awful, and it breaks my heart to even say it out loud, but I understand. Some things you can't scrub from your memory. Some things happen, and they colour the way you think about a person for good, no matter what they might do in the future. There are actions or words that will taint a person forever, but before that happens, if it's going to happen, I need you to know that I love you, Melitza Gnosis. I love you with my whole heart. You're strong and you're smart and you're funny and you're decent. You're so incredibly decent. I love being with you. I love being around you. I love the person I become because of you. If we have to stay broken up and I have to go on with my life without you in it, then I'll accept it right here and now. I won't argue. I won't try to change your mind. I just need you to know what you mean to me. Uh-huh, said Melitza. Is it my turn to talk? Talk, nod, scowl, whatever. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Melitza said, and pulled Valkyrie into a kiss. There was the sound of skittering paws, and Xena charged into the room and jumped, catching Valkyrie off balance. She tumbled to the ground, and the dog bounded all over her, burrowing her head between Valkyrie's arms as she tried covering up, making her howl with laughter. "Slobbery!" she gasped. "So slobbery!" Valkyrie's family joined Melitza, and they watched Xena's relentless attack. "Go get her, girl," Melitza said. 85. Another Faceless One slouched towards Roarhaven from across the sea, no doubt churning tidal waves with every step. From where they stood on the roof of the library, neither Sebastian nor Darkess could spot those waves. They could only see the monstrosity of a moving mountain coming closer. "They're panicking," said Darkess. They'd forgotten what it was like to be scared, but they're scared now. They watched Obsidian carve his way across the sky above their heads, towards the Faceless One. "He is magnificent," Darkess said. Sebastian looked at her. "Can you stop him?" "Maybe. I don't know. He operates differently from anyone else I've ever encountered. He is nothingness. I don't know if my power would work on nothingness. I could try. I could go after him right now and try to stop him." "No, not now, not yet." She smiled. "You want me to be ready. You want the moment to be right. You want everything to be in place, to be exact, to be precise." "Yes." "Are you sure that's all you want?" "You're here to save the world. That's all I care about." "In that case, I have more work to do. My plans were derailed." She smiled. "Until you came to save me." "I couldn't leave you there. I had to at least try." "Thank you for trying, Sebastian." "You're welcome, Darkess." She smiled again and flew away. Sebastian turned and watched the Faceless One vanish. Another god wiped from reality. 86. American cereal was delicious. Omen had a third bowl of what would have been considered already a pretty high-sugar breakfast cereal in Ireland and the UK. But here in America it was covered, in addition to its existing sweetness, in a sugary glaze that made every mouthful a wonderful delight. He ate alone in the small kitchen, people passing the doorway as he munched, too busy to even glance in. Valkyrie passed, talking with Tanith. They didn't notice him. He could have happily had this cereal for every meal of the day, with another sneaky few bowls just before bed. He wondered, idly, if he was focusing too much on his breakfast as a way of distracting himself from worrying about his friends, or his brother, or the state of the world. He shrugged and kept crunching those delicious berries that had tumbled with the flakes from the box. Resner Rake walked in, turned a chair and sat into it the wrong way round, like they did in the movies. He rested his elbows on the chair back and looked straight at Omen. Omen couldn't eat if someone was looking at him, so he reluctantly pushed his bowl to one side. "They're not going to pay us," Resner said, like he expected Omen to do something about it. "Oh," said Omen. "You told us that rescuing China's Sorrows and Valkyrie Kane would establish a brand new reputation with the Resistance that we could then build on." "That's right. You said nothing about doing any of this for free." "I didn't really think about that part." "Me and Tancred, we get paid for the effort we put into stuff. That's our whole, entire way of operating." "Have you spoken to anyone about this?" "We went to speak to China's Sorrows, who you'd imagine would be ever so goddamn grateful to us for getting her out of there before her execution." "And what did she say?" "She's not here. She's off having private meetings with various people around the world, apparently. The point is, you'd have thought she'd have made the time to talk to us." "Everyone's really busy, though. Did you manage to speak to anyone else?" "We took our concerns to Tanith Lowe, but she said she's not the leader here." "Who is?" "She said there isn't one. Said the Resistance is more of a collective of like-minded individuals. She said there isn't a kitty. You know what a kitty is, kid? It's a fund of money for communal use, made up of contributions from a group of people." "I knew that." Resner leaned closer. "Tancred and I are used to getting paid." "I'm sure there'll be some reward when all this is over." Resner blinked. "Some reward? And the new reputation you're building, I'm sure that'll come in handy later." "Later?" "You just have to give this a chance," said Omen. Resner jabbed a finger at him. "I want you to fix this." "Me? How?" "Use your influence." "I have no influence." "You're Omen Darkly. Of course you have influence." "I really don't, though." "Kid, are you telling me that Tancred and I left a secure gig with Creed and his Faceless One's buddies, where we were getting paid exactly what we were asking, to come here, to work with the Resistance, who don't have any kind of discretionary fund or petty cash system in place to pay well-meaning freelancers such as ourselves?" I think so." Resner stood. "This is bull!" "You did the right thing, though." "This is such bull!" Resner said, and walked out. Omen finished his bowl of cereal and took it to the sink to wash. He packed away everything and wondered what he was going to do for the rest of the day. He turned to go and jumped back. Obsidian stood by the door, observing him. "Augur," Omen said, his heart thudding in his chest. "Do you know me? Do you recognize me?" Obsidian didn't answer, didn't move. "If you're going to wipe me away, just do it now. Get it over with. If you don't do it now, right now, then I'll know you're not going to do it. I'll know you recognize me, and you remember me, and you remember who you are. You're Augur Darkly. You were, that was your name, but you were going to change it. You were going to leave it behind. When you told me that, I didn't understand, but He faltered, then continued. "But I understand now. It's our parents, isn't it? The way they raised you, raised us, as if Augur Darkly was a brand, like the only thing that mattered was maintaining the influence that they only got because of you. I understand it now. They don't care about us. You were right. You were going to abandon the name and start over, and I'm going to do the same. I'm going to find a new name, a name I can be proud of. and I'm going to have a life and an identity of my own. I'm going to be right there with you, dude.
Omen,
said Obsidian, his voice distorted. Omen's eyes were suddenly wet with tears. Yes. Yeah, it's me. Augur, I've missed you. I thought you were gone. I thought I'd never see you again.
Augur is dead,
said Obsidian. Omen went quiet.
He loved you.
Every word sounded painful, like it was being dragged through stone.
He loved being your brother. He was proud to be your brother.
I need him to come back.
There is no coming back,
said Obsidian. Then who are you? If you're not Augur, who are you?
I am the nothing.
You can't be nothing. You're talking to me. The person who's talking has a mind. You have a mind. So whose mind is it if it isn't Augur's?
I am the nothing.
You're my brother.
Your brother is dead. I have his fading memories.
What happens when they're gone?
Then all trace of Augur Darkly is gone, and there is only nothing.
He won't let that happen. He'll fight, I know he will. He's always fought, and he's not going to stop.
His fight is over.
But you won't be needed. When you get rid of all the faceless ones, you won't be needed anymore. You can go away and let Augur come back.
The faceless ones are one.
Okay?
The faceless ones are one.
Sure, the faceless ones are one. But when they're gone, you can leave Augur alone, right?
There is no Augur.
There has to be something. What's going to happen when the faceless ones are gone?
The faceless ones are one.
What'll happen? What will you do next?
I am nothing. I am the end of everything.
Omen frowned. What does that mean? Obsidian didn't answer, and Omen went cold. You're not going to stop, he said. Once the faceless ones have been wiped away, you're going to start on the rest of us, aren't you?
The faceless ones are one.
What are you going to do? Are you going to wipe us away? Humanity? The whole world?
I am the end of everything.
He meant it. The end of absolutely everything. The end of the universe. If you do that, said Omen, you'll kill me. Augur will kill me.
Death is not nothing. You will be nothing.
I'll be dead.
You will be nothing.
Stop saying that!
He loved you.
Augur, I know you can hear me. Please!
He loved you.
Said Obsidian.
And he wished he could have had more time with you.
He opened a tear in the space beside him and stepped into it. Omen rushed forward, but the rift healed, and Obsidian was gone. 87. Valkyrie frowned. The end of everything? Omen nodded. That's what he said.
And you're sure you didn't misunderstand him? Skullduggery asked. You're sure he meant that when he's wiped away the faceless ones, he'll be coming for the rest of us?
He'll be coming for the rest of everything.
That is concerning.
The room was quiet. Tanith stood with Gracious and Donegan and Dexter, and they all looked very grave indeed. Kier stood alone near the back of the room. At least we have a little time, said Valkyrie. Obsidian will have to work his way through the thousands of faceless ones, and they might be able to put up some kind of fight which would delay him even further. That gives us an opportunity to come up with a way to stop him.
Now all we have to do is think of one, said Tanith.
The faceless ones are one, Skullduggery murmured. He repeated that.
4 or 5 times, said Omen.
Interesting.
Is it? Valkyrie asked.
Isn't it? Skullduggery countered. It's curious. It's an odd phrase to utter once, let alone 4 or 5 times. I've known plenty of people who speak in riddles, usually sorcerers who hold themselves in too high regard, and it's always profoundly annoying. But the rest of what Obsidian was saying, he didn't speak in riddles, did he?
No, said Omen. I mean, some of it wasn't exactly clear, but I understood what he meant.
Skullduggery nodded. To be expected. Obsidian's mind has been drastically altered. To reduce his thinking down to the clumsiness of language must have taken some effort. I'm actually impressed that he managed to say anything at all to you.
It was Augur, said Omen. I know it was. He made the effort because of Augur.
I agree. Despite what Obsidian said, there must have still been something of Augur left inside him. Which brings us back to the phrase, the faceless ones are one. Valkyrie, what do you think it means? She blinked. I don't know. Care to hazard a guess?
I haven't a clue. Who knows what someone like Obsidian means when he says something weird? He's operating on a different level.
But you're the child and the mother, said Skullduggery. You've had the faceless ones in your head. You've been in theirs. What do you think he meant?
I seriously don't—
Valkyrie! Skullduggery shouted. Give me an answer and don't think about it. Don't think. Don't wonder. Don't look so surprised. Just give me the first answer that pops into that ridiculous brain of yours.
My brain is not ridiculous,
Valkyrie shouted back. Skullduggery kept shouting. What did Obsidian mean when he said the faceless ones are one?
Just that the faceless ones are one, she roared.
They're one! They're linked!
She stopped shouting as she went on, her voice gradually returning to normal. They're different, and they each think different thoughts, but there's a part of them that thinks the same thoughts, like a song playing in the background.
Skullduggery watched her in the sudden silence. I see, he said.
She frowned. Is that what he meant?
Perhaps.
This link, said Dexter. Is it always there?
Always.
Can you hear it?
Valkyrie shook her head. Not anymore. I reckon I'm still receiving it. Or at least I'm capable of receiving it, but I'm just not tuned into it right now. Why would Obsidian want me to know this? Omen asked.
I don't think he did, said Skullduggery. I think Augur did. I think he managed, somehow, to get a message to you through Obsidian's words.
And that's the message? The faceless ones are linked? Why would he want me to know that?
Skullduggery tapped his chin. The link, he said. The link. The chain. The rope. If there's a rope connecting all the faceless ones left in the universe...
Yes?
If there's a rope tied to everyone standing on a bridge, and the person in front falls,
What happens to the others? They fall after him. That's exactly what they do. Valkyrie frowned. If he's worked out... Omen was getting annoyed. What are you talking about? Please, just one of you tell me.
Obsidian could have found a way to use the link, said Dexter. What if he doesn't have to hunt down each individual faceless one in order to wipe them from existence? What if he's worked out how to wipe away one, and then all of the others are wiped at the same time because of the link that connects them?
Omen hesitated. He could do that? That could be done? Maybe, said Skullduggery. He could get rid of them all in an instant. And then he'd be moving on to the rest of us, Omen said. But if he can do it, why hasn't he yet? It might take preparation, Valkyrie said. It's like when I have to do anything psychic. I need to stop everything else and focus on this new thing. So it could happen at any moment? They didn't answer. What are the Faceless Ones doing right now? Skullduggery asked. Who has the latest information? I do, said Nefarian, walking in. Valkyrie raised an eyebrow. You made it to the Resistance. You sound surprised. They let you in without killing you. You sound astonished. Serpine accompanied China back to us after you released him from his cell, Skullduggery said. And we reasoned that we need all the help we can get. If that means using him as a human shield at the first opportunity, that's how far we're prepared to go. This drew a thin smile from Nefarian. Who would have thought, after all this time, that the two of us would be fighting side by side? It makes me miss the days when we were trying to kill each other. We've fought side by side before. Nefarian waved a hand. Everyone knows it doesn't count if it's in another dimension. Skullduggery looked at him, head tilted, and Valkyrie felt the space between the two old enemies starting to turn sharp. The report, she said. What are the Faceless Ones doing? They're not doing anything, said Nefarian. They were moving. After you burned the other Faceless Ones out of your soul, Valkyrie, they all turned in this direction, started leaving the cities behind. But then Obsidian showed up and wiped a few of them away, and now they're just standing there. All around the world, they're just standing there. They know, said Valkyrie. They know Obsidian's worked out a way to destroy them in one go. And they're scared stiff, Tanith said. Is that what's happening? Maybe this is like an ostrich, said Omen. You know the way they bury their heads in the ground when there's danger nearby? Ostriches don't actually do that, said Donegan. They don't? How are they expected to breathe with their heads in the ground? I didn't say they were smart, Omen muttered. I don't think that's happening here, said Valkyrie. I don't mean the ostrich thing, and I didn't know they don't do that either, Omen, so don't feel bad, but the scared stiff thing. They're not frozen out of fear. They're doing something. I can feel them working. She went to the window, looked out at the Faceless One in the distance. Their energies are all over the place. I think they're changing. Skullduggery tilted his head. Changing how? I'm not sure. I think they're altering themselves. Behind their fear and anger and confusion, there's a hope. It's desperate and reluctant, but it's definitely hope. They don't want to change, but they realize that they have to. If they don't, Obsidian will finish them. Are we worried about this? Omen asked. If they're changing, it might be into something worse, if that's possible. Maybe, Skullduggery said. We know how to fight the Faceless Ones, said Dexter, and we know that Valkyrie can destroy them, but we have no way of knowing if her power will be effective against Obsidian. If the Faceless Ones are devising a way to defend themselves against him, we should observe. We'll need to track Obsidian, Tanith said. Donegan, you said you have a friend who can access Chinese surveillance satellites. I said I might. Skullduggery nodded. Finding and watching obsidian is our top priority. We'd better get on with it. Nods all round, and the room began to empty. Serpine, Skullduggery said. A moment. Nefarian waited, eyebrow arched, until it was just the three of them. Skullduggery walked up to him, flexing the fingers of his right hand before curling them into a fist. It looked like he was going to punch Nefarian. It looked very much like he was going to punch Nefarian. Skullduggery punched Nefarian, and Valkyrie wondered why the hell this surprised her. Nefarian dropped to his knees, and Valkyrie darted forward. "What are you doing?" she said, as Skullduggery shackled Nefarian's hands behind his back. Despite the blood leaking from his lip, Nefarian chuckled, and Skullduggery stepped away. "It's Serpine," Skullduggery said, taking his gun out. "I know," Valkyrie said. "I know it's Serpine. Why the hell did you hit him?" Skullduggery shook his head. "This is our Serpine, the Serpine from this dimension, the one I killed 14 years ago." 88. Valkyrie blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" "Before you go shooting anyone," said Serpine. "The other Nefarian is in here with me. The one you like." "I don't like either of you," said Skullduggery. "I wasn't talking to you," Serpine responded, and looked at Valkyrie. "You can't let him kill me. You have to stop him." "He's not going to kill you," Valkyrie said, frowning. "Skullduggery, tell him." "I'm going to kill you," said Skullduggery. "No, he is not. Skullduggery, put the gun down." "He murdered my family. He murdered your uncle." Valkyrie raised her hands slowly. Hey, look at me. Do not shoot him, all right? Don't do it. I'm not understanding any of this, so would you please tell me what the hell is going on?" "I don't know what's going on. I don't know how it happened. All I know is that the consciousness of the Serpine I killed is cohabiting that body." Valkyrie reached out, fingers closing round the gun barrel. Skullduggery resisted for a moment, then allowed her to take the weapon away from him. She flicked on the safety and slid the gun into the waistband of her jeans. "You don't know how it happened," she said, "so work it out." "It doesn't matter how it happened." "It matters to me. Skullduggery, please. Stay calm and figure it out." Serpine laughed. "I'd forgotten how much fun this was. The decades following the end of the war, after the truce, when I was on my best behaviour, were without a doubt the most boring of my life. But what made them bearable, what made them enjoyable, was knowing that Skullduggery Pleasant was out there, and he knew where I was, and he knew I was free, and he couldn't do a single thing about it. I can't begin to tell you how many nights I went to sleep with a smile on my face because of that." Valkyrie waved her hand to get Skullduggery's attention, and then she pointed at her own eyes. She focused on the empty sockets of his skull, on the shadows that moved within, and she watched him suppress his anger, watched his body relax, watched that familiar cool return. Skullduggery adjusted his cuffs. "I killed you," he said to Serpine, his voice smooth. 14 years ago, I used the scepter, and the catahedral crystal exploded. When it exploded, the black lightning turned you to dust. That, by the way, was a wonderful moment. For centuries, people had been warning me of the damage vengeance would do to me. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, they said, dig 2 graves. They thought they were quoting Confucius. They weren't, but the wisdom of the words remained valid. Revenge is a self-destructive endeavour. Of course, so are unresolved issues of loss, grief, and rage. In the moment, I was helped along by the fact that you were killing Valkyrie at the time, so not only was I doling out justice for my wife and child, I was also saving an innocent life. I had my revenge, and I felt fantastic." "What a heartwarming story," Valkyrie muttered. "But here you are," Skullduggery continued, "sharing this body with the Serpine from the Leibniz universe. How can that be?" Serpine's smile grew wider. "I'll never—" "Hush!" said Skullduggery, slapping him over the head. "I'm still talking. Valkyrie, what do we know of the catahedral crystals?" "They're also called Hyranian crystals. Let's see. The faceless ones use them? Well, they definitely used the one in the scepter to kill each other in their wars. They acted as alarm systems. Whenever someone who wasn't a faceless one got near, the crystals would sing. They absorb the souls of the people they destroy, transforming them into energy, so the more people a crystal kills, the more powerful it becomes, and it's already started out powerful enough to kill a god. But when I used the scepter, the crystal exploded." Valkyrie frowned. "So it destroyed his body, dragged his soul out, but then there was nowhere for the soul to go." Skullduggery held out his hand, and she gave him back his gun. He held it by his side. "So it stuck around. It stayed in the sanctuary. It wasn't strong enough to make a nuisance of itself, which probably helped it evade the attention of all those sensitives. A few years later, the sanctuary was destroyed and we all moved to Roarhaven, but it stayed where it was." "And they built a hotel around it," Valkyrie said. Her eyes widened. "I was there. I stopped by there like a month ago." Skullduggery tilted his head. "Why?" "I don't know. I wasn't planning on it. I was just riding through Dublin, and I ended up outside the hotel. It was completely random." "No, I don't think it was. Valkyrie, you're brimming with power." "I am awesome. Some of that power is catahedral energy. You absorbed it when the new scepter blew up in your hand. Serpine's soul, what was left of it, must have been infused with a much more diluted strand of the same energy. It would have sensed you nearby. It could have drawn you in." Valkyrie glared at Serpine, who winked at her. "And it hitched a lift. I brought it to Roarhaven. When I met with Nefarian, this Serpine, the other Serpine's soul could have hopped into him." "It must have seemed like fate was smiling on you," Skullduggery said to Serpine. "Not only was there a version of you from another universe whose mind you could jump into, but he had a spare body locked away, just waiting for you to make yourself at home. The opportunity, the timing, it was almost too perfect." Skullduggery hunkered down in front of him. "But these wonderful, logic-shattering coincidences happen in threes, don't they? Fate smiled on you twice in rapid succession, so it's only fair that she add a twist, right? Before you could make one more move, Robert Skewer walked in. One of the only sensitives who could get past your psychic defenses, because he's the one who installed them, didn't he? That's the secret project you and he worked on way back in the day. Did he sense something? Could he tell that there were two of you in there now? You couldn't run the risk of him saying anything, not with Valkyrie right there, not with her being so powerful. You wouldn't have stood a chance against her, not if she decided to take you in. So you shot her, killed Skewer, and ran." "It took you long enough to work all that out," Serpine said, with an exaggerated eye roll. "I've been wanting to laugh in what passes for your face since I jumped into this body. How does it feel, Skullduggery, to know that your biggest triumph was nothing but yet another miserable failure?" "It's not too bad, actually. It means I get to kill you again." He raised the gun. Oh, but you can't kill me, Serpine said. There are two of us in here after all, and one of us is on the verge of reforming. It's quite sickening, to be honest. I despise being this close to weakness. The sooner you get me to that second body, the happier I'll be. And what makes you think we're going to do that? Because you have to. What? You're going to stop me from making use of a body that nobody else is using? You're going to stop the other Nefarian Serpine from regaining his independence? He's still in here, you know. I may have subdued his consciousness with barely a struggle. He may be unaware of what's going on, but he's still here. You're going to trap him in with me forever? Really? It's an option. No, it isn't. Because when you let me inhabit a body of my very own, you'll have your enemy back. Admit it, you've been lost without me. We're a lot alike, you know. We need our enemies. I always needed you out there, Skullduggery. I needed a worthy opponent. And you needed me. You still do. You've allowed yourself to become dull. I can make you sharp again. Or I kill you here and now and save everyone the aggravation. Valkyrie put her hand on Skullduggery's shoulder. Serpine laughed. See? She's made you weak. She's made you dull. I'm going to enjoy sharpening you up. It's going to be fun getting back to the good old days. You think we should let you go? I think you're going to, yes. You can't afford to lock me up. You know I'll only find a way to escape, and who knows what damage I might do on my way out. You're going to let me go because then I'll be able to hop out of this alternate version of myself into my own body, and everything will be clean and clear and easy. You're the hero, I'm the villain. You get to track me down, until one of us kills the other. Skullduggery pondered the situation, then holstered the gun. Serpine laughed as he got to his feet. May I go now? You'd better, said Skullduggery. Smirking, Serpine strolled out of the room, and Tanith barged into his shoulder as she hurried in. There's something happening, she said. Obsidian's in New York, but the Faceless One's there. Something's happening. Val, you need to check it out. Valkyrie's Necronaut suit flowed over her clothes, and she went to the window, opened it. Don't kill Serpine while I'm gone, she told Skullduggery, and took off. 89. The building was alive with activity as the Resistance tracked Valkyrie flying to New York. Omen found a room with no one in it, no one for him to get in the way of, and turned on the TV there. It was tuned to the network, where they were reporting on a further crackdown on subversive activity within Corrival Academy. Duena's smug face filled the screen, and Omen immediately turned to a mortal news channel. But they didn't know what the hell was happening, so he turned it off and stood there and felt useless. After a moment, he left the room and went down to the basement, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. There he is, said Temper from the shadows. Omen suddenly found that he had nothing to say. Temper moved a little, into the light, and smiled. Oh, come on. You can't be afraid of me, can you? We go back, you and I. We have history. You got me out of that cell in Coldheart, remember? You saved my life, kid. I remember, said Omen. Temper held up his hands, showing the shackles. And here we are again, huh? When will I learn? You know what I mean? He chuckled. There's a key around here somewhere, isn't there? Probably on the other side of that door. You would have seen it on your way in. Don't suppose you could go out there and get it for me, could you? I feel awful asking you this, Omen, I really do. But I'm going to need you to set me free again. I can't do that, Temper. You're not safe. Temper let his hands fall. Right, he said. Can I get you anything? Food or water or something? I need the key, Omen. That's what I need. I'm sorry. You're sorry, Temper said, his voice softening as he took a step backwards. The shadows claimed his face. So why'd you come down here? You came to check out the monster in the basement, that it? You wanted to see the claws. Wanted to see the fangs. I wanted to see if you needed anything. A goddamn key, kid. They're looking for a cure, Omen said. I heard them talking. As soon as all this is over and they have the resources, they're going to be searching for a way to reverse this. There is no reversing this. There's no curing this. It's not a disease or an injury. It's an evolution. You can't go back on an evolution, kid. That's not how it works. If it's impossible, then they'll do the impossible. Temper watched him from the darkness and laughed. Omen blushed, turned to go. Hold on, said Temper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. It's very nice of you to try and offer some hope at a time like this. But I'm happy the way I am. I don't need hope. I just need to be let out. I'm not releasing you. Then why are you here? Why'd you come down here? I mean, really? Omen hesitated. Oh, said Temper. You want to talk? That's it, right? We've had some pretty good heart-to-hearts before this, and now you're, what, feeling a little lost, a little out of your depth. So you came to see Temper Frey to get an honest opinion out of him. Hell, kid, I ain't going anywhere. So you may as well say what you gotta say, and then see if I can be of any assistance. I don't think you can help me. You got anyone else lined up as an understudy for me, though? Yeah, thought not. I'm here, you're here. So why don't we just try it and see where it takes us? Omen took a deep breath. My parents disowned me, he said at last. So? You have terrible parents. You hate them. I don't hate them. It's okay to hate your parents if they're terrible parents. Maybe. Anyway, they disowned me and Augur. He came to see me, or Obsidian did, but I couldn't help him. I tried to help people at my school, but I couldn't do that either. And then I came here because I wanted to help the resistance, but everyone upstairs, they all have their missions and their jobs, and they know what they're supposed to do, and they know what they can do. And then there's me, standing in the corner, waiting for someone to notice me, while at the same time hoping no one does because I can't do anything. You can do plenty, Temper said. You've been palling around with that crepuscular guy, right? Getting into your own little adventures. Omen grunted. That wasn't a partnership. Not really. Crepuscular had his own agenda, and it had nothing to do with me. Everyone's got their own agenda, said Temper. You have an agenda, don't you? You want to help people. You want to be useful. You want to matter. You got your priorities, same as anybody else. Right now, my priority is not to get in anybody's way. You know what you gotta do. I really don't. Yes, you do. You just gotta answer one simple question. Who can you help right now? If you can't help your brother, and you can't help the resistance, who else is there that needs you? I don't. Think about it, Omen, Temper said, coming forward once again. Who else requires you to actually do something? What situation out there in the world can you affect? I'm not sure that there's... This isn't about being a hero, kid. This is about doing the right thing. This isn't even about succeeding. It's just about trying. Who needs someone to try? Who needs someone to care? I suppose... my school? Omen said. Yes! I have to get back there. You gotta help your friends. I have to help my friends. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Omen smiled. Thanks, Temper. Temper lunged, his fangs snapping on the tip of Omen's nose, and Omen jerked back, fell, and Temper screamed at him, chains rattling, spittle flying, and Omen scrambled up and got the hell out of there. 90. Valkyrie reached New York in time to watch Obsidian move towards the faceless one called Lasse, and Valkyrie watched its energies fluctuate. It burned with a fierceness that hurt her eyes, and then its physical body bent inwards and folded in space, dissolving into an energy that compressed immediately. Lasse was gone, and in its place was a spark. A single spark, no bigger than the flame on a match head. Obsidian slowed his approach, gazing at this spark with curiosity. More sparks flew in, dozens of them, burning their way into Valkyrie's eyeline. They joined with the first, and it absorbed the essences of these other faceless ones, but didn't get any bigger. Then it flitted. It would have been too quick to keep track of, but Valkyrie was attuned to it now, and she traced its flight across the horizon. It absorbed more sparks, and then it was gone. She switched her attention back to Obsidian, who hung in mid-air, and wondered if he was processing what had just happened, the same as her, or if he was so different that she couldn't have recognized his thoughts even if she could see them. The faceless ones had just reduced themselves to that single spark of energy. They had sacrificed their physical forms, sacrificed the power that had always been theirs, in order to escape eradication. There was no way back for them, Valkyrie knew. She had felt what they did as it was happening, and she had sensed their resignation, their total and utter defeat. After countless eons, after wars between gods, and another war between gods and humanity, after a humiliating exile and a triumphant return, the faceless ones had surrendered. They were no longer a threat, no longer a consideration, and so Obsidian had let them go. Because now he had other things to wipe away. 91.
Mr. President, we have grave news. The big monsters, the creatures that were called Faceless Ones, do appear to have been vanquished, as we reported.
Flannery waited, looked round at everyone else crammed into the Oval Office, and frowned.
I can't see how you could call that grave news, though. Wouldn't that be good news? I'd call that good news. Jerry, wouldn't you call that good news?
His chief of staff nodded quickly.
The best news, Mr. President. Vanquished because of your quick thinking.
That's right, said Flannery.
You think Paul Donovan could have done this? You think he'd be able to handle a monster invasion as well as I did? No chance. None. The guy's a loser. Sir, your quick thinking saved a lot of lives, General Sheckley said. But that's not the grave news I mean.
Ah, said Flannery. I knew it,
because that's good news. The big, huge monsters going away, that's good news, not grave news. But the bad news, Mr. President...
Flannery bared his teeth and sucked in air.
What did I tell you? What did I tell all of you?
The general, bizarrely, didn't look away in shame.
You asked us not to bring you bad news, sir. I told you not to bring me bad news. But this is important. Urgent, vital even.
Flannery sat back in his big chair. He'd had it brought in because it looked like a throne and it matched the big desk. The previous guy had had a small chair and it had made him look like a small man. Image was important, Flannery knew. Optics. It was all about optics these days. The general continued talking as if Flannery had given him the nod to continue, and that just annoyed Flannery even more.
Our enhanced troops have been reporting heavy losses, sir. Our super soldiers, you mean? Whatever you want to call them, Mr. President, they're reporting heavy, devastating losses.
Why? They have magic powers as well as the best guns.
But they're going up against monsters and other people who have magic powers. Some of them have guns, too.
But our guys are soldiers.
Sir, as has been laid out in the reports we've sent over, the sorcerers we're fighting are hundreds of years old.
Then they should be frail and weak.
As detailed in our reports, sir, they are not frail and weak. They're hundreds of years old. Their aging has slowed, and they are fit and strong. They have fought in their own wars, and they have fought alongside regular soldiers in our wars. They are vastly more experienced, not only in wielding magic, but also in combat, than any of our fighting men and women could ever dream of being.
Flannery didn't like this guy. His voice was tight, like he was about to lose his temper. And nobody lost their temper with the President of the United States. The faceless ones are gone? Dead? Because of me? Because of my strategy? At this point, you should just be sending in our soldiers to clear up the mess they've left behind. What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you even do your job?
Sir, this conflict isn't even close to being over.
Now that Flannery laughed at. Are you crazy? Are you not seeing what's going on? Turn on a TV, General. Everyone is hailing me as the greatest commander-in-chief who's ever lived.
This isn't about the goddamn news reports,
Sheckley said, snapping out his words.
I am telling you the facts. I am telling you what is actually happening. I don't care what the news anchors say, or what the journalist on the street is saying, or what the opinion polls are saying. I am telling you what we actually know from actual intelligence our agencies have actually gathered.
The Oval Office fell silent. Sheckley's face was red, and a vein pulsed in his gleaming forehead. Flannery felt his own face redden as rage spread upwards from his shoes. Nobody else in this meeting said a word. Nobody even dared look at anyone else.
I defeated the Faceless Ones, Flannery growled. The Faceless Ones ran away, Sheckley said loudly. Nothing we did actually affected them in any way, shape, or form. And as big as they were, and as much damage and death as they'd caused all around the world, they weren't doing anything. For the most part, they were just standing there.
You can't shout at me!
Yes, I damn well can.
Sheckley jumped to his feet.
The most immediate threat to the American public has been, and still is, those Shelgoth creatures. They're the ones actively seeking out and killing people. They're the ones we should have been focusing on, like we said. But as usual, you didn't listen.
You can't talk to the president like this, snarled one of Flannery's aides.
Shut up, you pipsqueak. You know what else you've done wrong, Mr. President? You decided to go to war with the sorcerers. You decided to start fighting the people with the magic powers who, from the very first day, were trying to help us.
You're fired! Flannery screeched, standing and almost knocking his chair over. You're fired! You're fired! You're fired!
I will take my firing, Sheckley roared, as a badge of honor, you incredibly stupid little man.
The general stormed out of the Oval Office, and Flannery screamed in unbridled fury. He picked up the phone and flung it to the far wall, but all those cables and wires meant that it snapped back, the receiver almost hitting him in the face.
Leave! Everybody leave!
They all ran, all of them, scurrying out of the office like pathetic snivelling mice. All except one man, lounging on the couch with his legs crossed. A man Flannery hadn't even noticed was there. Perfidious Withering waited until the door closed before speaking. "That was a very impressive display, Martin," he said in that plummy English accent.
"Get out!"
The slightest raised eyebrow. "Oh dear, somebody has lost his sense of humour, hasn't he?" Flannery reached for the button that called in his Secret Service agents. "Do you really want to do that, Martin?"
"I can get them to shoot you,"
Flannery responded, finger hovering.
"They'd do it. And they're not ordinary agents either. They've got magic. They're wizards now, just like you."
Perfidious smiled. "Barba non facit philosophum." Flannery recoiled. What is that? Is that a spell? Did you just put a curse on me? It's Latin, Martin. And by all means, press the button if you want a demonstration of the correct way to wield magic. I'm always good for a matinee performance. Flannery hesitated, then sat with all the dignity he could muster, which was an immense amount. You're not welcome here. Before we get to that, I have a message to convey. Yeah, I've got a message to convey too, said Flannery, and used his middle finger to scratch his nose. Perfidious smirked. How delightfully droll. Moving on, however, my employer is displeased with you, Martin. He has given you ample opportunity to change your ways and come back in line, and you have rebuffed every entreaty. This makes Crepuscular Vise very sad. I don't care what makes Crepuscular Vise sad, said Flannery, sneering. But you should. Mr. Vise has guided you through some difficult times. I didn't need his help. I didn't need anyone's help. You needed an awful lot of help getting elected. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the sensitive, the woman named Magenta Blythe. Do you remember her, Martin? The woman whose son Crepuscular arranged to be kidnapped. The woman who we forced to influence various senators and media personalities to support your nomination to the presidency. Flannery bristled. I got where I am today because some of us are winners and some of us are losers. Perfidious stood. And you, Mr. President, are a loser. Flannery went for the button, and Perfidious flicked his hand, and the desk slid halfway across the room. Circumstances have changed, Perfidious said, buffing his fingernails on the lapel of his blazer. You're a part of that, absolutely. My employer has had to adapt and improvise around your blunderings, but adaptation and improvisation are what he excels at. His plans proceed regardless, and the end point is approaching. He has sent me here to say goodbye, Martin. Flannery blinked. He has? You're free to do whatever you want. Continue giving those little magic splashes to your troops. Ignore the damage it is doing to them, both mentally and physically. Mortal bodies are not meant to wield magic. I'm sure you'd know that by now if you ever bothered to read the medical reports your experts are sending. Perfidious approached, and Flannery stood up out of his chair and backed off. You're free to bask in unearned glory as misguided citizens chant your name. You're free to stand on an aircraft carrier and declare mission accomplished while the Shalgoth are massacring thousands in the streets of your fair nation every single day. You're even free to wage war against the very sorcerers who are trying to help you. My God, Martin, you're free to abuse your paltry reserves of power in whatever way you see fit. And you're going to let me? Me, said Perfidious. This was never about me, old boy. I happen to like you enormously. You remind me of a painting of a great man that hangs in the National Gallery in London. Not the man, mind you, just the painting. Large and brash, and yet so very flimsy, set inside a gold-leaf frame. Surprisingly fragile for something so immense. No, this is about my employer, Mr. Vise. This is a man who has acknowledged that you have confounded him at practically every turn. He thought he could control you. He admits now that he was wrong. He thought he could anticipate you. Yet at every opportunity to make the smart decision, you have veered most impressively away. You are uncontrollable, Martin, and entirely unpredictable. You're not going to kill me? Oh, dear me, no. I do not kill. That is a line I have not crossed in a very long time. Mr. Vyse sent me to act as liaison precisely because of this reticence. Between you and me, the friends that I feel we have become, some of Mr. Vyse's priorities have changed. I feel he has been influenced in a positive direction by his interactions with a good and noble young soul. To witness this transformation has been most heartwarming, and so he has sent me to deliver this final message, one of peace and goodwill, instead of coming here himself and killing you. Mr. President, it has been a singular experience interacting with you. Good luck in your future endeavors. You're on your own now. Be sure to make the most of it. Valeas quam optime. Perfidious Withering smiled and left the Oval Office. 92. The dark cathedral was quiet, apart from the sobbing. Followers of the Faceless Ones, the guards and soldiers and priests, the priestesses in their robes, and the worshippers clutching their copies of the Book of Tears, sat on the ground or leaned against the walls and stared, just stared, at nothing, their eyes red-rimmed, their mouths agape. Their gods had abandoned them, had fled, and the faithful were lost. The city guard, the officers who'd maintained the shield around the city's walls, had lost their focus. The shield had faltered. The shield had fallen. Skullduggery and Valkyrie entered the dark cathedral and flew slowly upwards, witnessing sorrow on every level, and everyone was too distraught to even think about stopping them. Damocles Creed sat in his uncomfortable chair. The Nexus helmet was lying on its side on his desk. He no longer shared his thoughts with the dark gods, because there were no dark gods, and he looked somehow smaller for it. Creed watched them come in, took a moment to register who they were, and jumped to his feet. "Guards!" he screamed. "Seize them!" No guards came running in. "Is this a bad time?" Skullduggery asked, enjoying the moment immensely. "You heathens!" Creed snarled. "You heathen scum!" He fixed his gaze on Valkyrie. "Betrayer! Blasphemer! May your eyes rot in their sockets and your tongue shrivel in your mouth!" "You're taking this better than I expected," she told him. "This," he said, shaking his finger at her, "this is your doing." Valkyrie perched on the edge of his desk. "What did I do? This was all Obsidian. He made your creepy tentacle lords run away like little tentacle babies." "You murdered your own children!" Creed screeched. "Let's leave the who did what to whom for another day," Skullduggery said. "Damocles, we have reason to believe that Obsidian will be coming here. We think he's going to want to finish off anyone who has the stain of the Faceless Ones on them." "And that's you, big guy," Valkyrie said. "You and me." "Let him come," Creed responded. "I will make him pay." "We would love to see that," Skullduggery said. "But before you die, we'd like to take the Void meteorite off your hands. It's not that we doubt your ability to make Obsidian pay. Good on you. We like that enthusiasm. But we have no actual faith in your ability to do anything of the sort. So just in case you have that little old rock hidden away where only you can find it, we thought we'd pop by, pick it up, and leave you to your quick and amusing death." Creed looked at them both, and appeared, to Valkyrie at least, to be thinking it over. "Filth," he said at last, disproving Valkyrie's theory. "You're filth. You're degenerate, heathen filth. We had gods all around us. They had returned to us, even after everything we'd put them through. They had forgiven us and returned, and they were about to usher in a paradise on earth.
But you couldn't abide that, could you? You couldn't abide happiness and unconditional love. You couldn't abide the very idea of living for something greater than you. Living for the world, for the universe, for existence itself.
Wow, said Valkyrie. That sounds awesome. Pity that was only going to happen for a select few, and everyone else was facing a lifetime of pain.
The faithful shall be rewarded, Creed said. That was the promise they made us.
The window disappeared, and obsidian drifted towards them.
Damn it,
Valkyrie muttered, letting the necronaut suit flow over her clothes.
Creed, give us the meteorite,
Skullduggery said.
It's our only chance to stop him. Creed!
Before Obsidian's feet even touched the floor, Valkyrie let loose. White lightning flowed from her fingers. When that had no effect, she shook her hands, drew on another kind of energy, and blasted Obsidian in the chest with black lightning. He staggered slightly, but didn't fall and didn't crumble to dust.
Ah, hell,
she muttered. Skullduggery grabbed her, pulled her back towards the door, and they were about to run when Creed pulled a handgun from his desk. It was clunky, odd-looking, carved with sigils, and Creed pulled the trigger without ceremony, and Obsidian jerked back, chips of black flying from his shoulder. Valkyrie narrowed her eyes, examining the weird energy that twisted around the bullets in the gun. Meteorite-infused bullets. Creed had made a weapon out of it. Die, Creed whispered, and fired again and again, each shot sending Obsidian backwards, each cutting through his skin, cracking the surface and burrowing into what lay beneath. Obsidian fell to his knees. Creed aimed at his head and pulled the trigger, and the hammer clicked on an empty chamber. No more fancy bullets. Creed dropped the gun, pulled a sword from a wall compartment. The handle was metal and the blade was jagged meteorite stone, and he took 2 long strides and prepared to swing for Obsidian's neck, and Valkyrie raised her hand out of sheer instinct, white energy crackling, and Creed flinched, expecting the bolt that would send him spinning. But she hesitated. The sword in his hands was the world's only chance to end the threat of Obsidian. Skullduggery reached out, lowered her hand, and she didn't object. Creed's smile was entirely unpleasant. But when he returned his attention to Obsidian, there was already a tear in space opening beside him, and he was falling through. Creed cursed, slashing after him, cutting a swathe through his back, and then the tear closed up.
Coward!
Creed screamed after him.
Come and face me! Come and die!
He turned, snarling.
You let him get away! I had him! I was going to end him, and you let him get away!
Valkyrie glared, but didn't respond. We'll be taking that sword, if you don't mind, Skullduggery said. Creed stepped back against the wall. The floor beneath him opened, and he dropped into it, and it resealed before Valkyrie even realized what had happened. Skullduggery walked over, stamped on the ground a little. So old-fashioned, he murmured. I love it. He took Valkyrie's arm and led her to the window, and they flew out. Someone was taking shots at them from street level, but they rose quickly into the clouds. Leaving aside the fact that we don't actually have it in our possession, there exists a weapon that can hurt, and probably destroy Obsidian. And that's some sorely needed good news. I shouldn't have tried to stop him, Valkyrie said. Skullduggery adjusted the air around them so that he could hear her as they flew. That was the moment right there. Obsidian was taken by surprise. He was hurt. Even if we have the sword, how are we going to get close enough for it to do any good? If Creed had had any more of those bullets, he'd have used them. I messed up. Our one chance to stop him, and I ruined it. Your instinct was to show mercy, Skullduggery said. I really don't think you should be apologizing for trying to save the life of an enemy. I'm an idiot. Of course you are. You're a good guy. The clouds parted for them. We're all idiots. 93. Clear? Mendoza said softly, and his squad mates filed past him, their boots light on the ground, the flashlights from their weapons sweeping every wall, corner, and doorway. Foster patted Mendoza's shoulder, and Mendoza joined the procession, the stock of his gun reassuringly tight against his shoulder. The building was dark, but showed signs of recent activity. The heating was on. Mendoza reached up as he passed underneath a light, pressed his fingertips to the bulb. Still slightly warm. They'd just missed the enemy. The team moved further into the building, keeping watch for booby traps. They reached the ground floor without encountering opposition and declared the whole site clear. The lights were switched on, and the forensics teams were called in to examine the computers and notepads and books that had been left behind. The National Guard set up perimeters outside. It looked like they were going to have to get through another night of not shooting anybody, when one of the technicians noticed a door that shouldn't have been there. Mendoza and his team approached cautiously, silently. The door wasn't in the building schematics. Whatever lay beyond was a recent addition. The door was unlocked and free of wires, alarms, or explosives. It opened to a set of stairs leading down into darkness. Mendoza went first. The steps took them to a cold concrete floor, big, wide, and empty. Across from them was another door. Making sure they weren't about to trigger any tripwires or step into any pentagrams, the team approached. There was a small, stubby key hanging on a nail beside the door. Mendoza nodded to Foster, and Foster pushed open the door, and they swarmed in, their flashlights cutting through the dark. The room was empty, except for a man sitting huddled against the far wall. His hands were shackled, attached to the wall by chains. "Please don't hurt me," he sobbed, hiding his face from the glare of the lights. "Identify yourself," Mendoza snapped. "Please," said the man. He was African-American and tall. "I own this building. Please, whatever you want, I can't help you. I don't know what's going on." "What are you doing down here?" "I don't know. Some people grabbed me. They said they'd be back, and then they..." He wept. "They disappeared. They vanished right in front of me. Please. They said they'd be back. Please get me out. Are you police? Please get me out." "There's a key hanging from a nail," Mendoza said to Foster, nodding to the door. "Uncuff him." Foster nodded, hurried away, was back a few seconds later. Mendoza swept his weapon round the room, expecting a dozen wizards to teleport in at any moment. They were experienced with teleporters. They had one on their team, so he knew full well the danger they posed. Foster undid the shackles and suddenly stepped back. "His hands," he said. "Jesus, his face!" The guy stood. He was a lot taller than he'd seemed. Mendoza turned his flashlight on him, and he darted, opened up Foster's belly with one swipe of his right hand, and then something knocked the flashlight away, and there was only screaming. 94. "What's wrong?" Cadaver asked as he plunged his fist through a monster's chest. Tanith flipped over a slashing claw, twisting in mid-air to chop the claw from the wrist, and landed to take the head. "Nothing's wrong. Why would anything be wrong?" The creatures swarmed them, and they backed off down a narrow alley. "You seem distracted," Cadaver said, almost shouting to be heard over the snarling. "Well, I'm not." Tanith's sword slid into a creature's throat, and she pulled it out again. "Okay," said Cadaver. They fought in silence for another few seconds. Oberon told me he loves me, she said at last. Cadaver clicked his fingers and filled the alleyway with flames, giving Tanith a chance to get her breath back. I see, he said. And did you respond in kind? I told him I needed time to process it. If I could wince on his behalf, I would. He cut off the fire, and the remaining creatures clambered over their char-grilled brethren to get at them. I just haven't had a lot of luck when it comes to romance in the last few years, Tanith said, watching them advance. Before Celeste, there was Sanguine, kind of. Before him, there was... Cadaver pushed at the air, and 3 creatures hit the wall so hard they died on impact. Ghastly, he said. Yeah. One would have thought your complete failure to establish a romantic relationship with Ghastly bespoke before he died would have prompted you to never make the same mistake again. It isn't the same thing. Tanith dodged a swipe and took a limb. Oberon's great, don't get me wrong. But he's not Ghastly. No, he's not. Ghastly bespoke was a singular individual, Cadaver said. If he'd been around after I lost Valkyrie, I doubt I'd have travelled the same path I seem to be on. So, are you going to end this relationship with Oberon now, or wait a few weeks? Who said anything about ending it? Cadaver didn't respond. Yeah, said Tanith, kicking a monster so hard its eyeball popped out. I'm probably going to end it now. 95. The cafe was small and dingy and dark, and it was packed full of corrival 6th years, with a few 5th and 4th years thrown in for good measure. When Omen entered, the chatter stopped, and everyone looked at him. He hadn't seen them, hadn't even spoken to any of them in a month. He had no idea how they'd... We saved you a seat, said Never, pushing a chair out. It squeaked on the floor. Omen hesitated, then sat down. I didn't expect to see quite so many of you. We tried to be subtle, said Case, who was sitting beside Mahala, but that didn't work out so great. I think we're all grabbing whatever chance we can to leave the school grounds. Is it really that bad? Duenna's the worst, said Axelia. The school's been run like a prison. They've even brought in the city guard to make sure we're obeying the rules. Please tell us the Resistance are planning something, Never said. Please tell us they're coming to liberate us from our oppressors. I'm not even exaggerating, by the way. Omen hesitated. The Resistance aren't coming. The students groaned as one. Omen held up his hands. In their defence, they have a lot going on, and none of it's good. You've got to understand, as bad as things look, as depressing as the news reports are, it is so much worse out there. The faceless ones may be gone, but the Shalgoth are everywhere. Skullduggery and the others, they figure the safest place for everyone here is in school. That's because they don't know what it's like, said Never. So why are you back? Axelia asked. The city guards are still looking to arrest you. If the Resistance aren't coming to help us, why are you here? Well, Omen said, blushing. I thought, seeing as how no one else is going to do anything, maybe I would. Mahala frowned slightly. You came back to help? The world's going to hell, said Omen. Everything's going wrong and the bad guys are in charge. So why not just fight back now while we still can? If, anyone's interested. Raise hands if interested, said Never, and everyone's hand went up. 96. The TV stayed off, and nobody looked at their phones, and Valkyrie sat with her family and Melitza and filled her plate with food. They hadn't been able to agree on a Chinese meal or an Indian, so they ordered stuff from both, and it arrived in the safe house at the same time, and now they mixed and matched, whatever they were in the mood for. Alice took most of the dumplings for herself. She loved those dumplings. Skullduggery joined them halfway through, sat at the table with them, and for once Xena ignored him. She was focusing her attention on Valkyrie and sat beside her, resting her chin on her thigh, gazing up lovingly. "I feel like you two have business to discuss," said Melissa. "It can wait," Valkyrie said, spearing a hunk of pork and popping it into her mouth. "I'm assuming it can wait anyway. Skullduggery, can it wait?" "It can indeed," he confirmed. "I'd quite like to hear it, actually," said Desmond. "You told us some of what's been going on, but I'd love to be brought up to date. Or is it all top secret?" "It's not top secret at all," Skullduggery said. "But I wouldn't want to worry anyone or give them bad dreams." Desmond shrugged. "I'll be okay." "I'm pretty sure he was talking about Alice," said Melissa. "I'll be okay too," Alice said. "But now that everyone knows about magic, when we go home, can I tell my friends that Stephanie is a sorcerer and that she saved the world?" "Probably safest not to," Valkyrie said. "At least for the time being." Alice put on a grumpy face, then ate another dumpling. "All right then," Skullduggery said, shifting his attention to Valkyrie. "Let's assess the situation. The faceless ones are gone." "Not gone," she responded, sipping from her drink. "They're out there somewhere, a little spark flying about, but they're harmless." "Are you sure they can't just reverse the process?" Melissa asked, a forkful of food hovering halfway to her mouth. "They turn themselves into a spark. Can't they just turn themselves back?" Melissa shook her head. "That's not how it works. They'd have used an awful lot of magic to reduce themselves down to this spark, as we're calling it. Now, by shifting their physical forms, by altering their entire species, they must have figured they'd be able to evade obsidian for longer. On one level, this is quite an intelligent move, but they've sacrificed a huge amount of magic in doing so, and I doubt they'd have enough power to reverse the transformation. I agree with Valkyrie. I don't like the idea of them floating around free, but I don't think they pose a threat anymore." "The Shalgoth unfortunately do," Skullduggery said. "If anyone expected them to slink away after their masters abandoned them, I'm afraid they've been disappointed. That said, I feel we can leave this in the hands of the sanctuaries." "And what about Obsidian?" Desmond asked, munching. "He's wounded," said Valkyrie. "Probably healing, if he's able. Creed has the only weapon that could be used against him." "Obsidian is a major problem," Skullduggery said, nodding. "But until he reappears, all we can do is wait." Alice burped. "Pardon me," she said, and went back to eating. Valkyrie dropped a sliver of chicken into Xena's mouth. "We still have the Serpine mystery to solve," she said. "We know why he killed Skewer, but we have no idea how he managed to be in two places at once. It's not important, I get that, but he's not two people yet, he's still only one. So how was he able to do that?" "Your life is so complicated," said Melissa. "It just bugs me. I don't like mysteries that don't get solved." "But the most immediate priority we have right at this moment," Skullduggery said, "is stopping Crepuscular Vise from activating the 20. The way things are going, he's going to push President Flannery into doing something incredibly reckless." Desmond pointed at nobody in particular with his fork. "Flannery! Don't get me started on Martin Flannery!" Melissa patted his leg. "Nobody's asking you to, dear." She looked at Skullduggery. "When you say incredibly reckless, Skullduggery, what exactly do you mean? He wouldn't launch a nuclear weapon, would he?" "Honestly, I'd say he's just waiting for a target big enough." Everyone stopped eating, apart from Alice. "But we're going to stop it," Skullduggery said quickly, once he realized that he'd brought the mood down. "China has arranged a meeting with one of the hosts, and once we're done here, we're going to drive straight there. We talk to this gentleman, explain the situation, and work out a way to defuse the problem before anything is launched." Valkyrie nodded and tried to sound confident. "This is how we do it." We solve one problem after another until there are none left and everyone is safe. Then why are you wasting time eating a delicious Chinese/Indian combination meal? Desmond asked. Shouldn't saving the world take precedence? She put down her fork. Well, now that you've made me feel guilty about it. Des, Melissa scolded. Let her enjoy her dinner before sending her off to stop nuclear war. What does nuclear mean? Asked Alice as she chewed. It's a kind of power, Melissa told her. Like electricity. So it'd be an electrical war. The bombs would be worse. Much worse, said Desmond. Millions dead. Millions more dying of radiation sickness. Nuclear winter, untold devastation, ecological disaster, economic ruin. The end times. Alice shrugged. Stephanie will stop it though, won't you, Stephanie? Absolutely, Valkyrie said, standing up. Skullduggery, let's get going. The world isn't going to save itself. 97. They drove into Dublin, avoiding the ruined streets, the parts of the city that the Faceless One had demolished, while the sky turned orange and red above them. It made Valkyrie strangely sad, seeing the sky so empty, not filled with ancient gods, their massive shadows falling across the land like storm clouds. She didn't comment on it, and neither did Skullduggery. But then the silence became a comment, and so she stirred herself to change the subject. Do you miss the Bentley? She asked. I do, he said. The Phantom's nice. The Phantom is beautiful, he corrected. The Phantom is literally one of a kind. But I've been through a lot with the Bentley. Remember when that guy charged into it? I had to jump into the canal to get away. Ah, right back at the start of our adventures. Yes, I remember how he came apart in all that water. Magic is weird. It is indeed. I wish we had the Bentley back. I don't think that's going to happen, he responded. It's like our friend in the canal. If you meddle with the wrong kind of magic in the wrong kind of way, something bad is eventually going to happen. Things fall apart. The centre cannot hold. I've been thinking of those times a lot. The early years, you know? I look at Omen and Crepuscular, forgetting for a minute that Crepuscular seems to have been plotting against us for a while now, and I find myself disapproving of it all. Yet there I was, 12 years old, running around, almost getting killed every other week. It was a different time. Not really. But I was involved, and that makes all the difference. She looked out of the window. Would you change any of it, if you could? That's not an easy question to answer. The law of cause and effect means that any slight alteration to the past would have a domino. If none of that was a thing, she interrupted. If it could go right back and, stop me from ever getting involved, knowing what lay ahead of me, would you do it? Skullduggery focused on the road ahead for a few seconds. For my sake, I wouldn't change a thing, he said. For your sake, I'd change everything. The streets were quiet and dark, and they found a parking spot easily. After a month of terror and monster attacks, most mortal businesses around the world were closed and shuttered, apart from supermarkets and restaurants. Most of these restaurants chose only to deliver, but a few of them, a very remote few, managed to stay open and welcome the bravest and most foolhardy diners in through their doors. When Valkyrie and Skullduggery got to their destination, the greeter welcomed them in with a worried look on her face. "Did you see any?" she asked, checking behind them before she closed the door. Valkyrie frowned. "Any what?" "Monsters," said the greeter. "There was one spotted on Clanbrassil Street about an hour ago." "There are no monsters here tonight," Skullduggery assured her, his facade smiling wide. "Just us regular people." They joined China and an attractive man with grey hair and a very neat beard at a table at the back of the otherwise empty restaurant. Grantham Arendt stood as China sipped at a cup of tea and shook their hands. "Valkyrie, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said. "Skullduggery, I've come close to meeting you over the years, but I've always shied away." "I suppose you don't get to be prominent, yet mysterious, by introducing yourself to a great many people," Skullduggery responded. "Is that how China described me? I probably should be flattered." They sat. "What can I help you with? China said you had some questions about the hosts." Skullduggery tilted his head. "You don't mind answering them?" Arendt smiled. "I don't mind you asking them. Whether I can or will provide answers is another matter entirely. What do you want to know?" "We believe world events are being manipulated to trigger the Doomsday Protocol and activate the 20, said Valkyrie. "We want to get to them before this happens." "If that's the way the world is headed, Valkyrie, you might not want to interfere." "A man named Crepuscular Vise is pushing President Flannery to take a combative stance against the magical community," Skullduggery said. "This stance, the global situation we currently find ourselves in, is largely manufactured. Once we're able to get at the individual strands of it all, we'll be able to restore calm. We just don't want the 20 to be activated when a peaceful resolution is possible." Arendt frowned at them. "With all due respect, Skullduggery, I don't think this situation can be calmed. The faceless ones may be gone, but the Shalgoth are everywhere. Sorcerers are all over the mortal media. Mortals are terrified, and when they get terrified, they get angry. They're hunting down people like us. They're executing them. They're holding public hangings, and they're burning people at the stake in some countries. You're not going to be able to calm anything. The world is too far gone for that." One of the waiters came over. "Can I take your orders?" China smiled politely, and Skullduggery shook his head, and Valkyrie patted her tummy. "I've already eaten, thanks," she said. He frowned. "So, none of you are here for food?" "No," said China, "but you may leave us to talk, if that makes you happy." The waiter giggled and left them. Valkyrie sat forward. "Do you know where the 20 are?" "I don't," said Arendt. "None of the hosts do. Among the instructions they were given was an order to secrete themselves away for as long as it took while they waited to be activated. We hoped it would never happen, but—" He shrugged. "What happens if they never are activated?" Valkyrie asked. "After 333 years, they will be released from their obligations, and another 20 will take their place." Skullduggery pressed his fingertips together. "You seem confident of your ability to replace them." "The hosts are nothing if not persuasive," said Arendt. Valkyrie frowned. "Something's not right." "What do you mean?" China asked. She kept her eyes on Arendt. "When you said that just now, about being persuasive, I got a feeling of, I don't know, spite, maybe." "From me?" said Arendt. "Yes and no. There's something else happening here. The longer I'm around you, the more uncomfortable I feel. You're not alone, are you?" Arendt looked at her, and the expression of his face changed. The smile changed. "Very good, Valkyrie. I didn't think you'd be able to detect me, but that's what I get for being overconfident. He warned me. Yes, he did. He warned me not to underestimate you." China put down her cup. "Who are you?" "A puppet," said Arendt, getting to his feet. "Nothing more." He went to the next table and sat, and immediately his chin dropped to his chest, and he fell asleep. But Valkyrie was already looking past him, to the old lady who walked slowly into the restaurant. She came to their table and sat in Arendt's seat. Good evening, Solace, said China, like she wasn't surprised in the least to see her. Would you like some tea?
Please,
said Solace. China poured her a cup, and Valkyrie looked at Skullduggery, and he gave her the tiniest of shrugs. Solace blew gently on her tea, and then sipped.
It's so nice to see you like this. In the quite radiant flesh. It makes a change from visiting you at night to inflict all that mental anguish.
And you? Said China. To have you sitting across from me instead of standing at the foot of my bed, issuing threats, it makes me feel as though there is no bridge that cannot be crossed. They smiled at each other. While I am thankful that we're using our words, Valkyrie said slowly, this is probably a little too passive-aggressive to be actually useful. It really feels like you want to kill each other.
If I wanted to merely kill her, said Solace, she would be long dead by now.
China's left eyebrow flickered up when she glanced at Valkyrie. I think I'm being thoroughly charming, considering the circumstances.
Oh, you're just annoyed that I attacked you while you were delivering your speech in front of everyone in Roarhaven,
said Solace. It did rather disrupt my plans, yes?
It was one little coma. You can hardly blame me for the damage it inflicted upon your aura of invincibility. If your subjects were so quick to doubt your competence, could they ever really have been called your subjects in the first place?
You tried to kill me too, said Valkyrie. Bit of an overreaction to me stealing your music box, but whatever.
Oh, I wasn't mad at you for taking that box, said Solace. It made me drowsy up there in that tower, befuddled. When it was gone, my thoughts cleared. It was a welcome change. I owe you my thanks, actually.
Well then, you're welcome. How long have you been controlling Grantham Arrant? Skullduggery asked.
Long enough.
To what end? Do you want to see the 20 activated? Solace smiled an old woman's smile.
What do you know of me?
You worked for Malevolent, said Valkyrie.
Seraphina,
she corrected. Seraphina, said Valkyrie. You were one of her handmaidens. Cason had gone after Skullduggery because he blamed him for the death of his mother. Cason came out second best in that encounter, and you nursed him back to health. You fell in love, and the two of you ran away. You were gone for like 160 years before Seraphina found you and dragged you back. Cason went after you and ended up killing Malevolent. Solace nodded.
And then?
Seraphina flew into a rage. She thought you'd killed Malevolent, and she tracked you down.
But?
Valkyrie hesitated. But I told Seraphina that it had been Cason who had killed Malevolent, said China. Seraphina had him dragged away to be tortured for the next 90 years, and I had Solace committed to Greymire Asylum.
Where I languished, said Solace, growing old and feeble without my magic, until you arrived, Valkyrie, and stole my music box. You woke me up. Shortly afterwards, Cason appeared at my window like a fairy tale prince. He was as handsome as ever, despite the scars, and he whisked me from my tower, and I got to spend 5 whole days with him before he was murdered by Seraphina's sister. I'll get to Kier of the Unveiled in my own time, but you, she said, eyes on China, are my primary target. You ruined my life first, after all. I must protest, said China. Your life isn't ruined. It may still get better. Taking all this into account, Solace said, Could you answer me a question, Valkyrie? Why did China Sorrows, the beautiful, enigmatic Ice Queen, famed for her ruthlessness, give up Kason, her ward, instead of me? Why ever would she have done that? Would you like to know, Valkyrie? Would you, Skullduggery?
Solace is my daughter, China said, and took another sip of tea. Solace laughed.
Oh, Mother, you never let me have any fun.
Valkyrie blinked, then looked at Skullduggery. His head was tilted at its surprised angle.
It's jarring, I know,
Solace continued.
She's barely aged since the day she had me, whereas I have not been as lucky. But do you know why she had me committed to Greymire? My mother loves me, in her way, but has never particularly liked me. I was always too clever for her, too obstinate. Would that be right?
It would indeed, dear, said China. Solace nodded.
I was an unstable element in her precious, ordered little life. She couldn't bring herself to allow me to be killed, but she was evidently fine with locking me away in a tower while my husband was tortured for 9 decades.
She sat forward.
Growing up, nobody knew she was my mother, of course. She had far too many enemies, so she sent me off to work as Seraphina's handmaiden and endure a life of crushing rigidity while she lived her own, far more glamorous existence. I barely saw her as a child, as a young woman, and I didn't even know about Kason until I found him, injured and alone.
But none of this explains why you're involved here, Skullduggery said. What's your connection to Crepuscular Vise?
I'm helping him,
said Solace. You're helping him free his brothers and sisters. Why? How does that get you revenge on China?
Not everything is about revenge, and not everything is about my mother.
Do you know what Crepuscular has done? Skullduggery asked. Do you know about Abyssinia and Martin Flannery?
Oh, Skullduggery, if you have so many questions about Crepuscular, why don't you just ask him yourself?
There was a shriek from the front of the restaurant, and the greeter stumbled away from Crepuscular Vise, his checked, though undeniably stylish, suit failing to distract attention from his unique facial features. He pulled a chair over and sat at their table. Nobody tried to kill anyone else. A promising start.
Skullduggery,
he said.
I like your tie. I'm more of a dicky-bow man myself, but I appreciate quality when I see it. Is it one of Ghastly's?
It is, said Skullduggery.
I do miss Ghastly,
Crepuscular said.
A thoroughly decent man, I always thought. I was sorry to hear of his demise, though it shocked me not in the least that Erskine Ravel was the one to kill him. I never trusted Ravel. He was always far too smooth for my liking.
If only you had shared your keen insights with me back when they could have done some good.
Before you left me for dead, you mean?
Exactly. I understand that we're all on edge, Valkyrie said, so I'm grateful for the restraint everyone is showing right now. But we do have some pieces of outstanding business to address. Crepuscular, we believe you've been manipulating Martin Flannery into declaring war on sorcerers so that the 20, your brothers and sisters, will be activated. Would that be accurate?
It would,
Crepuscular answered. And that is very understandable. I would do whatever it took to get my family released from whatever was binding them. I sympathise with your plight.
Thank you, Valkyrie,
What we're wondering is whether maybe there's another way to release them that wouldn't lead to the collapse of mortal civilization. Do you think there might be?
If there were, I'd have found it.
I see, said Valkyrie. I see. So you view this course you're on as your only chance to free your siblings?
I do.
And, Solace, without meaning to pry, I notice you haven't actually provided a reason why you're helping Crepuscular do this. You're angry at China, you're angry at Kier, you're grieving the loss of Cason. So how does the collapse of civilization benefit you? Or bring you any closer to your revenge?
Revenge is only a piece of what I'm after, dear girl. You see, I was robbed. Robbed of time. Robbed of my opportunity to taste the life that was denied me. First by losing Cason, then by my mother committing me to Greymire. The person who sits before you in all of her elderly, wrinkled glory was a beautiful young woman once upon a time, with infinite potential. That potential has wasted away. Now, I grasp at whatever is left. That's where I come in, Crepuscular said. Have you figured it out yet? Why she's helping me? No? It's really not that difficult. Skullduggery, please tell me that you, at least, know what's going on.
I do.
I thought you might. Care to share?
Solace, Skullduggery said, is your mother.
Thank you,
Crepuscular responded.
Yes. Finally someone is using their brain, or the ghost of their brain, whatever it is that's actually taking up space in your skull.
He fixed his eyes on China, and Valkyrie glanced at her and witnessed a rare phenomenon. A look of shock on that perfect face.
Hi, Granny,
said Crepuscular. 98. Nope, said China. 99. Crepuscular laughed.
Do I make you feel old, grandmother? I do so apologize.
China ignored him and looked at Solace. You never told me
that I had children,
Solace responded.
Why ever would I? So you could ignore them like you ignored me? And when you finally did remember they existed, would you lock them in a tower and take away their thoughts too?
I would never have, China faltered.
You would never have what?
Solace pressed.
You would never have done what you did if you knew I had a family. I think that's a lie. If you were callous enough to even consider it in the first place, you're certainly callous enough to do it, no matter who gets hurt.
It was a mistake, China said. It was more than a mistake. It was wrong and selfish and cruel. It was evil. What I did to you was evil, and I am sorry.
Does apologizing make you feel better?
Nothing will make me feel better. Solace smiled.
And why is that, Mother?
Because this isn't about me, said China. It isn't about how I feel. I can't make up for what I did, not the act itself, nor the repercussions it set in motion. I'm not looking for forgiveness because I can't be forgiven.
We agree on something,
Solace said, her smile fading.
And what about what you did to Cason?
China shook her head. I had no choice.
You gave him to Seraphina Day to torture for 90 years.
Better him than you.
Wrong!
Solace roared, drawing anxious looks from the waiting staff.
Wrong! I would have taken his place gladly. I would have endured what he had to endure without hesitation if I thought it would have spared him a moment of pain. But you gave him to her. I cannot understand that. When I was born, you had me raised by others. My heritage, you told me, was a secret between us. Although I was brought up in the very castle you lived in, you treated me like a stranger whenever we met. You were consumed with worshipping the faceless ones, with worshipping Malevolent, with all your scheming and plotting, so consumed that you had no more love to spare for me. But Kayson, he wasn't even your son, but you still brought him up. As bad a mother to him as you were, and you were a bad mother to him. You still showed more love and devotion towards your ward than you ever did to me. And yet right when he needed that love the most, right when he needed that devotion, you betrayed him. You gave him to Seraphina.
To spare you.
But why?
Because you are my daughter. Because blood is stronger than duty.
Or because you saw an opportunity to rid yourself of both of us.
No, I swear.
You think your promise means anything to me?
Crepuscular put his hands up in a calming gesture.
Mom, Granny, please stop arguing. You've got your issues to work through, but you know what? Once we've all talked about it, once everything's out in the open, I truly do think that we'll be one big happy family. I will not rest until she's dead,
said Solace.
There might be some bickering, sure, but what family doesn't bicker?
Crepuscular looked at Skullduggery and Valkyrie.
This is nice, isn't it? We might need some counselling sessions, but I feel it's the start of a healthy dialogue.
Are you done? Asked Valkyrie. Is this little bit of theatre over with? Crepuscular raised an eyebrow.
My, someone's in a mood. What's wrong, Valkyrie? Are you jealous because, for once, not everything is about you?
That's exactly it, Valkyrie said, standing. Energy crackled around her fists, making some of the waiters gasp. We're not going to let you unleash the 20.
They're being held against their will,
Crepuscular said, getting to his feet slowly. They chose this, Skullduggery said.
They didn't know what they were choosing,
said Solace.
The hosts tricked them into service, just like they tricked me years before.
China frowned. They tricked you?
Ah, yet another slice of information my mother isn't privy to,
said Solace.
What a wonder that must be for you. The hosts recruited me when I was a teenager. Malevolent had captured the good Mr. Arrant. He languished in the dungeons for a few weeks before I was sent to deliver what meagre scraps the prisoners were being fed. We spoke. I helped him escape. From that moment on, I was a spy for the hosts, passing on what little I knew of Seraphina Day's secrets. When Kayson and I ran, the hosts brought us both into the fold
and persuaded us to start a family, persuaded us to provide them with a new 20. Our children were trained to kill, to spy, to destroy, and to obey. Always to obey. This didn't really take with me,
said Crepuscular.
I'm the middle child, you know. Number 11. Slap bang in the middle of all this regimented living and rules and whatnot. I was the spare, wouldn't you say, Mum? You were the unruly one, Solace said without humour. I caused some trouble, said Crepuscular, moving to stand behind his mother, hands on the back of her chair. Started some arguments, sowed some discord. But like I said, I was the spare. If they lost one kid during training, they'd always have me to take their spot. That was the plan anyway. But I hightailed it out of there the moment their backs were turned.
Valkyrie looked down at Solace. So when Seraphina took case on and you were committed to Greymire,
the hosts told my children what to do,
Solace said. Crepuscular took her hand and helped her to her feet. China and Skullduggery also stood.
They were ordered to seal themselves away, and that's what they did. The host took advantage of their conditioning. My children were never meant to be locked away like this.
But surely the hosts would be able to release them without you having to go to all this trouble with Flannery, Valkyrie responded. Crepuscular shrugged.
Like I said, if it had been possible, I'd have done it. You think it's been fun, spending time with Martin Flannery? The man's a buffoon, but he is easily manipulated, and his hatred is very easy to stoke. So I figured out pretty early that all I had to do was turn up every now and then, prod him a little, and let him go spinning off by himself.
Except now he's spun away from you, said Skullduggery. Crepuscular grunted.
It's that Dr. Nye. It's a bad influence on him. But hey, he's about to do exactly what I need him to do. So what do I care?
How do we stop the Doomsday Protocol?
You can't, said Solace. You can't,
said Crepuscular. I'm sure if we put our heads together, we can think of something, Skullduggery said, his hand moving towards his gun. Crepuscular laughed.
We paid you this courtesy because we wanted everyone to understand why we are doing the things we're doing. It's no fun if you don't understand, do you see? If you think these are all random events occurring at random times, it saps the meaning from our intentions. You have to know. You need to know. We're going to make everything very clear. Don't you worry. When the end comes, you'll know why you're the ones suffering the most.
Crepuscular teleported away, taking Solace with him. This drew more shrieks from the restaurant staff and a grunt from Valkyrie. She didn't know he was a teleporter. China shook her head. If they request another meeting, please pass on my apologies, but I won't be able to make it. She picked up her handbag and prepared to leave. Hang on, said Valkyrie. Shouldn't we talk about this? A lot has just happened. There's nothing to talk about, China said. I had a child. My child had children, and now they want to kill me. That's the way of the world. She walked out. When she was gone, the staff, huddled together, switched their attention back to Valkyrie and Skullduggery. That could have gone better, Valkyrie said. It could have gone remarkably worse. True, I suppose. But what they said about Flannery has got me thinking. Valkyrie frowned. That he's a buffoon. But we knew that. Literally everybody knows that. The other thing, about how easily he's manipulated. Abyssinia manipulated him, and Crepuscular manipulated him. Now I think it's time I manipulated him. Valkyrie's eyes widened. We're going to the White House? Her hand went to her mouth. I get to punch the president? I go to the White House, Skullduggery said. You stay here. Valkyrie glared. And why the hell would I do that? I don't want to offend you, Skullduggery said, but I'm scarier than you are. How dare you? To the untrained eye, he added quickly. I'm tall, she said, and strong. Plenty of people have told me how scary I am. And I shoot lightning from my hands. And I'm a walking skeleton. So why can't both of us go? I need Flannery to focus on me. I need him to realize that the only person stopping me from killing him is me. I don't want him looking to you, the person with flesh and blood, for help. I need him to see me as his imminent and terrible demise. I need him to think that death itself has come for him. And I think you'll punch him too hard. But, Skullduggery, Valkyrie, but I want to punch the president. Next time. No, she whined as they walked for the door. You always say that. Please don't sulk. Fine, whatever. You go, I'll stay behind. I knew you'd understand. You suck. I know. Everything sucks. I know. She left a huge tip by the cash register, smiled at the terrified waiters, and they left the restaurant. When you hit him, she said, could you at least say, this one's for Valkyrie? No. Could you be thinking it? If I remember. And then say, Presidize this. Presidize isn't a word. He won't know that. I'm not going to say it, Valkyrie. She sighed. Then what are you going to say? They reached the Phantom. I'm not sure, he responded. But knowing me, it will probably be something eminently quotable. 100. The student protest was held at the main entrance to the school, out in the chill November air. Roarhaven citizens passed quickly by on the pavement just beyond the gates, keeping their eyes down, away from the signs and placards, in case one of the assembled city guard officers caught them reading. Cars passed. No one honked in support. That didn't deter the students. The protesters chanted, and the younger students looked on and cheered and clapped. The cops, a dozen of them, watched, but didn't move to stop any of this from happening. Not yet. The audience of younger students suddenly parted as the prefects came barging through, shoving the younger children out of their way. Filament brushed by Omen's shoulder, but didn't notice him, and Omen did his best to blend in better. Principal Duena strode through the space created. Someone started whistling the Imperial March from Star Wars. Duena reached the protesters and the chanting died down. She took a few moments to read the signs and make note of the students who carried them. Then she said, Detention to everyone still standing here after I count to 10. Away with you. Go on. She flapped her hands like the pupils were nothing but pigeons she expected to fly off. The look of slight annoyance on her face became a narrow-eyed glare, but to Omen it was nothing more than a practiced performance, designed to make the protesters shrink back. When they neither flew off nor shrank back, her frown deepened. Go on, said Never. Start counting. All right, said Officer Limerence, glowering. Who said that? Which one of you said that? I did, said Never. I did, said Axelia. I did, said Case. Then everyone, all of the students there, both in the protest and in the crowd watching, started chanting, I did, as loudly as they could, and Limerance's jaw visibly clenched. Omen edged forward as the city guards squared their shoulders and moved into position, forming a line between the protest and the gates. "Disperse!" Limerance yelled. "Disperse immediately!" The cops drew their batons, and Duenna didn't make a move to stop them. Omen took a sports whistle from his pocket and blew it, and once the sharp note pierced the air, the protesting students all dropped to one knee, their right arms held overhead. The cops frowned, glancing at one another, then at Duenna, but she wasn't any more clued in than they were. Omen had been looking forward to this bit. He took out the cloned remote and tapped the surface, and all around him bracelets clicked and opened and fell from wrists. Omen blew the whistle again, and the first 2 rows of protesters pushed at the air, and the space rippled, and the city guard officers hurtled backwards off their feet. They hit the pavement outside the gates and sprawled, and Omen ran up to the sigil carved into the wall and traced his fingers back along its markings like he'd been shown, and the energy shield rose up, sealing Corrival Academy off from the rest of Roarhaven. He didn't even see the protesters grab the prefects, didn't see the shackles snap on, but he made sure to hurry back through the crowd so that he could see the look on Duenna's face when she realised her authority had not only been questioned, it was now in tatters and blowing in the wind. 101. After a busy morning of golf, Flannery returned to the White House, where he told his assistant to hold all his calls. He had her close the door, and he sat in the Oval Office alone and put on the TV that he'd had installed. He worked better when the TV was on, when he could see what people were saying about him. CNN showed a poll where his approval rating was 83%, an astonishing number by anyone's reckoning. The so-called experts tried to belittle that particular poll, tried to assign credit to the general feeling of terror gripping the country, and the fact that the faceless ones had disappeared, and everyone thought, without evidence, that it was because of something the president had done. But they could belittle all they liked. Flannery was the greatest president who'd ever lived, and it was close to being official. He was now seriously regretting having pushed to have the election postponed. If the people went out to vote right now, he'd win by a never-before-seen landslide. "Martin!" Flannery looked up and cried out as a skeleton in a suit approached. He dived for the button on the desk, but the skeleton waved his hand and a gust of wind hit Flannery, sent him crashing into the wall beneath the window. Tangled in the curtains, he gaped up. "Do you know who I am?" the skeleton asked, turning off the TV. Flannery nodded. "Who am I, Martin?" You're the skeleton? Skullduggery Pleasant. That's who you are. I know about you. They've told me about you. You don't scare me." "Yes," said the skeleton. "You certainly don't look scared." Flannery threw the curtain aside and clambered to his feet. He stuck out his chin. "You can't kill me," he said. "If you kill me, it'll be an international incident. There'll be consequences. I've left instructions with everyone on what to do. They'll drop bombs. You're Irish, I know that. We'll drop bombs on Ireland." "No, you won't. You can't kill me. You're not allowed. You have rules. The Sanctuary won't let you kill me." "You've declared war on us, Martin," the skeleton said. "The sanctuaries are in disarray. Sorcerers are panicking. They're looking at their mortal friends and wondering if they'll have to hurt them. All because of you, Mr. President. I'm just protecting people like me. You've started a war you won't win." "Oh, we'll win," said Flannery. "We've got magic and we've got the bomb. You think a few magic tricks will stop a nuclear explosion? You think it'll stop the radiation clouds? We'll blast you wizards into nothing." The skeleton tilted his head. "You'll destroy half the world doing it." Flannery sneered.
Then that's what I'll do. You think I won't do it? You think I'm afraid of what the people will say? They'll love me for it. Have you seen my numbers? They want a strong leader. They want a leader who does what he says he'll do. And if I say I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on every sanctuary around the world, that's what I'll goddamn do.
It never occurred to me that you'd be worried about what the voters would think, the skeleton said. I thought you'd be more concerned about killing millions, billions of innocent people.
You see, said Flannery, shaking his head, this is what everyone gets wrong. I'm the president. I'm the president of the United States of America. I'm the most powerful man on the planet. You know what I do almost every day? I authorize drone strikes on enemy targets. I send people to kill terrorists. Once you've done that, and the first time I did, I have to be honest, it gave me a bit of a thrill. You realize that everyone's the same. Sending a drone to kill a terrorist is the same as sending a team to assassinate some tyrant or whatever. And that's the same as dropping a bomb on a bunch of people that I don't know and I don't care about in order to kill a few goddamn wizards and witches. It's all the same.
The skeleton didn't answer for a few seconds. I came here to scare you into backing off.
I'm not scared of you.
No. But I'm scared of you. The skeleton took out a gun. You're a psychopath, Martin. You're unfit for office, and you're too dangerous to let live. Flannery couldn't take his eyes off the gun.
You can't kill me.
I'm afraid I have to.
No, said Flannery, smiling. You can't kill me.
Flannery thundered towards him. The skeleton fired, and the bullet bounced off Flannery's chest, and he tore the gun from the skeleton's hand and filled his fists with the skeleton's shirt and tie and jacket. He lifted him up and slammed him into the wall, and then threw him, actually hurled him, into the opposite wall with enough force that he heard one of those bones crack. Laughing, Flannery kicked his desk out of his way and charged over. The skeleton thrust out his hand, and the wind sent Flannery tumbling. But just like before, no pain came with it, not even any exertion as he picked himself up. This was fantastic. This was amazing. Then all of a sudden, the skeleton had flames in his hand, and Flannery didn't know how to handle flames, so he shrieked when they hit his arm and his jacket caught fire. That was when the Secret Service guys burst in. The skeleton turned, and they shot him with the special gun, the one that fired that ink stuff that wrapped round the skeleton's midsection. A symbol started to glow, and the skeleton cursed, and some of the Secret Service guys attacked him, and the rest of them came straight over, ripped Flannery's jacket off with the same magical strength that Flannery possessed, threw it on the ground and stomped on it until the flames were out. Then they turned, helped their buddies fight the skeleton. They could have shot him, could have blasted him to dust, but Flannery had given them their instructions. They didn't need their guns anyway. Thanks to the nigh creature's little squares of magic, they were stronger and faster than the skeleton, though the skeleton seemed to be doing pretty well against them, all the same. There was no one Flannery could think of who knew more about fighting than Flannery himself. He'd never actually been in a proper fight, but all of his favourite movies were action movies, so he knew what the hell he was talking about. The fight taking place in front of him, the one that was tipping over antique chairs and smashing expensive coffee tables, didn't have any of the cool kicks that Flannery liked, but it had plenty of elbow shots and fancy locks. Flannery didn't much like that kind of fighting. It was too complicated, and he couldn't really see who was winning. The Secret Service guys were getting thrown about. Arms and wrists and jaws were being broken, but they didn't feel the pain, and so kept going. Two of them grabbed the skeleton, and the rest gathered round and pummeled him. It was one of the greatest things Flannery had ever seen, and because he'd been the one to start it, the victory was pretty much his. When the skeleton hit the ground, Flannery barreled forward and kicked him full force in the head. He fell over doing it, but it was a great kick. At Flannery's command, they picked him up off the ground and congratulated him on doing an amazing job. Flannery didn't need their praise. This had been his first ever fight, and it was like he'd always known. He was a natural. If he hadn't been destined for great wealth and importance, he could have been a boxer, and probably a champion too. His assistant brought him a new jacket while he waited for the teleporter to arrive. When he was properly dressed, Flannery peered closer at the skeleton, trying to work out how he moved. There were tiny, almost unnoticeable gaps between some of his bones, probably where cartilage and tendons and things would normally hold everything together. He was silent now, but it had been weird watching his jaw open and close when he'd talked before. He had no lips, no tongue, and nowhere for the sound to actually come from. They teleported to Dr. Nye's laboratory, and Flannery puked onto a Secret Service agent's shoes. When he was done, he wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief and pointed at the skeleton. "I think you should take him apart," he announced. The two Nyes stopped talking to each other and paid attention to him, the way he liked it.
"I'm sorry,"
said Dr. Nye. Flannery pointed at the skeleton again to make sure everyone knew what he was talking about.
"Take him apart, like a car. See how he works, how he ticks. Maybe it's something we can use." "We know how he ticks," said the doctor. "His essence contains his consciousness and holds his form, what some people call an aura." "I know about auras," Flannery said, annoyed. "I know more than you'd think about auras. I want his examined." "We would be happy to do so," said Professor Nye, the taller one. "In fact, I was about to suggest the same thing. We've studied souls before, but never one quite like this."
Flannery nodded. He really didn't care about whatever they were saying now. More stuff about souls.
"Take his bones apart,"
he said.
"Of course," said Dr. Nye.
"I want to know how they work, how he stands up and moves and sits down, and I want to know how he talks." Dr. Nye nodded.
"We'll find out for you, Mr. President."
102. The protective shield that covered Corrival Academy flashed a different colour every time somebody tried, and failed, to teleport in from outside. The city guard attacked it from every angle, at every supposed weak spot. None of them got through. They must have known they didn't stand a chance. Corrival's shield was a miniature version of Roarhaven's, and they looked miserable as they were ordered to keep trying. Omen watched them from the steps of the school. Every so often, a car would pass and honk in support of the students, and Omen would wave. It was a welcome development, and it annoyed the hell out of the cops. Never and Axelia walked up and stood beside him. "Victory," said Never. "Victory," Omen agreed. "Victory," Axelia confirmed. Never sighed. "So, now what do we do?" "I have no idea," said Omen. "I mean, all of my focus was on unlocking the bloody bracelets and liberating the school, and now that we've done that, I don't have a clue. How long will the food last?" "We have enough for 3 more days," Axelia said, "if we all eat very, very little." "A lot of parents are calling," said Never. "So we have a load of students being pressured to ask us to give up and drop the shield. Honestly, Omen, they hated wearing the bracelets and they hated how Duenna was treating everyone, but that just meant they were in a really strict school. Life was still normal, you know? They didn't have to think about what was going on in the world because they could just focus on classes. But now," Axelia said, "we've overthrown the school. We have the principal, a couple of city guard officers, and most of the teachers locked in the detention cells. We have prefects confined to their dorm rooms. We've posted guards, and we're rationing food, and we're surrounded by angry cops shouting threats at us. Everyone is really scared right now. Yeah, Omen said, watching the shield flash a different colour. I really didn't expect to get into a siege-type situation. I didn't think this through at all, did I? Never shrugged. You wanted to help, so you helped. I made things worse. You took a stand, said Axelia. I know that it's landed us somewhere we didn't want to be, but the stand had to be taken. What? Were we going to continue to allow ourselves to be treated like that? Hell no, said Never. Hell no. It had to be done, so you did it. You came in, you organised, you freed us. I should have thought ahead. Axelia shrugged. Sometimes thinking ahead stops you from doing the right thing. Never looked at her. That's very wise. It definitely sounds wise. A first year ran up to them. Sir, Mr. Omen, Mr. Darkley. Omen's fine, you can call me Omen. What's up? One of the prefects, sir. He got out of his dorm room. He hit someone and ran off when they were bringing him his lunch. Omen's mood soured. Which prefect? Filament Sclavy, sir, the kid said, and saluted for some reason. Omen turned to Axelia. Double the guards at the detention cells and at every point where the shield can be deactivated. Make sure the guards are okay with hitting people, because they might have to. She nodded and ran off, and he turned to Never. We're going to have to search for him. Start teleporting. Focus first on parts of the school that you know will be empty. Yes, boss, Never said, and vanished. Omen winked at the first year. Nice job, he said, and the kid beamed with pride. There was no way of telling where Filament would go. He just had too many options. But Omen hurried to the combat block, where he'd ordered the practice weapons locked away. Things were far too tense in the school to have a bunch of scared teenagers wandering around with access to tools of battle. Most of the practice weapons couldn't do lasting damage, but there were a few that the teaching staff used for demonstration purposes. No guns, thankfully, but plenty of edged weapons, and there was definitely one sharpened sword on the premises that he knew for sure was, he sagged, in Filament Sclavy's hands. What are you going to do with that, Filament? He asked, as Filament walked slowly towards him across the combat hall. What do you think? Filament replied, giving the sword a flourish. You're the leader in here. Everyone looks to you, the brother of the chosen one, like you're some big hero. To take back the school, I have to take you out. By killing me? Filament shrugged like he couldn't care less, but panic danced in his eyes. You've never killed anyone before. Why would you want to start now? Have you thought about it? Thought about what it'd be like afterwards, I mean. I don't think I could handle it, knowing I took somebody's life. I think it'd weigh on me. I think it'd suffocate me. But okay, let's say you kill me, then what? You'll have to release Duenna, right? The cops we have down in detention, too. How many of our classmates do you think you'll have to kill to do all that? I just have to kill you, Filament said. Once the others see that I'm serious, they'll back off. Really? You think Never and Axelia will just back off after you kill me? You think Case and Mahala will be scared of a sword? They fought serial killers and monsters, Filament. Hell, most of the kids you'll be facing fought the King of the Darklands alongside Augur. You really think they'll be too scared to go up against you? Filament licked his lips. It doesn't matter. I'll kill whoever I have to kill, starting with you. Why? Because you're an enemy of the Faceless Ones. The Faceless Ones are gone, dude. They ran away. Then because you're an enemy of Damocles' Creed. This isn't about Creed. He's not why I did this, and you know it. It's about Duenna. This is a school. It's supposed to be about broadening your horizons and, finding out who you are and stuff. School is about the learning to follow the rules, Filament said. Then school needs to change. You know, once upon a time I thought we could be friends. That was stupid. I could never be friends with someone like you. Put the sword down, Filament. If you want it, come and get it. This is boring, said Yennen, stepping into the hall, and Omen felt his chances of getting out of there without violence dropping to 0. If you're going to kill him, kill him. If you're going to stand there and threaten him, give the sword to someone who'll use it. Filament frowned. Like a who? Like you? Yennen approached with a careless shrug. I've done it before, and I've been looking for the chance to finish the job, unless you've got your heart set on doing it. Filament had a moment of uncertainty, and then he lobbed the sword to Yennen. Omen pulled at the air to try to guide it into his own hand, but he wasn't very good at that. He wasn't very good at most things. Yennen caught the weapon and gave it a flourish of his own, then set his gaze on Omen. This was inevitable. Omen didn't have a reply, so Yennen continued. The thing is, you were never supposed to be my adversary. My adversary, my arch-enemy, was meant to be someone else, someone better, someone like your brother. You wouldn't have stood a chance against Ogre. I nearly killed him, though. Remember that? I remember. But it always came back to you, said Yennen, shaking his head. It was always you standing there. It should have been somebody else, anybody else. I deserved that. I deserved more than Omen darkly. Sorry, Yennen laughed. You're always apologizing. That's one of the things I hate about you. Always so meek, scurrying around with your head down, trying to avoid people's eyes, trying to stay out of the limelight, trying to just get on with your day. I never apologize. Not really. My father taught me that. When I was a kid, he told me leaders don't say sorry, even when, and this is where it gets funny, I genuinely regret something. I don't apologize for it. That is funny. I killed Isidora. Did you know that? Omen nodded. In cold heart. We were standing over a... Anyway, Isidora was desperate to leave. She was really homesick and didn't want to be a part of Abyssinia's plan. She'd never wanted to join First Wave, I don't think, but she'd never been very good with peer pressure. So Abyssinia had to make an example of her, and she got me to do it. I was scared. I'd never killed anyone before. I'd thought about it, like, a lot. But it's very different when it's this vague thought in your head than when you've been told you need to execute someone. I didn't want to do it, actually. Right at the last moment, something clicked inside me and I realized, nope, I don't want to do this. I don't want to actually kill anyone, not for real. But then Abyssinia gave me a little nudge, a little psychic nudge, and I gave a little physical nudge, and Isidora... I'll never forget her face. I'll never forget that look of, I don't know, horror, I suppose, as she fell. I'm really sorry that you had to do that, Yennen. There you go, apologizing again, Yennen said, lip curling in annoyance. Even for something that had nothing to do with you. You can't help it, can you? I just wish you hadn't had to do that, said Omen. It must have been horrible. Yennen looked at him. Yeah, he said quietly. Something like that, being used like you were, it'd send anyone spiraling. Is that what you think happened to me? That I was spiraling? No control over my actions? You had control over them, but I think you were sent spiraling in a direction where every possible outcome was a bad one. Does that include attacking you and your brother? It does. So it was both in my control and out of my control. Basically. You're pathetic. You're making excuses for other people's behaviour. Why is that? So you can feel better about yourself. So you can go to sleep at night smug in the knowledge that you're a better person than I am. This isn't about me, Yannon. Look, Filament said, are you going to kill him or not? Yannon pointed the sword at him. You shut the hell up! Filament glared. If you're not going to kill him, give me back the sword and I'll do it. Really? Yannon said, laughing. You'll kill him, will you? You'll go over there and stab him through the chest, will you? Sure, you go right ahead, here. Yannon stalked over to him, pressed the sword into his hand, and gave him a shove towards Omen. Immediately, Filament faltered. There, said Yannon. It's not so easy, is it? It's very easy to say it, and very easy to sound like you mean it, but not so easy to do it. What are you waiting for, Filament? Go on, kill him! Filament gripped the sword tightly and stared at Omen as if he was hoping that would be enough. You're like I was, said Yannon. Big and strong and so tough. You're a leader, just like me, just like my father. You know what leaders do, Filament? They make the hard choices. They do what weaker people can't. You need to kill Omen, so do it. Walk over there and kill him. Filament didn't budge. What's stopping you? Are you worried that he'll beat you? He might. He's a lot tougher than he looks. But there are two of us, and I'll help you. I'll even hold him while you kill him. Would that make it easier for you? Shut up, Filament said. You're confusing me. That didn't take much, did it? Yannon said, laughing again. Maybe you're not like me. Maybe you're not a leader. I'm a loyal subject of Suprema Mage Creed, Filament said. Ah, said Yannon. So you're not a leader. You're a follower. Filament swung round, waving the sword in Yannon's face. You're the follower. You killed Isidora Splendor because Abyssinia told you to. That's right, said Yannon. You're not a leader at all. No, I'm not. I'm a bully, the same as you. The difference between us is that I let myself get into a position where I killed someone. I didn't even hate her. I liked Isidora. She was my friend. Filament sneered. Omen isn't a friend of mine. He's an enemy of the Supreme Mage. He's an enemy of Aurora Haven. Is he? Or is that what other people are calling him? Filament shook his head. What are you saying? That I shouldn't kill him? You can't kill him, so I shouldn't kill him either. I don't know what I'm saying, Filament. I came here to do it. I hate him. I hate him so much. He ruined my life. He sighed. But he didn't, did he? He was just there. I ruined my life, all by myself. I should kill you both, Filament snarled. Yannon spread his arms wide. Then go ahead. Start with me. Filament lowered the sword so that it was level with Yannon's stomach. Filament, Omen said softly. Shut up, Filament responded, tears running down his face. Don't do it. Shut up, I said. Omen shut up. Yannon waited. Filament threw the sword to the other side of the hall. Yannon nodded, like he was almost sad that Filament hadn't gone through with it, and walked over to the door. He passed Omen without even looking at him. 103. The skeleton lay exposed and still, every individual bone held in place by a different-sized chained shackle.
Is he still alive?
Flannery asked, peering closer. Can he hear me?
He's alive,
said Dr. Nye.
He hasn't said anything since we attached the chains, however. I am trying to ascertain whether this is due to a sudden incapacity for speech or mere stubbornness.
Flannery reached out, then stopped. Can I poke him?
By all means.
Flannery poked the skeleton's skull with his forefinger.
Not so talkative now, are you? Not so chatty? You came into my office thinking you could scare me, thinking you could intimidate me. Me, the President of the United States? I built my empire from nothing. I fought and I struggled my whole life to get where I am today, and you thought that you could scare me?
Flannery laughed. The skeleton didn't respond, and Flannery looked over at Nye.
Are you sure he's alive?
Quite sure,
said the creature.
Can you make him answer me?
The other Nye, the taller one, the professor, ducked its head as it entered the room.
I have a theory about that, Mr. President. I believe Detective Pleasant has shut down, sir. I've been reading up on our guest, and I've noticed an intriguing tendency to get himself tortured. Nefarian Serpine tortured him twice, the first time right before killing him, and more recently, the Faceless Ones themselves tortured him for close to a year. I believe that this somewhat unique history has resulted in a most uncooperative captive.
Are we torturing him?
Flannery asked, really hoping the answer would be yes.
Yes.
Oh, good.
But we are doing so as a mere side effect to our main objective,
said Professor Nye.
Which is to examine his soul,
Dr. Nye said, irritated by the professor's interruption.
As per your instructions, Mr. President.
Flannery nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, good. Yes. Is that what I instructed?
Yes, sir,
both Nyes responded.
Good. Excellent. And what have you discovered?
The Nyes smiled.
You have arrived at a most significant juncture, Mr. President,
said Dr. Nye.
I am about to pluck Detective Pleasant's soul away from his physical form. We are about to,
the professor corrected.
Of course,
the doctor said.
Okay then,
said Flannery.
Let's do it. Let's get it done. Is there a button to push? I think I should press the button. If it's important, I think I should do it.
What a wonderful idea,
said the professor.
There isn't one single button, sir,
the doctor said.
I wanted one,
said the professor.
A big red button would be perfect, I thought.
Flannery nodded.
A red button? I was just going to say that. It should be a red button.
I'm afraid we don't have a red button,
said the doctor. The professor clucked its tongue and shook its head, and the doctor looked even more annoyed.
But I would be honored if you would initiate the sequence, Mr. President,
the doctor said, indicating a series of switches. Flannery walked over, examined the switches and nodded.
Excellent, he said. This all seems to be in order. How many are there?
Sir?
Switches. How many switches?
Dr. Nye glanced at the console.
18, sir.
That's a good number of switches. Okay, which ones will I press?
Dr. Nye's long-fingered hand pointed to 3 switches.
These, Mr. President, if you would.
Flannery nodded, sucked in his gut, and searched for words appropriate for such an occasion.
This is one small step for man,
he said, and flicked the 3 switches. Some lights came on, but nothing else happened.
Thank you, sir,
Dr. Nye gushed.
That was very well done.
Did it work?
You have initiated the process, sir.
Flannery looked at the skeleton and scowled. He should be screaming.
We have recordings of that, if you'd like to hear them,
the professor said, coming forward.
Hours of it, actually. I was testing the capacity of his aura, steadily increasing the amount of pain he was experiencing. Astonishingly, I couldn't detect an upper limit.
Flannery frowned at him.
I could have kept increasing the amount of pain, and there would be no technical reason for me to stop.
Flannery's frown deepened.
There was no limit to the pain he could suffer, sir.
Oh, said Flannery. Oh, so he kept screaming?
Yes, sir.
And you have it on video?
Yes, sir. I can send it to your phone if you'd like.
Flannery smiled. I'd like that, yes. 104. China walked in on Valkyrie sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, her eyes closed and her breathing steady. A frown crinkled the space between her eyebrows. Her eyes opened and she looked miserable. Nothing. Less than nothing. I knew I'd never be able to find Skullduggery, and I've never met Flannery, so any chance of zeroing in on his location was always a long shot. But I thought I'd at least be able to find Nye. Krengarians are impervious to psychic probes, China said, helping Valkyrie to her feet. It's just one of the reasons why nobody has ever trusted them. Any luck with your spies? China allowed herself a scowl. No one has any idea where Nye's laboratory is. No one, at all. But you have an army of spies. I had, China corrected. My time as Supreme Mage and my subsequent fall from grace have robbed my army of their great number. The few I have left are doing their best, but Nye has hidden itself well. So what do we do? How do we find Skullduggery? To find a skeleton detective, a smooth velvet voice said from behind them. You need a skeleton detective. Even as Valkyrie spun round, the delighted smile was fading from her face. Cadaver Kane stood in the doorway. May I? He asked. Sure, said Valkyrie. Cadaver walked in. I don't ask for much, he told them. Just freedom. When all this is over, when the bad guys are defeated and Valkyrie Kane stands triumphant once again, instead of being locked back in my cell, as enjoyable as that was, I should like to remain free. You're too dangerous to remain free unsupervised, said China. You trust me enough to allow me to travel the world, killing Shalgoth. Desperate times. Hold on, said Valkyrie. You can find out where Skullduggery's being kept. I'll even help you free him. It's in my best interests to ensure his safety after all. If Skullduggery dies, I stop existing. We know that's not true, Valkyrie said. You're temporarily shielded. If Skullduggery dies, you'll still be fine. In theory, Cadaver said. I wouldn't be too keen to test that, however. Do you know where he is? Can you see the futures again? Try as I might, Cadaver said. I haven't yet managed to reconnect with the Vidu Day, so that ability remains out of my reach. However, before our connection was severed, I saw where Crepuscular Vise had helped Dr. Nye set up his new lab. I have the exact address. Valkyrie's hand lit up with crackling black energy. Tell me where he is or I'll turn you to dust. No, you won't, Cadaver said. Killing me will deprive you of your only way to get Skullduggery back. And even if it didn't, we both know you wouldn't do it. You have killed Valkyrie, but you're not a killer. Not yet, anyway. I need your word that I will be allowed to go free once this is over. I demand freedom and amnesty. Skullduggery wouldn't approve, China said. But at least he'd be here, said Valkyrie. Fine, you'll have your freedom and amnesty, but if you step out of line, we're going to hunt you down. You have my word on all of that. Where is he? Mexico, said Cadaver. Shall we wait till morning, or... We're leaving now, Valkyrie said, walking out. I'll get Fletcher. When she was gone, Cadaver turned to China. Might I make a suggestion? No, China said, starting to walk away. I understand, Cadaver said, walking beside her. You don't trust me, and you're entirely right not to. But I trust you, and I trust your instincts, and I trust in your pragmatism. China stopped, sighed, looked at him. And what are you talking about now? I was only going to suggest that now would be the perfect time to take Martin Flannery out of the equation, Cadaver said. Once skullduggery is back in the fold, his naturally occurring ruthless streak will surely be softened by Valkyrie's inherent good nature. This would be disastrous for any effort to take the necessary steps. You want to kill the American president? Yes. Then kill him. The world is in the middle of a great upheaval. What do I care about killing presidents at this stage? That's good to know, China. It is. But by now Flannery is surrounded at all times by a platoon of his super soldiers. A bomb would be needed, I think. So use a bomb. Dr. Nye has presumably installed security devices to protect Flannery from most kinds of attack. Cadaver, what do you want? His head tilted. You have access to Abyssinia's remaining life force bomb. China watched him. That's a high-yield weapon. Yes. Once it goes off, it'll drain the life from every single living thing within a 3-kilometer radius. I'm aware of its capabilities. If we use it right, we can get rid of Flannery and a good portion of his super soldiers in the same instant. China considered the implications of everything he'd just said. There's nobody else on the planet who knows that the bomb is still in one piece, she said. Do you understand how it's triggered? I do. If we do this, it must remain secret. It will. And I feel duty-bound to add a rather annoying proviso. We must ensure that innocent casualties are kept to an absolute minimum. Absolutely. China could feel a headache coming on. I'll disable the shields around the bomb, she said. You can set it off. Cadaver bowed his acceptance of the terms of their deal, and she left. It wouldn't be the first time she'd conspired to kill an American president, after all. 105. Valkyrie had to wait almost an hour before Fletcher became available. When he appeared before her, his face was scratched, his hair was matted, and his clothes smelled of smoke. Sorry, he said. Shalgoth infestation in Kaduna. Where's that? Africa? He nodded. Nigeria. They do the best suya there. You ever have it? I'll take you sometime, when there aren't monsters everywhere. Was it bad? He frowned. It's great. Did I not say it was the best? It's delicious. They do it with these herbs. I meant the infestation. Oh, Fletcher said. Yeah, pretty bad. Some people killed. We stopped it, though. You look exhausted. He looked around for a seat, couldn't find one, and sat on the floor. I'm a smidge tired, yes? How's my hair? Disastrous. Bugger. So, where am I taking you? You'll be taking Cadaver and me to Mexico, as close to Guerrero as possible. I've been to Guerrero before, no problem. Why are you going with Cadaver Kane? Where's Skullduggery? Not far from Guerrero, we think. He's been captured. He went to force Martin Flannery to back down, and we haven't heard from him since. We think Flannery took him to Dr. Nye. Oh, hell! So this is a rescue mission? Count me in. No, Valkyrie said firmly. You're too valuable to risk. All we need is for you to take us to Guerrero and we'll handle it from there. Just you and this cadaver guy? I don't trust him, Val. You've never met him. I've met Skullduggery. They're not the same person. Technically, they're the same person, but they're not the same person. How can you tell them apart? Does the future version have, like, an evil goatee or something? Valkyrie grinned. No evil goatee, though he's pretty distinctive. As if he was waiting for his cue, Cadaver walked in, black coat swishing. Valkyrie pulled Fletcher to his feet. Fletcher Wren, Cadaver said, like he was greeting his oldest friend. In my time, you were quite rightly known as the greatest teleporter who ever lived. Do you realize that? It's thanks to you that the discipline began to thrive again. Some of your students went on to do amazing things, and it's all because of you. You have my every apology for all those times I was dismissive of you in the past. I was wrong, and I'm honored for this chance to work beside you once again. Fletcher stared at him through narrowed eyes, and then glanced at Valkyrie. I really like him. Fletcher, she sighed. No, seriously, I prefer him to the other one. You humble me, said Cadaver. I love your coat. Cadaver nodded. It's very swishy, and those staples in your head are cool. I find they do lend me a certain ruggedness, yes. Can you two please shut up? Valkyrie asked. Fletcher, take us to Mexico, then come back here and get some sleep. You're no use to anyone if you collapse out there. Cadaver put his hand on Fletcher's shoulder. She's right, Fletch. You're our most important weapon against the Shalgoth. We can't afford to lose you. Will you be my dad? Valkyrie growled and stood on Fletcher's foot. Teleport, dumbass! Their surroundings changed in less time than it took to blink, and suddenly they were in the sun, standing beside a zebra enclosure. Chilpancingo de los Bravo, Fletcher announced. Capital of Guerrero. Valkyrie looked around. We're in a zoo. He nodded. The Zoologico Zuchilpan. I once saw the saddest little monkey here, so I like to pop by occasionally and see how he's doing. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? We should be able to deal with what comes, Cadaver said. But if we need backup, we'll call. He stuck his hand out, and they shook. And when Fletcher teleported away, Cadaver tilted his head. Why are you looking at me like that? I see what you're doing, Valkyrie told him, and blasted into the air. He followed, the air rippling around him. What do you mean? This charm offensive, she shouted against the wind. You're trying to win people over to your side. My side is your side, surely, Cadaver responded. Your side is your own side, and you bloody know it. He swerved north, and she adjusted to match his trajectory. I'm trying to prove myself, he said. I've already promised you amnesty, so long as we actually rescue Skullduggery. You've got what you wanted. I will have my freedom and my amnesty, yes, but I have no illusions about my status in this timeline. I am quite literally surplus to requirements. There's already one of me here. Why does this world need another? The simple answer is that it doesn't. So I shall have to prove myself so valuable, so indispensable that everyone, including Skullduggery, will have to wonder how they ever got along without me. Skullduggery does a pretty good job of that on his own. I agree. The world, as they say, might not be big enough for both of us, but I have to try. Valkyrie didn't say anything to that, and they flew on, away from the cities and the towns, over green fields and woodland, into the mountains. They followed a road for a bit, making cars pull in sharply as they flew overhead, and Valkyrie got the feeling that Cadaver was searching for landmarks, or maybe trying to remember exactly where this laboratory was. Or maybe he was making all this up, and he had no idea where Dr. Nye was working, and was just waiting for his moment to attack her. But then he swooped lower, and she followed, and they skimmed a rock face, and found some steps cut into the stone. They landed, and Cadaver led the way down to a steel door. He tapped the sigils carved into it, repeating a pattern 3 times and then reversing it, and the door clicked and swung open. Inside, it was cool and dark. They reached the first corner. The place hummed with power and machines that beeped, but so far, no actual people. At the risk of sounding like I'm trying to win you over to my side, Cadaver said as they walked, it does feel good to work together again. Don't get used to it. Really? Let's not be so hasty. Maybe there will be a time when we'll partner up regularly. All 3 of us. We could be our own intrepid little gang of adventurers. Or if Skullduggery is okay with the idea of sharing you, I could start out by having you on weekends. Wow. It could work. I'm not a timeshare Cadaver. Then maybe I should take on a partner of my own, and we could team up in years to come. Perhaps Alice? Valkyrie pointed at him. Don't even joke about that. She has magic. We all know that, he said. She'll have to learn sooner or later. You won't be teaching her. Why not? I happen to think I'd be the perfect mentor. I've been through it once with you, so I can steer her away from all the mistakes we made. I don't know what I'm going to do about Alice, but I can guarantee that you will not be involved. I'm not putting my sister through anything like I went through. You don't do that to family. You don't do that to people you love. Cadaver shrugged. Very well. They walked on. A guard sat in a folding chair ahead, a gun on his hip and his eyes on his phone. Cadaver gestured, and the guard flew off the chair, the air dragging him towards them. Valkyrie kicked him, and he slumped over. They moved on. Can I ask you a question? Cadaver asked. No, she said. Why have you never asked about my family? She frowned at him. I've asked about them plenty of times. It's only in the last few days that I've got any kind of answer. Not my siblings, Cadaver said, and not my parents. I mean my wife and child. As curious as you are, as obsessed as you get with uncovering certain details about certain things, why have you never asked about them? I figured it was private, she said, as they peered round the next corner. A technician in a lab coat passed from one doorway to another, reading the report in her hands. They waited till she was gone before continuing. You rarely care about privacy, Cadaver whispered. This is different. Would you like to know about them? I already do. You've told me. I've given you snippets. Facts and names and dates and superficial things. What would you really like to know about them? She stopped and looked at him. What are you doing? I'm being open. I'm sharing. If Skullduggery wanted me to ask those questions, he'd tell me. The only thing I want to hear from you is business. Cadaver's head tilted. Of course. Where exactly are we going? I expect Skullduggery is being held in Nye's main lab, down this way. If I'm wrong, we get to explore this wonderful facility until we find him. But I'm me, so I'm probably not wrong. A few more corners, and they entered a large room stuffed with equipment. Skullduggery's skeleton lay shackled to one of the tables, like the remains that had been excavated from a shallow grave. Secured into a metal brace that hung from the ceiling was a glass cylinder the size of a thermos flask that writhed with energy. Valkyrie knew Skullduggery's aura instantly. They did it, Cadaver murmured as he and Valkyrie hurried over. They pulled his soul from his body. He gazed at the skeleton. Granted, this is weird, but I have to say I prefer him like this. Take the shackles off, said Valkyrie, trying to pull the cylinder from its mooring. Cadaver passed his hand over a sigil on the table, and all the shackles popped open with a metallic rattle. Valkyrie pulled the cylinder free and hurled it to the floor. It didn't break. It bounced. She blasted it with some white lightning, which only sent it skittering, and Crepuscular Vise plucked it up. Valkyrie tensed. "What are you doing here?"
"Helping,"
Crepuscular said.
"This container is very tricky to open. It requires a magic touch, if you will."
Valkyrie raised her hand. "Give it back."
"But don't you want me to open it? I'm the only one who can. I told Dr. Nye to design it that way. As an insurance policy, you know."
"Then open it." He held the cylinder in his left hand, tapped it with the fingers of his right. White energy crackled. "Open it, Crepuscular."
"I intend to," he responded. "That's why I came. It's all about timing, though. Skullduggery taught me that. Are you ready?"
"Nearly," said Cadaver, and Valkyrie turned to see Cadaver dumping Skullduggery's skeletal remains into a sack that he immediately tied off. She lunged without thinking, and he caught her with a punch to the stomach that doubled her over. Struggling to breathe, she fell to her knees. Cadaver hunkered down beside her. "You were right not to trust me," he said. "I wish you absolutely no harm, but I'm afraid I can't have Skullduggery pleasant running around while I'm active. He knows me too well. I don't like that, and don't for a moment think that he'd have been happy to have me running around either. The moment the current situation was resolved, he would have hunted me down. This is purely self-preservation." "Don't do this," she wheezed. "I'm sorry, I have to. In a few years, maybe you'll see it from my side. Maybe you'll even forgive me. I hope you do. This world is infinitely more fun when you're by my side." He straightened as Crepuscular joined him.
"I'm going to open this now," said Crepuscular. "Freeing Skullduggery, just like I said I would. Only we're taking his skeleton with us. I don't know exactly how long he'll last without a physical form, but Cadaver reckons it won't be much more than 3 or 4 minutes before his consciousness starts to dissipate. If you have any last words to say to him, speak them now."
He placed the cylinder on the floor in front of her, then put his hand on Cadaver's shoulder and teleported them both out. The sigil on the cylinder pulsed, and the glass cracked and then broke. Valkyrie watched Skullduggery's essence swirling in the air before her. "Hold on," she said, forcing herself to her feet. "Just hold on. I'll find a soul catcher." She started searching. The laboratory seemed to have every other glass container except what she needed. Fine. She'd just need another kind of container. She ran out of the laboratory. 3 security guards, 2 men, 1 woman, passed in the corridor ahead of her. Valkyrie could have blasted them, but she needed one of them conscious, so she charged. They heard her coming and turned, and she caught the first one, the taller of the men, with a flying knee that launched him backwards. As she was landing, she hooked an arm round the throat of the woman, dragging her off balance, throwing her into her colleague as he went for his gun. She snapped a palm into his chin and kicked at the woman's leg, but missed, and the woman lunged, head-butted her jaw, started shoving her away, giving her body the space he needed to draw his weapon. Valkyrie jammed her thumb into the woman's eye and flipped her over her hip. She left her to her curses as she grabbed the male guard's wrist, not letting him raise the gun, and pushed him up against the wall. She slammed her elbow into his jaw and tore the gun from his hand and backed off, gun in a 2-handed grip. "Nobody move," she said. The tall guard froze, halfway to his feet. The other guy held up his hands. His eyes were unfocused. He was ready to drop. The woman scowled, her hand on the gun in her holster. Slide them towards me, Valkyrie instructed. Firearms skidded along the ground to her feet. She was going to have to do this fast. Slowing her breathing, focusing on the taller guard, she barged into his mind. He hissed, face screwing up, hands going to his head as he resisted. She switched her attention to the woman as she started forward, and the woman cursed, dropped to one knee, trying to push Valkyrie out of her head. Valkyrie retracted her thoughts immediately and sent them into the mind of the third guard, registering his surprise and his fear, and then his memories lay before her. But she didn't bother taking even a peek. She reversed out of there, clicked on the gun's safety before stuffing it into one of her deep pockets, and sent 2 handfuls of lightning into the tall guy and the woman. Then she grabbed the shorter guard, locking his arm painfully, and marched him to the laboratory. Kicking open the door, she marched in, threw him down. "Your temporary home," she called out. "Skullduggery! Let's go! Move it!" The guard got to his knees, started to say something, and then he seized up, his face contorting. That lasted for a few seconds, until he sagged, head dropping forward, chin on chest. Valkyrie took a step towards him. "Skullduggery?" The guard looked up, opened his mouth, closed it, blinked, raised his hands to his head and felt his face. "Oh my!" Skullduggery said in a voice that wasn't his own. She hauled him to his feet, and he wobbled, almost fell over. "Oh my!" he said again. "Bit of an emergency," she told him. "We have to move. Can you move?" "This is extraordinarily disconcerting," he said, and then frowned. "Oh, I even sound strange. How odd. How very odd, and, as I've previously mentioned, disconcerting." She took out the gun, gave it to him. "Can you aim? Can you pull a trigger?" He took the weapon, slid out the magazine to check the bullets, then slid it in again, racked the slide, and flicked off the safety. "I can smell," he said. "That's nice, dear," Valkyrie said, hurrying to the door. Skullduggery followed on shaky, borrowed legs. "I'd forgotten what it's like to smell. Oh, I miss smelling things. The sea, the countryside, fresh bread. Bread? I think I'm hungry. What does hunger feel like again? Is it a pressure in your lower abdomen?" "I think you need to pee," Valkyrie said. "I need to pee," Skullduggery echoed. "Amazing!" An alarm went off. Somebody shot at them, and Skullduggery fired back, and then they were running away from the shouts and the bullets. Valkyrie ran round a corner, and Skullduggery followed, but careered straight into the wall and bounced off. "Ow!" he said, twirling. Valkyrie took hold of his arm, and they raced on. Pain in a flesh-and-blood body is different. A guard burst out through a door ahead, and Valkyrie jumped, kicked the door so that it smacked into the guard, and he fell back, and they kept running, leaving him sprawled on the ground behind them. They turned another corner, and Skullduggery hit it with his shoulder and almost went twirling again. "Sorry," he said. "Finding it hard to coordinate." A thick metal door closed before they could reach it, and they turned left, bullets peppering the wall. Skullduggery returned fire, and they sprinted onwards. "I don't think I'm a very good shot anymore," he said. "I'm not used to having eyes. It's harder to aim when you have eyes." Valkyrie saw shadows on the wall of the bisecting corridor ahead, and she shoved Skullduggery into a room and put her finger to her lips. He nodded. It was a storage room filled with boxes and crates. They crouched. Skullduggery's breathing was loud, so she poked him with her elbow and mimed slowing down her breathing. He nodded and tried to follow her instruction, but did it weirdly, like someone pretending to breathe. She focused on the footsteps hurrying by the open door. The alarm cut off. She could hear the shouting better now, heard the orders being issued. When the activity ceased in the corridor outside, she nodded and crept forward, and Skullduggery fell over. Valkyrie spun, hurried back. "Oh," Skullduggery whispered. "What's wrong? Are you hit?" Did they shoot you? My head feels light, he responded, his breathing picking up again. She looked at him for a few seconds, then frowned. You're hyperventilating, she said. He looked up. I am? Yes. I see. Control your breathing. I thought I was. I'm sorry. I've quite forgotten how to do this. Stop talking. Lie there and relax. Okay, but relax faster. We have to move. She pulled him up. You good? I'm super, he responded. But I really do have to pee. Pee later, escape now. She led the way out, down the corridor, moving quickly but quietly. They barged through a door, and 2 Dr. Nyes spun to look at them. 106. No, wait. Not 2 Dr. Nyes. The one on the left, that was Dr. Nye, the creature that had cut Valkyrie open to carve a sigil into her heart, and never intended to let her leave. Its limbs weren't quite as long as Professor Nyes, the creature from the Leibniz universe who had tortured and double-crossed her. They stood side by side. The doctor raised its long, bony finger and pointed at Skullduggery.
It's you, isn't it? You've commandeered this mortal's body. How does it feel after all this time as a skeleton? How does it feel to suddenly exist within a living shell? I imagine it would be quite a startling change. Is it? I would imagine it is. I would love to document your thoughts on this matter, and then maybe strap you to a table and record your reaction to the damage I inflict. Would you be open to this, purely for scientific purposes?
Not especially, Skullduggery told it. The doctor waved aside his objection.
I was merely asking out of politeness. A push of the button beside me is all it will take to flood this room with a gas that will send you both to sleep before you can register its faint aroma. Where you wake up after that is something neither of you have a choice in, I'm afraid.
Before Nye could reach for any such button, Valkyrie loosed a stream of lightning that would have struck it square in the chest, were it not for the wall of energy that flashed up between them. The doctor chuckled.
And you, Valkyrie, would you like me to tell you where you will be waking up?
Not interested, she said. Skullduggery fired the gun, but the bullet sizzled against the same wall of energy. Worth a try, he muttered.
It's over,
the doctor said.
For both of you. Cadaver Kane, as far as I am aware, is going to be keeping your skeleton locked away for use in an emergency, detective. So you'll never be seeing it again. Tomorrow morning, I will separate your soul from that mortal's body. Crepuscular Vise, I understand, wishes for your soul to evaporate. And who am I to defy Crepuscular Vise wishes? Once you're well and truly dead, I will examine the mortal to see if his soul has been affected in any way by sharing space with yours. He'll die, of course, but such is the price of science. But, Valkyrie, you will get to live a lot longer. In fact, if I have my way, I'll keep you alive forever. You're such a unique specimen. A human with access to all sorts of magic we have yet to even categorize. Crepuscular is fascinating. His ability to wield a vast array of disciplines is beyond thrilling. But you, Valkyrie, you represent something we have never before seen. Because of everything that has happened to you, because of everything you've lost and gained, there is an argument to be made that you not only wield magic, but that you are magic. Isn't that magnificent?
That is very cool, yes. Nye's wide mouth split into a smile.
You're being sarcastic, because you have yet to fathom what this will mean for you.
No, Valkyrie said. I think I've got it figured. You came up with Splash. Then you came up with something that's a few steps beyond Splash. A way to take a sorcerer's magic and transfer it to mortals, if only for a short time. And now you look at me and you think, what would it be like to transfer her magic to other sorcerers? What would happen if I could transfer her magic to mortals? Would it be permanent? How would it affect their souls? That's what's going through your little head, isn't it?
It is,
Nye admitted happily. Valkyrie took the gun from Skullduggery's hand and pressed the muzzle into her temple. And what happens to these plans of yours if I die right here and now, Doctor? Nye lost its smile.
You wouldn't.
You're sure about that?
You're a fighter,
said Nye.
Giving up isn't in your nature. You wouldn't do it.
Skullduggery took the gun from her, but kept it pressing into her head. She may not, he said, but I would.
This is ridiculous.
We're getting out of here, Doctor, or Valkyrie dies.
You won't kill her. I know you won't kill her. This is a bluff of outstanding stupidity.
It reached for the button. Make one more move, Skullduggery said, and I'll pull the trigger. Valkyrie is going to die on your table anyway. At least now her death will be quick. Dr. Nye hesitated, while behind it, Professor Nye dislocated its jaw, opened its mouth impossibly wide, and chomped down on the back of Dr. Nye's head. Dr. Nye squealed and struggled, but Professor Nye was bigger and stronger and held it in place. Valkyrie stared. What the hell? She became aware of a quiet slurping sound as Professor Nye started to swallow. Skullduggery, said Valkyrie, horrified. What the hell? Krangarians can absorb memories from other Krangarians by devouring their brainstem after death, Skullduggery told her as they watched. It's their way of preserving traditions, and it's supposed to be a great honour. Professor Nye let Dr. Nye's body crumple to the floor, and it wiped its mouth as its jaw reset.
Apologies,
it said.
I wish you hadn't had to see that, but I had little choice. I owe you, both of you, for things I have done in the past. This is my attempt to balance the scales. There is an emergency exit down the corridor to your right. It's at the very end and leads to a ladder that emerges at the uppermost peak of this mountain. If you hurry, you can get away without further interference.
I don't get it, said Valkyrie. Professor Nye looked at her.
You don't believe a creature such as I can regret their past actions. You don't think I, too, seek redemption.
Either that, Skullduggery said, or by killing your alternate self, you've just got rid of the only other being alive who knows the secret to transferring magic, thus ensuring that you are indispensable. Nye shrugged.
I prefer my answer. You'd better run away now. Don't you have a world to save?
107. There was a corner of the Corrival grounds where the protective shield fell just short of the wall. Hemmed in by the two walls, the spot was barely big enough for a person to stand in. But that's where Crepuscular Vise was standing, as he waited for Omen to walk over.
Thanks for coming, Crepuscular said. I know that you could have ignored my message. I understand that you're mad at me.
You don't understand anything, said Omen through the shield. If you did, if you were even capable of coming close to understanding, then you wouldn't have used our friendship to score more points than Skullduggery Pleasant.
So it's still a friendship?
No, said Omen. Oh, no. No, it's no longer a friendship. You can get lost as far as I'm concerned. Crepuscular took off his hat.
Can I explain myself, then? Would you do me that one favour? Surely you owe me that much.
I owe you? Omen said. For what exactly?
Without wanting to hold this over you, Crepuscular said, I have saved your life on multiple occasions.
For all the wrong reasons.
I helped you with Augur.
To gain my trust.
No,
said Crepuscular quickly.
Well, not entirely. I also did it because I genuinely wanted to help.
Why should I believe anything you say to me from now on? You know what I just realised? The people I can trust, that I can actually trust, are down to like 3. I don't know which side Valkyrie and Skullduggery are on, except, their own, so I can't trust them. Augur's gone, apparently. That's what everyone keeps telling me. My brother's gone. He's not coming back. I've got to face reality. Hell, for all I know, those bullets Creed shot him with ended up killing him, and he's lying dead somewhere, and his body will never be found. And my parents? They're not even in consideration. I'm nothing to them, and now they're nothing to me. I can count on Never, and I can count on Axelia, and maybe I can count on Miss Gnosis, even though she's a teacher. And I thought I could count on you, but dear Jesus, I was so incredibly wrong on that one, wasn't I? It's embarrassing how wrong I was.
Omen.
What, Crepuscular? What? How are you going to talk your way round this one? I'm very interested to know. Crepuscular hesitated.
I'm sorry,
he said at last.
I'm sorry I misled you. Sorry I lied to you. I'm sorry I used you to prove myself superior to Skullduggery. You don't deserve that kind of treatment.
And that whole proving yourself superior thing, in case I haven't spelled it out, is so bloody stupid. Crepuscular nodded.
I know.
That's easy to say.
It's not, actually. It's very hard to say. I've put years into this. The idea that I can beat him by being better than him, by saving you where he couldn't save me. This has been my life, Omen. This has been the only thing that has driven me forward.
Omen looked at him. That's sad and pathetic.
I'm aware.
And now you see sense, do you? Just like that?
Is that so hard to believe?
Kinda, yeah.
I've seen sense because, for the first time, this narrative that's only existed in my head has met the real world, and it's hurt real people, and a real friend. So yes, I now see sense. I see how stupid I've been. And I apologise.
So what? From now on, complete honesty, something like that?
Yes. I swear.
Okay, said Omen. Prove it. What else have you been up to? Crepuscular hesitated. Thought so, said Omen, about to turn away.
We have Skullduggery Pleasant's skeleton.
Omen frowned. His skeleton? What about the rest of him? His consciousness?
I don't know. We left that with Valkyrie. I don't know what happened there.
Who's we?
Cadaver Cain and me.
You've teamed up with the future version of the man you hate? To do what?
Take over. Creed has to be replaced. Roarhaven needs a new leader, even if it's only for a couple of days. Skullduggery would have interfered with that, and so we removed him as an obstacle. I know how that sounds. It sounds like I'm the bad guy. But if I have any hope of making it up to you, you deserve my complete honesty.
And exactly how are you going to make anything up to me?
By seeing it through to the end.
Omen laughed. Are you serious? After everything, you want us to be partners again? Why the hell would I agree to that?
Because of all the good we've done and all the good we can do. Omen, my motives may have been screwed up, but we saved lives. When everyone else was thinking big picture stuff, end of the world stuff, we kept helping the people who needed help right there and then. The people everyone else was ignoring.
And that's what you want to keep doing, is it?
No. While we were saving lives, the people we trusted to save the world messed up. We can't let that continue.
Whatever, Omen said, walking away. Do whatever you want, but do it without me.
I think we can save your brother.
Omen stopped, but didn't turn.
I don't think he's too far gone,
Crepuscular continued.
I think you can reach him. I think you're the only one who can. Augur's the chosen one. If anyone can beat this obsidian persona that's taken over, it's him.
Omen turned. You'll help me find him? How exactly?
That'll take some work,
said Crepuscular.
We'll need the High Sanctuary's full resources working on it, so Creed will have to be replaced.
You're going to kill him?
No,
Crepuscular said.
This isn't about killing anyone. We can remove him from office, throw him in a cell if we have to, and take over.
We'll take over, will we? We'll take over the High Sanctuary? That's nuts. No one will listen to us. You think they'll obey your orders? No one even knows who we are.
No, but if they know Skullduggery Pleasant, then they'll know Cadaver Kane.
Omen frowned. You want Cadaver Kane to run the High Sanctuary? To become the Supreme Mage?
It's the only way we'll be able to get Augur back.
But that's not how anything works, Omen said. The Supreme Mage has to be voted in, or appointed or something.
Yes, they do,
said Crepuscular.
Appointed by the Council of Advisors. Omen, recent events may have changed things up, taken some players off the board and put some new ones on. But I've always been good at improvising and adapting. I've been preparing for this for years. I need your help to see it over the finish line.
108. Marching through Nye's laboratory, Martin Flannery felt invincible. It wasn't the Secret Service guys trailing after him either, the ones brimming with magic. No, this feeling of invulnerability came from Flannery and Flannery alone. His muscles were popping. He could feel them. His hands were huge and mighty and capable of crushing steel. His legs were powerful. He could run fast and jump high and kick down a door. He could splinter bones beneath his feet. He thought about how he'd beaten up the skeleton, and he smiled a smile that threatened to rip his face apart, but didn't. Couldn't. Nothing could rip his skin. No knife could cut him, and no bullet could kill him. He was indestructible. The smile dropped when he passed the table where the bones of Skullduggery Pleasant had been chained up, and where they weren't chained up anymore. Nye was waiting for him, standing with its hands behind its back and its head bowed. Flannery wasn't afraid of it anymore. How could he be afraid of something that he could snap like a toothpick? "You failed me!" he snarled. The creature looked up.
I am here to work, Mr. President. I do not coordinate this facility's security.
You failed me! Flannery roared, slamming his fist onto a table so hard the whole thing buckled.
Of course, Mr. President,
said Nye.
I beg your forgiveness.
Flannery glared at him, hatred and revulsion broiling within him, on the very edge of leaping forward, grasping that scrawny neck and twisting it until it popped. Nye stood there, looking at him, like it was daring him to do just that.
You think you're not replaceable? Flannery said. You think I'll go easy on you because you make the splashes? There's another one of you, you idiot. What's stopping me from killing you right here and now and just putting the other guy in charge? It wouldn't even be murder. You're not even human. You're a creature. You're an animal. You're less than an animal. If I kill you, there'll be no monster rights activists kicking up a fuss. No one will care. You are right, of course, said Nye. But I'm afraid I must correct you on one small point. There is only one of me. The being you knew as Dr. Nye met its demise when Valkyrie Kane and Skullduggery Pleasant escaped.
Flannery glowered. They killed it?
Suffice it to say, it was killed. I'm sorry to tell you that I am the only Nye left. The good news, however, is that while I already surpassed the Doctor in every conceivable way, after feasting on its memories and experience, I am now twice the creature it ever was.
Before it had even finished speaking, the rage that had been burning in Flannery's chest flickered and faltered and went out, and took every bit of his strength with it. It was a horrible feeling, as if all his blood had been drained from him, and he sagged, almost stumbled into one of his Secret Service agents. Professor Nye watched him, a slight smile on its face.
Are you feeling okay, Mr. President?
Flannery hated this part of it. I'm fine, he mumbled, and stood up straighter. I want another batch, though. Those small, beady eyes narrowed.
You haven't used up the last batch already, have you? I warned you to pace yourself, to use them only when required.
You don't warn me about anything, you got that? I'm the president, you ugly freak. You want my guys here to remind you of that?
No, sir. That will not be necessary. Another batch of the
strength ones, said Flannery. The ones to make me strong.
Of course, Mr. President. A new batch will be ready in just a few minutes. In the meantime, might I suggest a new splash?
What kind?
A prototype, sir. I made 2 of them, just for you.
Flannery hesitated. And what does it do?
I could explain, sir, but it would be far more effective if you were to just experience it. If you're too cautious, however.
Cautious. Just another way of saying scared. Give it to me. Nye smiled.
Excellent.
It turned to a massive refrigerator, took out a metal box, made a big deal about opening it. Flannery didn't like waiting. Waiting meant that somebody else had the power. He puffed out his chest.
I've been thinking, he said, about the splashes. Thinking of ways you could improve them.
He spoke loudly so that all the other scientists in the lab could hear him, and so that his Secret Service detail could appreciate how impressive he was.
Yes, Mr. President.
It came to me last night, Flannery continued. I was thinking about them, and I thought, you know what would make these better? Different flavors. Nye hesitated.
Flavors, Mr. President.
Flannery nodded.
Right now, I don't even know what flavor they are. They taste of nothing. I put one in my mouth, and I don't know what I'm supposed to be tasting. You're not supposed to be tasting anything, sir. They're flavorless. And that's your problem right there, Flannery said, snapping his fingers. You need flavor. Everything needs flavor. Start off with something simple, like peppermint or vanilla or chocolate, and then start introducing more advanced flavours like, I don't know, cookies and cream or raspberry ripple.
Nye looked at him.
I see.
Flannery knew that look, whether it was from a freak of nature like Nye or from one of his own generals, and he hated it. He felt himself starting to blush. Holding the metal box in both hands, Nye held it towards him. Nestled in there were 2 squares of paper. 2 splashes. Flannery picked up one of them, examined it.
How long will it take to work? Immediately, Mr. President.
How long will it last?
Half an hour on the dot, sir, as always.
Flannery hesitated, but everyone was watching him, so he put it on his tongue and swallowed. He waited for something to happen, for that familiar strength to flood his system, or the energy to start crackling. But there was none of that. There was no physical change at all, as far as he could tell. For a moment he wondered if Nye had miscalculated, or had perhaps simply failed. If perhaps its ambition had outstripped its ability. But such a thought did not last long. Professor Nye was far too intelligent and far too cunning to allow for the possibility of such an obvious failure. There were myriad ways in which that particular splash could have been affecting him. It could have turned him into a teleporter or a shunter, or given him access to 1,000 other disciplines. The possibilities, as he was starting to realize when it came to magic, were practically endless. Flannery raised an eyebrow at the professor.
So what am I able to do now that I wasn't able to do a moment ago?
Nye laughed softly.
I would like to answer that with a question, if I may.
By all means.
One of the many projects that had stumped Dr. Nye when it was alive was its research into the source of all magic and how sorcerers, in turn, wield that energy. The doctor worked on the assumption that certain living creatures are more attuned to magic than others, but struggled to explain how they draw this magical energy from the source portals. Would you have any idea how this is achieved, Mr. President?
You're the expert, Professor. I know nothing about magic.
But if you were to hazard a guess...
Flannery sighed. I don't know. I would imagine it has something to do with how receptive their cells are, since I expect the answer lies in the DNA strands, but I know next to nothing about... He blinked. Ah, he said. You've made me smarter.
Not only have I boosted your intelligence, said Nye, but you will also find yourself drawing on the knowledge of everyone in your vicinity. In this case, the entire laboratory.
I'm reading their minds. Wait, no. I'm absorbing facts, figures, theories. But I have no more insight into their private lives or inner workings than I did a few minutes ago. This is fascinating.
Yes,
said Nye. Flannery laughed.
This is incredible. My mind is open. It is a wonderful way to be, is it not?
It is, said Flannery. How many of those splashes have you made?
Just 2, Mr. President, but I can make more.
Flannery considered it. I don't want this mass-produced, he said. I don't want this out in the world. We're not in the business of handing potential rivals an advantage, are we, Professor?
No, Mr. President, we are not.
We can supply our allies with all kinds of splashes, give their soldiers all manner of physical advantages. Let them smash and destroy to their heart's content. Let bullets bounce off their chests.
Let them hurl fire and throw energy, but we keep the shunters and the teleporters American. Do you understand me? We keep the sensitives American. As for the intelligence booster, well, I think I'll be the only one taking that. Of course, sir.
It was a surreal experience to be Martin Flannery in that moment, his weaknesses laid out before him. He had always thought of himself as the smartest man in the room, even in a room of certified geniuses. They just didn't have what he had, he'd told himself. They were bookworms, nerds, people who studied, cheated basically, while he got by on his natural intelligence. He didn't need books. He didn't need learning. He was better than all of that. But he could see now the emptiness of those ideas. He could see how they emanated from a place of worthlessness. His father had been a smart man, smart enough to build an empire through sheer grit and ruthlessness. His mother had been stern and unloving. Martin was raised to a life where money and power were all that mattered. Countless articles and exposés over the years had painted him as a man born into privilege, despising those who were less fortunate. He'd always accepted that portrait of himself, as reductive as it may have been, but he saw now that there were different kinds of privilege. Given the chance, would he have traded the privilege of wealth for the privilege of support, of understanding, of love? "How are we with supply?" he asked, startled at the realization that he could hold more than one thought in his head at the same time.
Things are proceeding faster than anticipated,
Nye answered.
I have refined the doctor's plans, streamlined them where necessary, and as a result, our stocks are growing 7% faster than expected.
I think it's safe to say that the right Nye survived, said Flannery.
So kind of you, sir.
Skullduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie Kane killed Dr. Nye as they made their escape, you said. Or actually, you didn't say that at all, did you? Nye bowed its head.
Dr. Nye's passing was tragic, Mr. President, and we are all the poorer for it.
Flannery didn't respond to that. Events certainly have conspired to make you quite invaluable, haven't they?
I suppose they have, sir.
Although, now that I'm smarter than you, I'm sure I could figure out how to make those splashes if I really had to.
I'm sure you could, Mr. President, if you were smarter than me.
Flannery looked at Nye and smiled, and Nye smiled back. A machine chimed, and a small door popped open, and Nye took out a metal box, the size and shape of a phone.
To make you strong, sir,
said Nye, passing it over. Flannery pocketed the box while he examined the tables around him. He could spend the day down here, going through everything, taking it all apart and putting it back together better than before. Never in his life had he ever been interested in conducting research, in using an experiment to test a theory and progress a possibility. But today the opportunity was before him, and it was almost impossible to resist. An aide stepped in. Mr. President, sir, we have a situation developing in Seattle. The world, it seemed, was full of situations, dragging him away from the things he most wanted. The intelligence booster, he said to Nye. The professor plucked the second splash from its box with a pair of long tweezers and slipped it into a smaller box, no bigger than a stamp. Flannery put it in his shirt pocket. I want more of these.
Yes, sir.
Nye bowed, the obsequious creature that it was, and Flannery led the way from the laboratory. Once they were out of range of the blockers, the Secret Service agent who'd taken the teleporter splash took a moment to picture their destination in his head. At his nod, his fellow agents linked up and Flannery joined them, and suddenly they were in the living room in the executive residence, each of them diving for their individually assigned puke buckets. When Flannery had finished vomiting, another aide handed him a handkerchief to wipe his chin and 3 breath mints. Flannery chewed as he walked, eager to face this new challenge and figure out the best way to overcome it. The Situation Room was alive with activity, and his generals updated him on the various operations, and Flannery hurried them along. They were used to talking slower, to explaining everything, to using simplified language. But today, he was absorbing their words while reading the reports, both on screen and on paper, and everything and everyone was moving far too slow for his liking. Shalgoth carnage in New York, Washington, Philadelphia, and Dallas. Sorcerers battling monsters in Chicago, Seattle, Miami, Boston, and Salt Lake City. 100 other crisis points, and that was just in the continental United States. Around the world, it was just as bad. Their allies needed help. They needed magic to give their soldiers a fighting chance. This was all working out perfectly. He ignored the shocked looks on his generals' faces when he started issuing orders. There was a moment of surprise, a moment of confusion, where they were realizing that there was now a strategy at play. And then they snapped to it, got on the phones, started barking orders of their own. It was a beautiful thing, a magnificent thing, a great thing. And all those big thoughts swept from Flannery's mind, gushed out of it like floodwater down a storm drain, and he blinked at everyone around him, almost wincing at the barrage of noise. He checked. No one had noticed how he had sagged. They were all busy carrying out his instructions. He tried to remember what they were, but they floated away from him like a dream he couldn't quite keep a hold of. There were a few seconds when he felt scared and weak and vulnerable and completely unsuited to this job. His father would have sneered at this weakness. His mother, too. She would have grabbed him by the scruff and pulled him towards her and called him stupid, called him a failure, called him all the names he'd hated to be called when he was a boy. He scrambled for the box in his pocket, yanked it free, almost dropped it in his desperate need to get it open. He licked his finger and pressed it to the splash. He put the splash on his tongue, swallowed it, and breathed out. And all his weakness went with that breath. He was Martin Flannery again, the President of the United States. He was in charge. Everyone did what he told them. 5-star generals saluted him, and everyone called him Sir. He was strong. His muscles were like steel. He didn't need any other kind of splash. Why the hell would he need an intelligence booster when he was already so goddamn smart? He took that little box from his shirt pocket and crushed it between his thumb and forefinger and let it all fall to the ground. The generals started talking again, and he roared at them, told them to slow the hell down, and he smashed the table in his anger and made everyone understand that he was the best and he was the smartest and he was the strongest, and they damn sure slowed the hell down after that display. 109. Omen walked into the room of prisms. The throne, for that's what it was empty. Sitting on the bottom step leading to it was Damocles' Creed. He looked awful. His scalp, usually kept shaven, was ridged with stubble. His eyes were rimmed with red, and his skin was pale, unhealthy. His muscles were still huge, but the way he was sitting, slumped over like that, seemed to indicate a lack of energy, of strength. The void sword hung from his waist, within easy reach of his twitching fingers. His mouth was moving. He was talking to someone without making a sound. Praying, perhaps. "Supreme Mage?" Omen said. When Creed didn't respond, Omen repeated himself. On the 3rd try, Creed looked up and smiled. "Yes, my child," he said. "What can I help you with?" "I was wondering if I could have a word." "A word?" He frowned. "I'm meant to be meeting with my council of advisors. They seem to be running late, though. It's funny because they're never late. Grand Mage Praetor is always on time,
and Grand Mage Rubik always seems to be irritatingly early.
Creed shook his head.
But they're not here and you are. I know you, do I not?
I'm Omen Darkly, sir. A slight hesitation.
Yes, the brother. Didn't you run away?
I did, sir, yes.
We sent people out to look for you, did we not?
You did, yes. Some serial killers.
Your brother is Obsidian. You must be worried about him.
There was a long, long moment when Creed didn't say anything, didn't move. Then his eyes began to focus, and he blinked and smiled again.
Of course you're worried. I have a brother, and I worry about him. I have sisters too, and I worry about them. I worry about their spiritual well-being. They strayed from the true path hundreds of years ago, you see, and try as I might to bring them home, to guide them to the way and the light, I have thus far been unable.
Are you feeling okay, sir?
No, my child. I am racked with guilt.
Oh, said Omen.
I have failed in my mission, young Mr. Darkly. My mission, my divine destiny, was to bring the faceless ones home.
But that's what you did.
True, said Creed. But once they were home, I spectacularly failed to keep them alive.
Was that your responsibility, though?
Creed sighed. Perhaps not. Perhaps you are right. I did everything I could, everything that could be expected of me. I succeeded where Serpine and Vengeance and Malevolent and countless other sorcerers had failed. I should be proud of myself, should I not?
Maybe. The door behind Omen opened, and Grand Mage Rubik hurried in, his robes brushing the floor as he walked. He frowned for a moment at Omen, then turned his attention to Creed.
My apologies, Supreme Mage, he exclaimed. My duties and responsibilities have kept me busy these last few hours, and I humbly beseech your forgiveness for being late.
Creed nodded, gesturing for Rubik to get on with it.
And even more apologies, Supreme Mage, this time on behalf of Elder Praetor. He sends his regrets, but he simply cannot make today's meeting. Events in America demand his full attention, and he hopes you understand.
Creed watched Rubik. Instead of responding to him, he stood and turned his attention back to Omen.
I feel better already, I truly do. I still hear voices in my head telling me to do terrible things, but now they're all my voice, which is a refreshing change. It can get quite unsettling to have your head filled with other people's voices, let me tell you.
Omen didn't know how to respond to that.
Now then, said Creed, tell me why you are here. Do you seek information about your brother, the terrifying being who wiped my gods from existence with a wave of his hand? Not all of them, of course. Those whom Obsidian didn't erase from reality. Those whom Valkyrie Kane didn't murder inside her, reduced themselves to a single spark. A single useless spark. My gods, the almighty beings I have spent my life worshipping, ran from adversity and shucked everything that made them who they were, like a snake shedding its skin. What would you call such beings, my child?
I wouldn't like to say, Supreme Mage.
I insist.
Omen swallowed. Cowards, Supreme Mage. Creed towered over him.
That's exactly the word I would use.
He turned suddenly, pacing away and then back.
I'm at a loss, Omen. I am rarely at a loss, but at a loss is where I find myself. I am rudderless. I worship gods that don't deserve my worship,
and lead a church that has been revealed as a sham. So what do I do now, Omen?
Rubik was looking even more confused than Omen was feeling. I don't know, sir, Omen said.
But of course you don't, said Creed. And I don't expect you to. What would you know of these dilemmas I face? Do you know the one thing I have that is not built on a lie, Mr. Darkley? This place. The High Sanctuary. My role as Supreme Mage. That's what I should focus on. It's the only healthy option. Channeling my energies into the Church of the Faceless will only lead to madness, of this I am sure. But leading the sanctuaries around the world, that is a challenge worthy of my time and my talents.
Then this is going to be awkward,
said Crepuscular, walking in. Creed turned to face him.
I'm sorry, he said. Am I supposed to know who you are?
Crepuscular Vise, at your service.
Still not ringing any bells?
I helped out Omen and his friends when they took down your city guard at the school back in June.
Oh, said Creed. That was you. Well, the reports I got describe you as a man with half his face missing, but I see no... Oh, wait, I see it now. I was looking at the wrong half.
You're funny,
Crepuscular said.
I'd heard you weren't funny.
I don't generally feel the need to be, Creed responded. I've always viewed humour as a waste of time, but ever since the Faceless Ones fled from my thoughts, I've changed my mind about a lot of things. What can I do for you, Mr. Vise?
I don't know how to put this gently, said Crepuscular, so I won't bother. We're taking over.
Taking over what, may I ask?
This,
said Crepuscular, pressing his wristwatch.
The whole shebang.
You mean the High Sanctuary? Oh, no. No, I don't think you'll be doing that.
Creed motioned to Grand Mage Rubik, and Rubik nodded, tapped a sigil on his belt, and 4 members of the city guard marched in.
Officers, said Creed, throw this curious gentleman into a cell, would you? If he resists, kill him.
The officers didn't move, and Creed frowned at them.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm almost embarrassed to tell you,
Crepuscular said.
But the city guard work for me now.
Creed observed him.
And how did you manage that?
Crepuscular shrugged.
By being really, really sneaky.
Grand Mage Rubik, Creed began.
Also works for me,
Crepuscular finished.
As does Praetor. As do all the other Grand Mages and councils of elders around the world that are run by the High Sanctuary.
Creed laughed, and then frowned, his face a mask of confliction.
You can't have done this. You can't have managed to do this.
And yet, I have.
But you can't have done it,
Creed said again loudly.
Do you understand? Do you understand me? It can't have happened. There's no way you've been able to do this without me noticing. It's just not possible. I've been planning this for years.
Crepuscular angled his head so the light caught his smile.
And I've been planning it for longer. You have 5 minutes to vacate the premises, or I'll be forced to break my promise to Omen here and take your life. 5 minutes from 1 minute ago, by the way.
He held up his watch.
Countdown's already started.
Omen watched Creed, trying to anticipate what he was going to do. He had 3 apparent choices: leave quietly, leave loudly, or attack. Fury danced over his features and vanished, then danced again and retreated.
Oh,
Crepuscular said.
I'll be taking the void sword before you go.
Creed's hand went to the hilt, and the 4 officers drew their guns and aimed.
Obsidian is still coming for me, Creed said. If you take the sword, I'll be defenseless.
Oh, well,
said Crepuscular. More seconds ticked by, and Creed unbuckled the sword belt and let the whole thing drop. He turned and walked out.
Escort him,
said Crepuscular, and the 4 officers went after him. Crepuscular immediately turned to Rubik.
OK then, we need a new Supreme Mage, and I have an idea as to who should fill the position.
Rubik's hand went to his mouth.
You mean me?
Crepuscular laughed.
No, I don't mean you idiot. You're a useless waste of space who only got where you are today by being as inoffensive as possible. When you die, nobody will notice, let alone care. You've lived a life as empty as every promise you've ever made. You were a terrible teacher, a worse principal, and so far you've been an astonishingly ineffective Grand Mage. Why would anyone want someone like you running the show?
He laughed again, then said,
I don't want to be mean.
No, don't be silly,
Rubik said quietly.
I've already spoken to Prater about it, so he's on board. I just need you to officially agree to the nomination.
Rubik nodded quickly.
Yes, of course, you have my vote, Mr. Vyse.
You're not voting for me.
Rubik gaped.
You mean... Well, I suppose... Very well.
He cleared his throat.
I vote for Omen Darkly.
Crepuscular sighed, and Omen almost laughed.
You're going to vote for Cadaver Kane, Crepuscular said.
On cue, Cadaver walked in. I was waiting outside for ages, he said.
Sorry about that,
Crepuscular responded.
I like to be dramatic. Rubik, do you vote for Cadaver? Just say yes before you make another mistake.
Yes,
Rubik warbled.
And so, with both members of the Council of Advisors voting for him, and with Omen Darkly as witness, I name Cadaver Kane the new Supreme Mage. Trumpets, please.
There were no trumpets. 110. Sebastian took to the rooftops to avoid the patrols. He didn't know if they were Faceless Ones fanatics, rioting because their gods had abandoned them, or null lunatics, rioting because they didn't have anything better to do. But either way, the streets were unsafe. The rooftops, unfortunately, didn't seem to be any safer. There was someone else up here, crouching by the edge of the roof, looking down on the patrols. Someone tall but powerfully built, rangy. A black man, bald. His head moved slightly, as if he'd sensed Sebastian's presence. And Temper Frey turned and straightened and showed his fangs. You're a funny-looking bird, man, said Temper. What are you dressed up like that for? How curious. How odd. I'm going to peel that mask off you. What do you think about that? Maybe peel your skin off, too. Lot of peeling in your future, Birdman. Sebastian took a step back. I don't want any trouble. Unlucky, said Temper, spreading his long arms. I'm all trouble. Temper sprang, and Sebastian jerked sideways, feeling those claws rake across his arm. He stumbled, and Temper slashed again, would have opened up his back were it not for the coat and the suit beneath. And then Nuncle was standing between them, hands by his sides and his head tilted. Hello, Mr. Frey, he said,
I'm afraid I must insist that you do not kill, murder, slaughter, eviscerate, or otherwise harm, damage, or injure my very good friend here."
Temper snarled and started for him, and Nuncle held up his hand. Temper faltered, a frown passing over his face, and then he sank to his knees and toppled over, unconscious. Sebastian hesitated.
What did you do to him?
"I gave him back his conscience," said Nuncle. "He was a good man, and he can be so again, if he wants to be."
Sebastian hurried forward.
That's something you can do? Can you do it again?
"To whom? Darkess. She never had a conscience. Who else? Obsidian, maybe. To do so would be to interfere more than I am prepared to. I'm sorry, Sebastian."
Who are you? What are you?
"I'm dying, is what I am," said Nuncle. "I don't have long left, my boy, but the time I have remaining is yours, if you want it."
I don't understand. Will you please just give a straight answer to one of my questions?
"You're irate," said Nuncle, smiling again.
Yes, I'm bloody irate. I'm alone. The only person I've got to talk to speaks in riddles, and I failed in my mission.
"Have you?"
I was sent to do one thing, and that thing's not going to work. So yeah, I failed.
Nuncle patted Sebastian's shoulder.
"Then you're not busy right now, no? If you've failed, you've got some spare time before the end of the world."
I suppose.
"In that case, come along with me now, boy. I've got something to show you."
111. The shelves in the grocery store were bare. It was an eerie feeling, walking through the aisles, like they were in an apocalypse movie, which, Tyler supposed, they kind of were. They stood in front of the kid at the till, who looked at them blankly. "Anything I can help you with?" Tyler's dad rubbed the bristles on his chin. He hadn't shaved in a week.
"Yeah," he said. "Yeah, actually, there is something you can help us with. You don't appear to have anything."
Sorry?
"For sale. You don't appear to have anything for sale."
Oh, said the kid. No, that's not true. I think there are a couple of colouring books in the back.
"I mean more in the way of food," Tyler's dad said.
Oh, yeah, no, we got none of that.
The kid looked around, making sure they weren't going to be overheard, even though there was no one else in the store.
"But I tell you what I do have. I got toilet paper."
"Toilet paper?"
The kid nodded.
$50 a roll.
$50 for a single roll of toilet paper.
I snagged a bunch of it when all this started. First thing to go in an emergency, you notice that? The toilet paper. Filled the trunk of my car with the stuff. I'm running low, but I can get my hands on some if you really want it. $50 for one, $150 for two.
"Why is it more expensive if you want 2 rolls?"
"It means you really want them, so you're desperate, so you're willing to pay. It's simple capitalism, man. Hate the game, not the player."
For a moment, Tyler was pretty sure his dad was going to reach over and drag this kid out from behind his till and beat him to death. But then Tyler was following him onto the street and towards the pickup. The whole town was bare. Anywhere that sold food had been picked clean. Vending machines had been overturned and smashed open. The hardware store had been cleared out. People who had known each other their whole lives suddenly resented their neighbours because they might be hoarding more supplies than them. No one was sharing. No one was coming together. All of a sudden, the world had become a ruthless place. The ground rumbled, and Tyler frowned, looked at his dad, and his dad scowled, and the store window beside them cracked, and dogs started barking, and alarms went off. And then it all calmed down again.
"Was that an earthquake?"
Tyler asked. His dad grunted a reply, and they'd almost reached the pickup when a woman screamed and came running, and a monster leaped on her. Tyler's dad grabbed him and threw him in the pickup, ran round the other side and jumped in. The pickup lurched forward, mounted the curb, and then got back in the road. Tyler turned in his seat, watching as the monster tore through the people trying to escape. They got home just as Tyler's mom was leaving for work, and his dad braked right in front of her hybrid. "In," his dad said, dragging Tyler by one arm and pulling his mother by the other. "What the hell are you doing?" Tyler's mom said. "Damn it, Cooper, let me go." His dad turned to her. "One of those monsters is on Main Street," he said. "It killed Harry Brockman. Killed him, Cynthia. I watched it in the rear view. The sheriff's department aren't built for this. Not this. The National Guard ain't gonna come down here, not when they're already stretched thin everywhere else. We ain't leaving this house, you get me? We ain't going nowhere." Tyler's dad went round locking every door, and Tyler's mom told Tyler to go fetch his sister. He knocked on Mila's door. She didn't answer. He knocked again, opened it, poked his head in. Frowning, he hurried into the living room. "Grams," he said, "do you know where Mila is?" Said Grams. "Oh, she's gone off to meet that boyfriend of hers, that nice boy." Finn, that nice boy who lived on the other side of town, on the other side of Main Street. Tyler turned to call for his dad, but his dad was right there, standing in the doorway with the gun in his hand, staring at Grams. He looked at Tyler. "You know where Finn lives?" Tyler nodded. "Do you know exactly where he lives? Do you know the house? Can you lead me to the house? Can you point it out?" "Yes," said Tyler. "I pass it all the time on my way to Paulie's." His dad let his stare settle for a moment, and then he bolted for the basement, and Tyler bolted after him, terrified of what he was about to do. But when they got down there, Tyler's dad dropped the gun and clasped his hands. "My daughter's out there, and one of those monsters is loose in town," he said to Frightening. "Please help me get her back. Please." 112. Skullduggery Pleasant held the hot cup of coffee, inhaled the steam rising from it, then took a sip. He sloshed it gently in his mouth for a few moments. Then his eyes widened, and he spat it out. "That is disgusting," he said, clearly appalled. Valkyrie laughed. "You don't like it? You told me coffee was delicious. You told me it was like drinking liquid heaven. Why would you lie to me? I honestly thought you'd love it. I hate it. It's disgusting and horrible. Why won't the taste leave my mouth? Why is it stuck there? It'll take a little time to fade." He stared at her. "I have to keep this taste inside me? That's ridiculous." "Here," said Valkyrie, passing him her bottle of water. "Wash it away with that." He unscrewed the cap and drank, gulping it down until the bottle was empty, and then wiping his mouth. She waited. "Is that better?" "Yes," he said, and hiccuped. "What was that?" "A hiccup, dude. Relax." He hiccuped again. "I don't like it. How do I stop?" "I don't know. Hold your breath. Sometimes that works." Another hiccup, and Skullduggery narrowed his eyes slightly. "Actually, maybe I'll keep doing it. It's not entirely unpleasant. It is strange, though, how the body will entirely misbehave of its own accord. I had quite forgotten what it's like to do this. What else have I forgotten about? Oh, sneezing. I used to adore sneezing. How does one sneeze, Valkyrie? I need something, don't I? Maybe this body is allergic to dust or cat hair. Is there a cat nearby? I don't think so. Perhaps we could find one. I'll sniff it, hopefully have an allergic reaction, and I'll be reminded what it is to sneeze. Or we could focus on the job. I'll be able to focus and sneeze at the same time. Skullduggery, look at me. If you sneeze before we reunite you with your skeleton, great. But let's not make it a priority, okay?
Yes, you're right. Of course.
How's the other guy? She asked. The one you hijacked.
He's sleeping, Skullduggery replied.
Every time he wakes, I just put him under again. It's easier than you'd think. His willpower isn't all that strong, to be perfectly honest with you. Hey, where have my hiccups gone? They just go away.
Can I get them back?
Not on purpose.
How incredibly odd.
He frowned. I think I'm hungry. Tanith walked by, slowing to a stop as she eyed Skullduggery's security uniform. We have a prisoner? Actually, no, said Valkyrie. Tanith, I'd like you to meet Skullduggery's temporary home. Skullduggery smiled stupidly wide. Hello, Tanith. Tanith blinked. No way. Crepuscular Vise and Cadaver Cain absconded with my bones, so I've commandeered a meat suit in the meantime. You are very attractive. He suddenly frowned. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. You've found yourself in a flesh and blood body after a few 100 years, said Valkyrie, unable to stop the smirk. I'd imagine it's like waking up one day and realising you're a teenager.
Good Lord, Skullduggery said. I'm having all kinds of thoughts.
Tanith grinned. Oh, yeah? Valkyrie gave Tanith's shoulder a light punch. Leave him alone, you. She laughed. I'm not doing anything except standing here, being attractive. Go be attractive somewhere else. Tanith winked at Skullduggery and walked off, hips swaying. Stop it! Valkyrie shouted after her. We need to focus on business, Skullduggery said quietly. Focus on the job. Find me something to get aggravated about and then get me out of this meat suit. I've changed my mind about it. It's uncomfortable and I don't like it. Valkyrie glanced over his shoulder. You're in luck. Here's something to aggravate you.
So it's true,
Nefarian Serpine said as he walked up.
You've actually possessed someone else's body. I don't know if you've done it purely to antagonize me after what I've been through, but it's in very poor taste regardless.
Skullduggery glared at him, then glanced at Valkyrie. She shrugged. I was told about this while you were in the bathroom, because you were taking ages. He got back here this morning, and he's been scanned, and all of our sensitives confirm that this is the Nefarian from Dimension X, and he's alone in there.
And I'm very, very angry, said Nefarian. The other me barged into my head without warning. I didn't have time to mount any kind of defence. One moment I was talking to Valkyrie in the bar, and the next I'm waking up on the floor of my safe house and watching my spare body towel itself dry. Then he dresses and laughs and walks out. A muscle twitched in his jaw. We have to track him down. You can't very well have him running around, can you? Skullduggery, this is your arch-enemy we're talking about, in a body that is identical to mine. The most dangerous man in the world. You need to catch him, and I need that spare body back. Having evil Serpine out there is a major problem, Valkyrie conceded. But we've got other things to think about right now. Nefarian seemed oddly offended. I'm evil. Not really. No, really. I'm just as evil as he is. You're not, though, are you? I'm a dangerous man, he insisted. You're very dangerous, and you've done really evil things in the past, but I feel like you're kind of redeeming yourself now, in a way. And I know you don't want to hear this, but you should probably say goodbye to the spare body. What? No, I need it. You're not even sick. You don't need a spare. But one of these days I might. Nefarian. Fine, he said irritably. Then can you grow me another? I mean, no. The first one was an accident. I have no idea how I did that, and no idea how to do it again. Well, this is fantastic, Nefarian muttered. Not only have I joined the resistance,
something I swore I would never do again. But I don't even have a spare body in case something goes wrong with this one. What's that phrase you use? Everything sucks. Well, everything does indeed suck. While we all sympathise with the inconveniences you're currently suffering, Skullduggery said, at the same time, we really don't care, and you're a very attractive man. Serpine hesitated. I'm sorry, what? Oh dear, Skullduggery said. Valkyrie hooked her arm through Skullduggery's and started leading him away. Good talking to you, Nefarian. We have a lot of work to do, so we'd best get to it. When they were out of earshot, she leaned closer. Will you please keep it together? I don't like this at all, Skullduggery muttered. How can you exist like this? How can you exist in a shell that dictates to you how you're feeling? He shook his head. It all makes so much more sense now. The flawed logic of the living. You've been dragged away from the pure light of reason by biological impulses. It's a wonder you get anything done. Tell me about it. Oh, he said, more gasped, really, as China walked towards them. Valkyrie, she said. Skullduggery, how are you both? I'm good, said Valkyrie. I'm a meat puppet controlled by strange biological impulses, said Skullduggery. Aren't we all, dear? China replied. I feel it best to move swiftly past the expected conversations regarding your appearance and focus on the crux of our current problem, namely that crepuscular Vise and cadaver Cain have proven to be entirely untrustworthy. Yeah, Valkyrie growled. This is quite unfortunate for a number of reasons, but primarily because I have done something very logical and practical that now seems to have backfired. China, Skullduggery said sternly. You... Yes? While Skullduggery continued to falter, Valkyrie sighed. Ignore him. He's about to tell you how attractive you are. What did you do, China? You will remember, of course, Abyssinia's plan to detonate a life force bomb beneath the White House. You will also remember that she had 2 such bombs constructed. Valkyrie nodded. One went off in the High Sanctuary, but you contained the blast, and you dismantled the one under the White House. Indeed, said China. You did dismantle it, didn't you? I did not. I reached it, disabled the first of its triggers, and then constructed a shield around it. I foresaw a time, an emergency, when such a device might be needed as part of a last-ditch effort to stop some murderous fiend and save the world. As I said, a purely practical and logical precaution to take. Skullduggery didn't seem confident of his ability to converse while looking at China, so he frowned at the wall. You disabled the first of its triggers. There was a second. The bomb was linked to Abyssinia herself. It was set to detonate upon her death, once her own life force left her body. But Abyssinia died, said Valkyrie, and the bomb didn't go off. China didn't respond. She just stood there, poised, while Skullduggery focused on the floor. You had her remains teleported to the High Sanctuary moments after her death, he said. You had her cremated. We saw her ashes the next day. You saw ashes, said China. I had the High Sanctuary's top scientists come up with a way to keep Abyssinia's life force contained within her physical form. You've been keeping her on a life support machine? Valkyrie asked. No, said China. Her life force is merely contained within her shell. I'm not sure what that means. Her body is dead. There's no pulse or brain activity. No life at all. It would already have decomposed, in fact, were the device in which it's being kept not maintaining its, shall we say, freshness. And her soul is trapped inside. Trapped? I wouldn't say trapped, I would say contained. Confined, restricted. Trapped, if you will. You can't trap her soul, said Valkyrie. "That's cruel, it's barbaric." "And yet necessary. Her soul, as you call it, leaving her body is what triggers the life force bomb. As it was, we barely contained it in time." "And you kept this from us?" Skullduggery asked, talking to the wall again. "I had an inkling that you wouldn't have approved." "I agree with Valkyrie." "I'm shocked." "This is cruel." "Necessarily cruel. Why do you two keep skipping over that word?" "Okay, hold on," said Valkyrie. "So you have the bomb, and you have Abyssinia's remains, so you can set off the bomb at any time." "No," China said. "The bomb was too unstable to move from underneath the White House, so it's still there. Though I did have Abyssinia's remains, so I could have set the bomb off at any time. But now Cadaver Kane has the remains, and he plans to detonate the bomb, killing Martin Flannery and as many of his fellow politicians as possible." "But assassinating the President of the United States, even this President of the United States, would be an act of war. That would be sorcerers declaring war on mortals. There's no coming back from that." "Yes," said China. "And you know about Cadaver's plot how exactly?" asked Skullduggery. "People tell me things." "People?" "Cadaver." Valkyrie groaned. "Oh, you were in on this." "Before I was betrayed, I was a co-conspirator, yes." "Why is it, China, that whenever there's any kind of plot or scheme or conspiracy, you're involved?" She shrugged. "People have always involved me in things. Clubs, organisations, coups, attempts at world domination. But I have since seen the error of my ways and changed my mind regarding this particular plot. So if you would like to help me stop the bomb from going off, I will consider relying on it." "Wow," said Valkyrie. "Thanks." "Think nothing of it, my sweet girl. Disarming the bomb will be down to me. Abyssinia is being kept in the high sanctuary. Ensuring that Cadaver doesn't kill her before I secure the bomb will be down to you." "Wait," said Valkyrie. "I've seen this. In my vision, I've seen this. The first time you were lying on a field of broken glass, but it changed. I saw you lying on concrete and you were drained. It was the life force bomb. It kills you, China. I've seen it." China took a moment. "That's disheartening." "It doesn't work. You don't disarm it." "That might not necessarily be so," said Skullduggery. I know knowledge of the future changes the future, but this is too much to risk. China can't be the one to dismantle the bomb." "I'm afraid I'm the only one who can," China said. "But if it is destined to go off before I'm finished, I can compensate for that with a few more protective barriers, just to be safe. I contained the blast of the bomb in the high sanctuary, and even though this one sounds considerably more powerful, I'm fairly certain I'll be okay with this one too." "Fairly certain doesn't sound too certain." "Nonsense. Fairly certain is an entirely adequate amount of certainty." "The only thing to remember," Skullduggery said, looking at China. "Yes," she responded when he didn't continue. He blinked. "Sorry?" Valkyrie sighed. "Any idea when Cadaver's going to detonate it?" "He'll want to dismantle the entirety of the American government in one go, which means taking out the White House and the US Congress, who will be meeting in less than half an hour." Valkyrie shook her head. "It gets worse. I can't believe that you were a part of this. You were actually part of a plan to commit mass murder." "No," said China. "I was part of a plan to kill Flannery before he tipped the world into a war that would trigger the Doomsday Protocol and unleash the 20. I'm still in favour of that, by the way. The agreement I reached with Cadaver was that the bomb should be detonated when there would be a minimal loss of innocent life. Obviously he has reneged, and so I'll go straight to the bomb. You'll need to go straight to Abyssinia, which means you'll need to get into the high sanctuary. I can arrange access for you through one of my secret entrances, But we'll need a distraction. Pull together everyone here, everyone available, said Valkyrie. The Resistance is going to have to stage an attack on Roarhaven in the next 15 minutes. I do love issuing orders to Tanith Low, China said, and strode out of the room. Valkyrie looked at Skullduggery. What do you think? They'll know we're coming, he said. I don't like it either. But while we're there, we might be able to pick up your skeleton and get you out of that meat suit. Then let's do it. Let's walk into a trap. That, she said, pointing at him, that right there. That should be our new motto. 113. Sebastian wasn't sure how it happened, but slowly he became aware that he wasn't in the world anymore. He wasn't in anything, actually. He made an effort to examine their surroundings, but it was difficult to focus on anything except Nuncle standing beside him, so he gave up. Your mind won't be able to process a lot of this, Nuncle was saying. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Where are we? Sebastian asked. What did you do? Did we shunt? Are you a shunter? We're not in your universe, if that's what you're asking. I was brought here back when I was your age. I think I was, anyway. Some days I remember things happening one way, other days some other way. It's hard for this brain to keep track of it all, you know. It's what you'd call a design flaw in the human being. Who brought you here? I did. Well, that clears that up. A part of me brought me here. Or, to be more precise, I was a part of the me that brought me here. There's a subtle difference there. It's important to get it right. They moved now, walking, except not walking, and something in the distance was all of a sudden right in front of them. A swirling mass of darkness with tiny pinpricks of light. Sebastian resisted the urge to reach out and touch it. What is this? Don't you recognize it? Said Nuncle. It's your universe, so it is. Amazingly, Sebastian didn't freak out. Huh. Smaller than I remember. Nuncle chuckled. It is, aye. Although that might just be a matter of perspective. And how are we managing to see our universe from this perspective? Your universe, Nuncle corrected. And we've just been able to step back a bit in order to see it in all its grandeur. It's a beautiful thing, is it not? All of that creation whirling and twirling and fizzing with matter and ideas and potential. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you take stock of your life. So this is my universe, said Sebastian, but not yours. That's right. So that means you're from another dimension. When Nuncle made a face, Sebastian guessed again. You're not from another dimension. Not as such, no. Nuncle, I think you should tell me who you are. A wave of an old crinkled hand. There'll be time enough for that at the end, most likely. Though maybe not. I don't know. I brought you here to look at your universe, boy. I was hoping you'd come away with a greater understanding of the forces at work. Are you God? Nuncle laughed. God's a kerry, man, is that what you're saying? I really don't know. I'm not God, lad, no. I'm pretty far from that. Are you the devil? I'm pretty far from that too.
Nuncle, please. You've brought me here to show me a new perspective, but you won't give me any straight answers.
Giving straight answers is not my job.
What is your job?
Nuncle looked at him and smiled. I have a question for you.
You're not answering any of mine, so why should I answer any of yours?
Because you said you would. Back in the dungeon where we met. Omen sighed.
You're annoying. You know what? Fine. Ask.
Why do you think you failed in your mission?
Because the world is about to end, and nothing I've done matters. I was sent to do a job. I was sent to bring Darkess back so she could save us all. But she can't save us. So yeah, I failed.
But your mission wasn't to save the world, was it?
That's why I was sent.
But your mission, said Nuncle, was to get Darkess back into your dimension. Isn't that right? And that's what you did. You went looking, you found her, you convinced her to come back. Sounds to me like the mission was a success. But the idea behind the mission was the failure.
Yeah,
said Sebastian.
Maybe. It's all the same though, so who cares?
You do.
Why aren't I panicking right now? I should be having, like, an anxiety attack or something.
Do you suffer from anxiety attacks?
No, but I'm really confused and I don't understand why I'm not terrified.
Nuncle shrugged. It's this perspective. It changes you. Take a look at your universe, boy. See it for what it is. Energy in all its forms.
I've heard this before,
Sebastian said.
I've had arguments with Darkess about whether people are any different from rocks. Please don't make me go through that again.
I won't. Don't be worrying yourself, Nuncle said with a smile. But she's quite right. From this perspective, the people down there in your universe don't really feature, do they? They're so small, so insignificant. They don't even affect their own reality. Nothing they do matters. But if nothing has meaning, if nothing has value in the great, grand scheme of things, then the only value anything has is the value you place upon it, wouldn't you say?
I suppose.
So then, from this perspective, it isn't simply energy we're looking at, is it? This is energy that has had its value decided by the beings that make up its consciousness, the universe assessing its own worth.
You've lost me.
Look at it this way. Up close, the people matter. Take a step back, the energy matters. Take another step back, the people are the energy, and so the people matter.
Right. What does this have to do with anything?
Nuncle shrugged. Not a whole lot, I'll be honest. I just want you to realize that the things you say and do in your life are the only things worth anything, and the people you surround yourself with are a big part of that.
And why do you want me to realize this?
Because you're the first in a long time, Sebastian.
The first what?
The first, said Nuncle, laughing. The first! Things like that, they ought to be celebrated. Their value ought to be recognized.
Right, fine, whatever. Can we go home now?
Home? My dear boy, we never left.
I meant, like, back to Roarhaven.
Oh, there, said Nuncle, and shrugged again. Sure, no problem. 114. Roarhaven sang with the wails of city guard sirens, the song propelled by the drumbeat of gunshots and explosions. Valkyrie and Skullduggery hurried out from cover and crossed the street. Flying would be quicker, but Skullduggery was having trouble accessing his magic in his current state. "This is so awkward," he muttered. "What is?" "This," he said. They moved away from the street, got to the rear of the high sanctuary, and searched for China's secret entrance. "What, walking?" Valkyrie asked. "Walking, yes, and running. It's very hard to coordinate. I'd forgotten that people are 60% water. When you have that amount of fluid sloshing about whenever you move, no wonder you all fall over so much." "It is a struggle being us." "Although it's a small price to pay for a sense of smell," he said, adjusting the bag on his back. "Smell is such an important part of detective work. When I was alive, I could detect the faintest traces of poison that still lingered in the air. I could identify killers from the perfumes they wore. I once saved a king's life because of the aroma of a spice that shouldn't have been anywhere near the palace. I'm going to miss this sense of smell." "And is that the only thing you're going to miss about having a body?" "I'll also miss the sense of touch, I imagine. I experience varying levels of sensation as a skeleton, but it's all a crude substitute for the real thing. Except for pain, of course. The pain I feel as a skeleton is exquisite. But with flesh and blood, you experience the feel of clothes, the way the skin reacts to a breeze." His head tilted. "Human contact." "What about it?" "It's different when you have flesh and blood. It's better. It's the difference between witnessing the third ever performance of Vivaldi's The Four Seasons and then listening to it again playing on a cheap stereo from the 1980s. "Did you?" "Did I what?" "Witness the third ever performance of Vivaldi's The Four Seasons." "Yes," he said. "That must have been special." "It was almost transcendent." "Only almost." "I was not, as they say, in a good place at the time. Even so, that concerto, what he was able to do, the sheer conception at the heart of it all. It proved that you don't have to be a sorcerer to perform magic. Funnily enough, when I listened to it playing on a cheap stereo in the 1980s, I was in a much better mood, and that experience was transcendent. So it goes to show that you never can tell, as Chuck Berry used to say." "Vivaldi to Chuck Berry. You are a man of many tastes." "And all of them good. Ah, here we go." Skullduggery pressed his hand to a slight groove in the wall, and a section of the wall slid open, and Valkyrie led the way into a dark, narrow tunnel. Cerise, the administrator, stepped out ahead of them, beckoning them to move quickly. They reached her, and she ushered them towards a set of stone steps.
"Take these up until you reach a door marked with chalk. Do not even touch any other door. They're all booby-trapped and they'll kill you. You'll emerge on level 3, and you'll have to make your own way to the research wing from there. I'll try to divert as many city guard officers out of your path as possible, but I can't promise anything."
"Thank you," said Valkyrie, and started to move off.
"Don't hurt anyone," Cerise blurted out. "I mean, hurt whoever tries hurting you, and hurt all the city guard officers you want. But the sorcerers aren't the bad guys here. Give them a chance, and I think they'll be on your side."
Valkyrie nodded, and Skullduggery followed her up the dark, winding staircase. They got to the door marked with chalk, and Valkyrie tapped the amulet. Her necronaut suit flowed over her clothes, and she pulled up the hood. At Skullduggery's nod, she opened the door. "I'll go first," Skullduggery said. "I'm the one wearing the clever disguise." She followed him into an empty corridor, and they moved quickly towards the elevators. They met 2 sanctuary operatives coming the other way, but neither paid them any attention. They got in the elevator and jabbed the button for the research and development floor. Right before the doors closed, an operative hopped in. She saw Valkyrie's face and froze. The elevator started moving. No one said anything. The elevator chimed, and the doors opened, and the operative stepped to one side, allowing them to pass. When they stepped out, they turned. The operative looked at Valkyrie and smiled. "I'm a big fan," she said, as the doors closed. Keeping their heads down and away from the cameras, they strolled as casually as they could manage to the research wing. Once there, they found Professor Regatta's office and knocked. "Enter!" Skullduggery stepped in first. Regatta raised his eyebrows in anticipation of a question, but then he saw Valkyrie, and the colour drained from his face. "Hi, Reggie," she said. He shook his head. "You can't be here. You can't. We were told if we saw you, we have to report you. That went out to everyone. Cadaver Kane is looking for you." "We don't want to be an imposition," Skullduggery said. "We just need a little information from you. We're looking for Abyssinia's body." "I don't even know who you are." "He's a friend," said Valkyrie. "Don't worry about him. We have to find Abyssinia, Reggie. Where is she?" Regatta glared. "The last time I helped you, I gave you the scepter of the ancients and you destroyed it." "It destroyed itself, actually," Valkyrie said. "I tried to fire it, but the whole thing exploded. I don't want to blame you. I'm sure you did the best you could, but... Anyway, that's not the point. The fate of the world hangs in the balance, Reggie. Once Abyssinia flatlines, a bomb goes off that will kill thousands and send the world down a dark path it'll never recover from." Regatta blinked. Her body's connected to life support machines in a small room behind the biology department. "Can you take us there?" "Yes. Yes, of course. I'll take you there immediately." "And what about Skullduggery Pleasant's skeleton?" Skullduggery asked as they headed for the door. "Would that be on the premises?" Regatta frowned. "Yes, actually. Cadaver Kane gave instructions that it be held in a secure location in case he ever needs some spare parts. How did you know?" Skullduggery ignored the question and gave the professor an unsettling smile. "We need those bones, Professor. The world needs those bones." 115. Tyler's mom took the long way round to Mila's boyfriend's place. She had to go north and then cut through a load of back roads, then do a loop to approach the town from the opposite direction. It was going to take her over an hour, but she was the backup. She was in case they didn't make it that far. Tyler sat in the pickup between his dad and frightening Jones. Once they passed Mason's garage, they slowed, the pickup crawling closer to the first cluster of buildings that signalled the start of Main Street. They pulled over and got out. Tyler's dad stuffed the handgun into his belt and loaded a round into the rifle. "You stay behind us," he said to Tyler. "If we see the monster and we tell you to run, you run. You understand me? You leave it to Mr. Jones and me. You run all the way back home, and you do not stop and you do not argue. We can't focus on getting to Finn's and getting your sister back if we have to worry about you." Tyler nodded. "I'll run, I promise." Tyler's dad looked at him and hugged him, kissing the top of his head. "I love you, kid." "I love you too, Dad." Frightening led the way onwards. They moved from cover to cover, from abandoned car to abandoned car, from the corner of the mayor's office to the corner of the laundromat. Blood stained the ground. They stepped over broken glass and torn up scraps of clothing. They could have gone the long way round, could have added another 10 minutes onto their journey, but Tyler's dad would never have accepted that. His little girl was in danger, and it was taking all his self-control not to just run down the middle of the street. Frightening motioned them both to duck behind a car about a stone's throw from the first intersection. They waited there for at least 30 seconds. When Tyler's dad went to whisper something, Frightening shook his head, and they waited some more. The monster came scuttling out, dragging a body behind it. Tyler recognised its meal. It was Mr. Gracie, a nice old guy who did odd jobs for people around town. The monster stopped in the dead centre of the intersection and settled onto its haunches. At Frightening's instruction, they moved back the way they'd come, getting round the corner of the grocery store before straightening up. "It's still eating," Tyler's dad whispered. "The Shellgut have spent their lives in caves below the earth," said Frightening, "living off whatever they can find. I'm not surprised that they're gorging themselves." "Maybe it'll be so busy eating that it won't notice us," Tyler said. "That's what I'm hoping," said Frightening. They cut through the grocery store, emerging out of the side entrance, down a bit from where the monster sat, its back to them. Frightening pointed to the two cars that had collided in the middle of the street. Tyler's dad ran quietly, ducking behind the crumpled hood of the Honda. Frightening put his hand on Tyler's shoulder, held it, and then gave a little push, and now it was Tyler's turn to run. Halfway there, the monster looked round. Tyler dived, scrambling behind the rear wheel of the Ford and freezing in place. Through the reflection in the hardware store window, he could see the monster rising up slowly and coming forward to investigate. It left its meal where it was. Tyler's dad wiped the palms of his hands on his shirt and gripped the rifle. Tyler looked back at Frightening, who gestured for everyone to stay calm. The monster stopped at the Ford's bumper. One more step, and it would see Tyler. He kept his eyes on its massive, terrifying shadow. The shadow moved as the monster bent over, and now Tyler could see the top of its head. Tyler's dad reached out, pulled Tyler to him, pressing his back against his chest so tightly that Tyler could feel his dad's rapidly beating heart. When the monster decided there was no one there and went back to poor Mr. Gracie, Frightening joined them, and together they ran to the other side of the street. They picked up speed now that they knew the monster was behind them, and Tyler led them into the residential areas where people stared at them from behind twitching curtains. They got to Finn's house, and Tyler's dad knocked quietly but insistently until the door opened. Mila came rushing out, crashing into her dad with her arms wrapped around him, the tears streaming. "I was so worried." "It's okay," Tyler's dad said, keeping his voice down. "It's okay, sweetie. I got you. You're okay." Mila saw Tyler and pulled him into the hug. In the house behind her, Finn stood awkwardly with his parents and little brother. "The creature is still on Main Street," Frightening told them. "If you want to leave town, I suggest now would be the best time to do it." "What about you?" Tyler's dad asked. "I have to try to stop it." "It'll kill you." "It can try." "Mr. Jones, you can't just... Listen, come with us. We're going to meet up with Cynthia, take the long way back to our place. We can wait it out there." Frightening smiled. "That's a good plan. You should do that. You have a family to protect. But I have a responsibility to kill monsters, and that's what I'm going to do." Tyler's dad looked at him. "I'm sorry," he said, "for everything." "You nursed me back to health," Frightening said. "I think we're even." Tyler's dad pulled the handgun from his waistband and passed it over. Frightening took it and nodded. "You stay safe," he said. "You too, Tyler." Tyler nodded, and Mila took in a sharp breath of air, and Frightening turned. The monster came round the side of the house across the street, its black eyes fixed on them. Frightening ran at it without hesitation, and Tyler's dad shoved Tyler and his sister into the house, and Tyler tripped on the welcome mat, fell over, as the world became a place of gunshots and shouting and panic. Tyler scrambled up as Finn's father slammed the door and locked it. He ran to the window, saw his dad walking towards the monster, rifle held to his shoulder, firing with each step. He saw Frightening empty the handgun into the monster's face and then drop it. While his dad reloaded, Frightening's eye blasts made the creature stagger back, and when Frightening stumbled away, blind, Tyler's dad resumed shooting, but the creature lashed out, lifting Tyler's dad off his feet. Mila yelled, and Tyler ran for the door, unlocked it, and slipped out before Finn's parents could grab him. Frightening had somehow clambered onto the creature's back, and his eye blasts were burrowing through its skull, but Tyler didn't care about that. He slid to his knees beside his dad, but his dad didn't say anything, didn't move, didn't even blink. The creature collapsed, and Frightening tumbled off, breathing hard, unable to see. Mila came running out, and she screamed when she saw what the creature's claws had done to their dad's chest. Tyler didn't cry until his mom got there. 116. The bomb sat on the ground. It didn't perch or coil or lurk. It merely sat as an object sits, boringly and without drama. It didn't need drama. Its existence was dramatic enough. It was a black box. The same kind of black box that had housed the bomb she'd contained the night Abyssinia had sent an army of convicts to attack the High Sanctuary. But this was bigger. This was much, much bigger. After making sure there were no traps to set off on her approach, China circled the bomb slowly, acclimatizing to the chill of the concrete tunnel. Above her, beyond the tons of earth and rock and the bunker that would offer no protection against this particular weapon, people went about their business in the White House. People drove by on the road. People walked their dogs and sat in their offices and watched television and prepared food, their lives glorious and full and vibrant. That this bomb, this contraption, could drain them of this life was at once a wonder and a horror of magic and science. It was also, China reflected, the device that she would fail to defuse if Valkyrie's vision came true. The device that would kill her. The first sigils she carved in the walls and the floor, therefore, were designed to contain the blast. She made a circle around the bomb and filled that circle with ancient writing. And, when she estimated that it might just be enough, she made another circle, just in case. And then she got to work. 117. Hawk shoved open the door and strode to the bank of monitors. "What the hell is happening?" The officer on duty, Malik, shot up out of his chair. "Commander, sir, approximately 3 minutes ago I recognised Valkyrie Kane on my screen, sir. She's here with an unknown male in the research wing, sir." "I know all that," Hawk snarled. "It's the message you sent me to get me here. What has happened since then, you idiot?" Malik pointed at 2 screens. "They seem to have coerced one of the scientists into helping them, sir. And then they split up. Kane and the doctor are headed for the biology department, and the unknown male seems to be headed for... Well, actually, I don't know where he's going. He keeps changing direction, almost like he's lost." "It's a ruse," said Hawk. "If he's here with Valkyrie Kane, then he knows exactly where he's going, but he also knows we're watching him." "He had a bag on his back, sir. It could contain explosives. He gave it to her before they split up." "Have you dispatched response teams?" You said to wait until you..." "Dispatch response teams, damn it! Take some initiative!" "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." While Malik did what he was told, and no doubt contemplated his imminent future guarding the latrines, Hawk took out his phone, flicked and tapped, and then froze, his thumb hovering over Damocles Creed's name. Glowering, and then snarling, he scrolled up and stabbed at the screen. "Commander Hawk," Supreme Mage Cadaver Kane said when he answered. "What a lovely surprise. Haven't I fired you yet?" "No, Supreme Mage, you haven't," Hawk responded, struggling to unclench his jaw. "Sir, you may be aware that we have intruders." "Intruders?" the Supreme Mage repeated, sounding appalled. "Well, that's dreadful, Commander. Absolutely dreadful. Is one of the intruders, dare I venture, Valkyrie Kane?" It is, sir. She's here with an unknown male. An unknown male, you say? So not one of her usual acquaintances. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Where are they going? Valkyrie Kane is headed for the biology department, and the unknown male is disguising his destination. Teams have been dispatched to intercept. Biology department, eh? Commander Hawk, said Malik. The response teams are about to make contact. Hawk hurried closer, watching as Valkyrie Kane took on 5 city guard officers and kicked the living daylights out of them. How's it going, Commander? Supreme Mage Kane asked. Hawk forced down his fury. Valkyrie Kane seems to have bested the first response team, sir. Well, I for one did not see that coming. How about the unidentified man? Hawk watched the other monitor as the second team descended on the male intruder, who had his hands up in surrender. They bludgeoned him to the floor with their batons, and kept him down there with their batons, and generally hit him with their batons an awful lot. Hawk smiled grimly. He is in our custody, Supreme Mage. The Supreme Mage didn't respond for a moment. Is he? Yes, sir, he is. He went down easily, did he? Quite easily, sir. He tried surrendering first, though. But our brave City Watch officers overcame his offer to surrender and proceeded to beat him, yes? Hawk didn't appreciate the Supreme Mage's tone. Yes, sir. I see. Congratulate your people on a job well done, Commander. Thank you, sir. I will. And ask them if he managed to say anything before they attacked him. Something along the lines of, "No, wait," or "You're making a mistake," or even, "I don't know what's happening, you idiots." Something like that. Hawk paled. Supreme Mage? I believe that Skullduggery Pleasant is still alive, after a fashion, and his consciousness was possessing that unknown male. Then we have him, sir. Please note that I was using the past tense in that sentence. Send everyone after Valkyrie, there's a good man. And remind me to fire you later, yes? Yes, sir. Excellent. I'll be down presently. 118. Regatta entered the room first and froze so suddenly Valkyrie actually walked into him. They must have moved her, he said. The room was empty, just a few cables lying around and a bed without a mattress. Regatta snatched up a clipboard and turned the page. They came last night, he said. The city guard. They moved her, but it doesn't say where. Cadaver knew we'd be coming, Valkyrie muttered. Regatta looked at her, nervous. How does this affect, the bomb? If we can't protect Abyssinia, we have no chance of delaying the detonation. She pulled her phone out, tried calling China. There was no answer. Damn! Oh, damn! Professor, we need to find that body. They could have put it anywhere, Regatta said. They've taken the life support equipment too, so all they'd need is a room with electrical sockets. But we have no way of knowing if it's even in the High Sanctuary. I'm sorry, Detective. Valkyrie stared at him, trying to come up with a solution. But then she just shook her head. You'd better get out of here, Professor. I'm sure the city guard are already on their way. He hesitated, then nodded, moved to the door. Oh, he said. Skullduggery Pleasant's bones, 3 rooms down that way. Then he hurried out. Valkyrie tried China again as she strode to a large laboratory with 5 clean tables and 1 table at the back with a load of bones piled onto it. No one had yet had time to arrange the skeleton properly, so it was all one big clacking, clattering jumble. She dropped the bag on the ground. She said, and put the skull and the jawbone at the top, the rib cage somewhere beneath that, and the femurs down near the end. The rest she pushed into some sort of shape. I'm really sorry, she said. I know the hip bone's connected to the leg bone, but that's about it. She arched her back and gritted her teeth as Skullduggery's essence flowed out of her. His remains moved slightly, and then the jawbone clacked into place, and it opened, and Skullduggery screamed. Wincing, Valkyrie darted forward, found the spine, brought it closer to the base of the skull, and then it jerked from her hand like a magnet leaping to a fridge. The rib cage attached itself next, and she found the clavicle and the scapula, and then she ran out of bone names. But after a few seconds, Skullduggery's right arm was attached, minus a few fingers. He'd stopped screaming by this stage. "My other arm," he said, his voice strained. "Assemble my other arm." Valkyrie moved round the table, searching for the correct pieces. "This is like doing a puzzle," she informed him. "I'm quite enjoying myself, actually." "Oh, me too," Skullduggery muttered, obviously still in an extraordinary amount of pain. He managed to sit up, then raised and bent his arm. "It's on backwards," he said. The door behind her burst open, and 4 city guard officers ran into the lab, guns out. "You're going to have to reassemble yourself," she muttered, and stepped towards the cops with her hands up. "Do not shoot," she said, smiling. "I mean you no harm." The cops looked at her like she was an approaching tank. They were as nervous as hell, and their fingers were on the triggers. "You folks need to calm down," she said. "That's poor gun discipline you're displaying right now. You never put your finger on the trigger until you mean to pull it." "That's right," one of them said. Valkyrie smiled. "You don't want to pull those triggers, fellas." Someone fired, and the bullet hit her chest, and Valkyrie hissed in pain and turned, pulled her mask over her face. Gunfire filled the room, and bullets slammed into her back, and a wall of air lifted her, threw her over the tables. She twisted and landed and tumbled backwards to one knee, letting loose with white lightning from both hands. She got one of the cops and put him down, but missed the others. They kept firing at her, and Valkyrie fainted right and then left as she sprinted at them. One of the cops dropped his gun and went for his sword, and she rolled under his swing, slamming into the officer behind him, hand on his throat, giving his system a jolt. His knees buckled, and he fell, and a stream of energy skimmed by her head. The cop with the sword went for her neck, and she swerved out of the way, caught his arm on the backswing, and used him as a shield as the last cop fired another stream. It hit his body, and Valkyrie let him drop. The final cop lunged, and she hit him 3 times, and then whacked his head into the same table that Skullduggery was sitting up on. Skullduggery fixed his foot onto his ankle and did a few rotations. "You doing okay?" she asked him, breathing a little hard. He got off the table and picked up the bag, opening it. "Don't look at me, please. I'm naked." "Mind hurrying up? We've got to find Abyssinia." He took out his suit. "I won't be but a moment." 119. Abyssinia's body lay on a hospital bed, hooked up to 5 different machines that all beeped and looked very important. Omen stayed at the door and frowned. "I really don't get what's going on. Isn't she meant to be dead?"
"She is dead,"
said Crepuscular, walking in.
"We're just here to finally allow her soul to leave her body."
Reluctantly, Omen joined him. It was a small, dark room in a small, dark part of the high sanctuary. "Why have you been keeping her like this?"
"You think I'm responsible for this? No, no. This is all the work of China Sorrows. Creed didn't feel the need to change anything, but Cadaver understands. I think it's time we let Abyssinia rest. Don't you?"
"Why now?"
"You think she should stay like this for longer?"
"No, I just mean, why are you doing this now? With everything that's going on, with all the emergencies, why are you switching off a life support machine at this exact moment?" "Something else is going on here." "Tell me what it is." Crepuscular watched him.
Okay,
He said.
you deserve an explanation, so you can walk through this metaphorical door with me. When Abyssinia's soul leaves her body, that will trigger an event that will strike a blow for sorcerers everywhere.
What will it do?
It will eliminate Martin Flannery.
Omen stared. You're going to kill him?
It's an unfortunate necessity.
What are you talking about? Why do you need to kill anyone? I agree that the world would be better off without him as president, so just send a teleporter to grab him and throw him in a cell.
That won't be enough,
Crepuscular said, sounding sad. When you say an event, do you mean a bomb?
A life force bomb, yes. When it goes off, there will be no damage to physical structures, I promise you that.
I don't care about physical structures, Crepuscular. I'd much rather a building gets destroyed than the people who live in it. You're talking about taking a life.
Sometimes these things are necessary.
We had a deal, Omen said, anger swelling. We said we wouldn't kill.
And we're not killing. I'm killing.
Omen shook his head. I don't get it. Why am I even here if nothing I say matters? You told me, you convinced me that we do things the right way. That's why I'm here. It's the only reason I'm here.
You're upset. I apologise.
That's it? That's all you're going to say? You're going to apologise and then kill Flannery anyway?
I have to.
No, you don't.
Someday, hopefully you'll understand.
Crepuscular reached for a switch on the wall. Just answer me this, Omen said quickly. Why am I here? Why did you need me here? Crepuscular hesitated.
Because you're my friend, Omen.
Clearly I'm not. People listen to their friends.
Not when they're misguided.
Omen hurried over, and Crepuscular watched him, and Omen stood between him and the switch. I'm not going to let you do this. A moment went by.
Please stand aside.
No, I can't.
You'd fight me? You would physically attack me, would you?
To save a life, I would.
To save an innocent life, Crepuscular said, I could appreciate. But Martin Flannery, the man was a threat to the world even before magic got involved. He's corrupt, he's dangerous, and he's getting people killed even now.
But killing him is wrong.
Please don't be so naive.
Omen shrugged. There's always another way if you want it badly enough. But you don't, do you? Whatever plan you have, it starts here, right? With Flannery's death.
It doesn't start here, Crepuscular said. It started years ago. But his death is a part of it, yes. I don't want to fight you, Omen, and you certainly don't want to fight me. But I need to trigger that bomb in the next few moments, and unless you get out of my way, I'll have to hurt you to do it.
Omen clenched his fists, and he tried his very best to look big and strong and threatening, but he couldn't maintain the act. He felt his body betray him, and he sagged, no longer able to meet Crepuscular's gaze.
Thank you,
Crepuscular said softly, putting his hand on Omen's shoulder as he passed. Omen twisted, his hands snapping and the air rippling, and Crepuscular grunted as he spun sideways, went crashing into the wall. Before he could recover, Omen was upon him, fists searching for the hinge of his jaw, seeking out that instant end to the fight. But Crepuscular covered up, and Omen's punches bounced harmlessly off his arms, and then Crepuscular had him in a stranglehold. Omen clicked his fingers and burned Crepuscular's arm, and he cursed and let go. Omen stomped on his foot, and Crepuscular grabbed him and flipped him, and the ground crashed into the base of his spine, and Omen cried out. All he could do was writhe in pain and curse as Crepuscular walked over to the switch. He flicked it, and the machines went quiet.
"It's done,"
said Crepuscular. 120. No. Too soon. The life force bomb continued to hum, and China backpedaled. The shield wouldn't hold. She needed 10 more minutes. That was all. Just 10. But she didn't have 10 more minutes. It was going to go off, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. She glanced at the tunnel behind her. There was no way she could outrun it either. It was going to envelop her just like it was going to envelop the White House above, and drain away all her dreams and triumphs and regrets as it drained her life. And it would be over in an instant, and she would be no more, having sacrificed everything in a futile attempt to save a few thousand selfish, stupid, pathetic mortals. How pointless. How frivolous. How unlike her. Right then, she muttered. She slammed her fist onto the sigil she'd just carved into the wall, and it lit up, and one by one all the other sigils lit up after it. The sigil she had yet to carve, the bridge that would have connected the disparate elements of her shield, she dismissed from her mind. There was no time left to think about opportunities missed. The bomb went off. It flashed, and the sigils formed a shield around it, a single column of bright blue energy that sizzled in its doomed efforts to contain the blast. China tapped her palms and stepped forward. Just as the shield was about to falter, she pressed her hands to it. Her body locked suddenly into position. Her teeth clenched, her lips pulled back. Her eyes went wide and started streaming water. The energy played with her hair like electricity. All the sigils on her body faded up on her skin until she was covered in beautiful, gentle, lethal tattoos. The energy from the blast sucked at the shield, and China did her best to reinforce it, to hold it together with her own magic. Despite her efforts, the blast continued to creep outwards. It latched onto her. There was a sound, like a wounded animal, and China realized she was screaming. Drawing on the very last dregs of her strength, she focused on narrowing the column. The blast energy thrashed. She felt it pulling her life away from her. She watched her hands, her perfect, long-fingered hands, start to wrinkle, start to shrivel. She listened to her bones weaken and creak. Her strength washed from her like a wave retreating from the beach. The column narrowed again, and it contained the blast energy, and then extinguished it. And the sigils stopped glowing, and China fell to her knees. 121. "I'm an idiot," said Omen, his back to the wall, his knees drawn up to his chest.
"You're not an idiot,"
said Crepuscular. "I believed you when you said we were friends. I believed you when you said you weren't doing this to prove a point. I was on your side. I helped you. What an absolute idiot I was."
"Omen, I'm sorry that I manipulated you. I needed you on side, but I didn't enjoy that aspect of it. You're a good kid. You're smart and capable.
Don't tell me what I am," Omen said, getting to his feet. "I'm tired of people telling me what I am. They don't know. Skullduggery and Valkyrie don't know. The teachers at school don't know, and you don't know. You know who else doesn't have a clue who I am? My parents. You all think you know me, but you just know this." He jabbed his own chest. "You know this person, this Omen Darkly. But Omen Darkly's an idiot, and he lets everyone lie to him and manipulate him, and he's never in charge. He never gets to decide what the best thing to do is. Crepuscular watched him.
It sounds like you're approaching a turning point in your life.
Oh, I'm past it, Omen said. I passed it a while ago. I just didn't realise.
Then there may be hope for you yet.
Drop dead, Crepuscular. Omen walked over to the door. Before he reached it, he heard Crepuscular curse softly, and turned in time to see him looking at his phone before he vanished. Frowning, Omen took out his own phone. He hesitated for a moment, then checked the news sites. Everyone was talking about more Shalgoth attacks and the various military responses. No one was talking about an assassination. He hurried back over to Abyssinia's body. He felt for a pulse and couldn't find one. She wasn't breathing either. She certainly looked dead, and without the machine to keep her soul trapped in her body, that life force bomb should have killed Flannery by now. Omen tried to figure out what could have gone wrong, but quickly abandoned the attempt. He hadn't a clue, and he wouldn't know where to even begin. Cadaver Kane walked in, accompanied by a city guard officer. "You knew about this, didn't you?" Omen said. "This was all part of your plan, right? Kill Abyssinia, set off the bomb, kill Flannery." "That was the plan," the Supreme Mage conceded. "But I don't think things have run smoothly. Abyssinia's dead, but Flannery isn't, which makes me wonder if someone got to the bomb before it detonated." Omen smiled. "Skullduggery and Valkyrie." "Actually, no," said Cadaver. "They're both here, in the research wing. You're a helpful lad, aren't you, Omen? Would you mind fetching them for me? Maybe bringing them to the main chamber downstairs. That's where all this is going to end, you see. You're welcome to come too, if you'd like." "You can fetch them yourself," said Omen. "I'm not doing anyone else's dirty work, not anymore." "I'm not all bad, though, Omen. I brought Sergeant Yonder with me, did I not? Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind." The cop came forward, shoving Omen out of the way. He pulled the tubes and wires away from Abyssinia's body and placed a 7-sided metal star on her chest. Omen had never seen one before now, but he knew what a sunburst looked like, and he knew what it did. "You want to revive her?" he asked, confused. "I've always had a soft spot for Abyssinia," Cadaver said. The cop grunted. "It won't work. Sunbursts can revive the recently deceased, but this lady's been dead for a while." "Abyssinia is an exception," Cadaver said, his voice friendly and most pleasant. "So do what I ordered you to do. There's a good sergeant." Yonder muttered something under his breath and tapped the sunburst. The sigils carved into it lit up and then flashed red, and Abyssinia's eyes snapped open. She gasped and sat up and grabbed Yonder as he yelled, her hands on either side of his head. Omen stumbled back as he watched her suck the life force out of the cop, then left his wrinkled, dried husk of a body to collapse while she rolled her neck in the most luxurious of stretches. Her skin shone with health. Her silver hair was glorious. Her lips reddened and her eyes sparkled. "Welcome back," said Cadaver, and then nodded to Omen. "Skullduggery and Valkyrie, could you tell them where I'll be? There's a good lad." He walked out. Abyssinia turned her head to Omen and smiled. "I know you." 122. Skullduggery's suit was black, matched by his tie and hat. His shirt was white. "My bones need a deep clean," he said, as they stepped out of the elevator. "They look fine to me," Valkyrie responded, blasting a city guard officer who happened to be passing at precisely the wrong time. They strode across the foyer. People have been handling them, Skullduggery said. I can feel their dirty, smudgy fingerprints all over my ribs. How long will it take, cleaning the whole thing? I'll clean one bone every evening. Barring incident or skipped evenings, that will take me 206 days. That seems a ridiculously long time. Couldn't you just have a shower? There are some stains a shower can't remove. They opened the main doors. A cool breeze toyed with Valkyrie's hair. Roarhaven was quiet. No sirens, no shootings, no explosions. They didn't step out. What are you thinking? She asked. We're here now, Skullduggery said. We take the opportunity to end this. We might not be able to stop the 20 being unleashed. We might already be too late. But we can stop whatever plans Crepuscular and Cadaver have for them once they're free. We go back in, we hunt them down, arrest them if we can, kill them if we have to. They're probably saying the same thing about us. He shrugged. Let them try. They turned, and another set of elevator doors opened, and Omen and Abyssinia emerged. What? Said Valkyrie. She came back to life, Omen said helpfully. What? Said Valkyrie. Hi there, said Abyssinia. What? Said Valkyrie. The bomb, Skullduggery said. I don't know what happened, Omen told him. Crepuscular turned off the life support for... He nodded to Abyssinia. And she died. It should have gone off right then, right? But I don't think it did. And then a nice man revived me, Abyssinia said with a big smile, and provided me with a nutritious meal to get me up and about again. Omen has been giving me a quick rundown on what's been happening since I've been gone. You have been busy, haven't you? Alternate dimensions, wars, a future version of Skullduggery, the chosen one turning bad, and this crepuscular individual. Now him I am quite eager to see again, sit down and talk with, maybe kill him a little bit. Cadaver Kane's waiting for you, Omen said to them. He asked me to bring you to the main hall. That's where it's going to end, he said. It's just... It really sounds like we'd be walking into an obvious trap. That's the only thing. Probably, said Abyssinia. Definitely, said Valkyrie. Skullduggery straightened his tie. Walking into traps is what we do, Omen. Oh, Omen said miserably. Good. But just in case this goes hilariously wrong, Valkyrie said to him, if it looks like we're in trouble, let Fletcher know, would you? You have his number, right? He's waiting for a message. Omen nodded and fell into step beside them. It was weird walking through a building that was usually teeming with people. Their footsteps echoed in the emptiness. The doors to the main hall were open wide, where an old woman was waiting. For a moment, Valkyrie thought it was Solace. But then the woman's knees buckled and she stumbled, and Valkyrie ran forward, catching her as she fell. Now that she was up close, she frowned at the stylish grey hair, frowned at the wonderfully understated but loose-fitting clothes, frowned at the once beautiful face that was now lined and sunken, the skin mottled. The eyes, at least, were still a startling blue. Oh, China, Skullduggery said, moving up and kneeling by her. What did they do to you? Valkyrie froze, and her thoughts jammed. I did this to myself, China answered, smiling. Trying to be a hero, trying to save lives. You're a bad influence on me. You always have been. Valkyrie broke out of her frozen state, and together they helped China stand. The arm Valkyrie gripped was thin and frail. When Crepuscular came to check on what had happened, China said, he asked me if it was worth it,
Exchanging my youth and beauty for the life of Martin Flannery? I'm relying on you to make sure I don't regret that decision. It wasn't just Flannery you saved, said Valkyrie. It was thousands of others, thousands of innocent lives. Abyssinia came forward, looked China dead in the eye. There's definitely something different about you, she said, but I can't quite put my finger on what. China glanced at Valkyrie. Abyssinia's alive, then? Apparently. Typical. Helping China, they walked through the doors into the gloom. In the centre of the hall was a wide patch of light. Cadaver Kane stood in the middle of it, his skull gleaming, the shadows in his eye sockets pitch black. Solace stood beside him. Abyssinia, Cadaver said. It's so good to see you again. Did they fill you in on what happened after you, for want of a better word, died? Did they tell you what happened to Cason? I know what happened to Cason, Abyssinia responded. He was murdered by an assassin sent by Seraphina Day, and he died in my arms. And then he came back to life? No. Then his body came back to life. But my son was dead. It was my father inhabiting Cason's body from that moment on. Omen told me all about it. He told you how his brother stabbed your father with the obsidian blade and wiped him from existence? Abyssinia smiled. Do you think that will upset me, Cadaver? Do you think I should kill Omen Darkly out of some misguided sense of revenge? Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do here, Cadaver said, amusement in his voice. But it's all connected, you see. You're all connected, bound by the decisions you've made in the past. Malevolent killed your family and fatally injured your father with the obsidian blade. To exact your revenge, you joined his army centuries later. You and Lord Vile. You got close to your enemy. Too close, as it turned out. Abyssinia looked at Omen. I had an affair with Malevolent. I'm not proud of it, but it's what happened. I hope you don't think less of me. I just think of you as someone who murders people, said Omen. Thank you, Abyssinia responded. And because of that affair, Cadaver continued, you fell pregnant, and then you fell out of a window. I was thrown, Abyssinia said, sparing a quick glare for skullduggery. Indeed you were, but you survived, and your baby survived, and you gave birth to Cason, the apple of your eye. We know all this, said Valkyrie. I don't, said Omen. Valkyrie sighed. Abyssinia gave Cason to China to raise as her ward in exchange for Abyssinia's surrender. Abyssinia was executed, China raised Cason, Cason tried to kill Skullduggery. Wait, Omen said. Why did he do that? Because I'm the one who executed Abyssinia, Skullduggery said. Omen nodded. Okay, that's fair enough. Cason barely survived that encounter, Cadaver said, and China's daughter, Solace, who had escaped from her position as Seraphina's handmaiden and fled Malevolent's castle, nursed him back to health. Everyone looked at Solace to continue the story. I'm not doing this, she said. They all looked back at Cadaver. And they fell in love, he continued. And they married. And they started a family. With a flourish, he swept his arm behind him, and the back of the hall lit up, illuminating the men and women standing there in complete stillness. They were dressed in black bodysuits, and their faces were blank, impassive, their eyes closed. They each had an identical sigil burned into the sides of their necks. The sigils glowed, pulsing with darkness.
And they trained their children to be killers and saboteurs, said Cadaver. Trained them to be the host's last resort weapon against the mortal world. The 20.
And I'm the middle child,
Crepuscular said, drifting down from above.
the spare, the one to fill in the gap if one of them fell.
He landed beside Cadaver, who nodded appreciatively. Very nicely done.
Thank you.
That's a very well-timed entrance. You have a gift for the theatrical.
Theatre is life. But you left us,
Solace said. Crepuscular sniffed and brushed lint from his sleeve.
Mother, I thought you weren't going to involve yourself in the storytelling part of today's festivities. You abandoned us,
Solace said.
You say nothing about this for the last few days, and now you admonish me. When we have an audience. Apparently, I didn't lick my theatricality from a stone.
He sighed.
Fine. I did. I did abandon you. I grew tired of it all. The training, the preparation, the host's interference. I grew tired of the fact that my brothers and sisters were being raised to be nothing more than robots. Look at them. Look at them standing there. This is what you wanted for them. Drained of all individuality. You said you loved us, but all you did was program us. Your brothers and sisters understand,
Solace said.
No, they don't,
Crepuscular responded.
They were taught to never question their orders, to never question if their lives could be different or better. They had their roles and I had mine, and you wouldn't let us break free of them, would you? You never even gave us the chance. And yet, said Solace, you still managed to abandon us.
Crepuscular took a breath.
I did. I didn't want to spend my entire life being a spare part. I didn't even know who I was when I left. I had no one to help me, no one to guide me. I had to make up who I was as I went along. You betrayed us.
Crepuscular laughed.
No, Solace. You're the ones who betrayed us. You and our father. You and Cason betrayed your own children. My brothers and sisters deserve more than what you gave them. You used to tell us that China Sorrows was the worst mother who'd ever lived. But in her own small way, she loved you. She gave Cason to Seraphina Day, gave away her ward, the boy she'd raised, instead of you. And then she locked me in a tower. I wish she'd done that a lot earlier, Crepuscular said. It might have spared us the grief of being your children.
A moment of silence passed. I'd just like to point out, said Abyssinia, that out of everyone here, I am by far the best mother in this room. Cadaver held up his hands like he expected to stave off conflict, but no one argued the point, so he shrugged. Be that as it may, we find ourselves here, gathered together to witness the fruits of Crepuscular's masterful orchestrations of world events, ensuring that the host's doomsday protocol has been activated. The 20 have been unleashed. Hurrah! They're not doing much, said Valkyrie. That's true, Cadaver said, glancing back at them. I wonder why that is. Crepuscular, Do you know why your siblings aren't running around, destabilizing the mortal world? Crepuscular didn't answer, so Cadaver turned to Skullduggery. What about you, young man? Do you know? Those sigils on their necks, Skullduggery said. The pulses are getting quicker. Why is that? All will be revealed in mere minutes, I promise. Crepuscular tilted his head at Cadaver.
You know something you're not telling me about my siblings?
Patience, Crepuscular. Cadaver went to pat Crepuscular's shoulder, but Crepuscular grabbed his wrist, twisted it into a lock, and Cadaver countered and whirled and flipped Crepuscular over his hip, pressing a gun into his cheek when he hit the ground. I wouldn't try that again if I were you. Crepuscular didn't move. I didn't like very many members of the hosts, Cadaver said, but I understood them. Dismantling mortal power structures in a case of absolute emergency is something I can appreciate. Would I have done it if I'd been in charge back then? No. I was too concerned with maintaining the status quo. That is, after all, the entire purpose of the sanctuary system, is it not? We are here to protect the mortals from magical threats. We are here to guarantee that sorcerers do not influence the evolution of human society. These days, however, I take a different view. My current outlook on life has been coloured by centuries of being able to see the future. Now that this ability has been denied me, I find myself positively reveling in the idea of uncertainty. Let's do it, I say. Let's dismantle those power structures. Let's see what happens. At the very least, it'll be interesting. I have a counter-proposal, said Skullduggery, taking his revolver from its holster. Let's not. Shooting me won't do you any good, Cadaver said. Even if you manage to disperse my life force and actually kill me, what's going to happen will happen. The only thing you could possibly do to prevent the end of mortal civilization as we know it is to kill the 20. Cadaver took his gun away from Crepuscular's cheek and backed off. Crepuscular got up slowly.
No one is killing my family, he said. Let me rephrase that. No one is killing my siblings. Anyone can kill my mother if they feel like it.
Cadaver put his gun away. Skullduggery, it's up to you. How very magnanimous, Skullduggery murmured. I firmly believe that we each should choose our own destinies. It helps, of course, to be furnished with all the relevant details. As such, the only thing that might affect your decision one way or the other is the one tiny, almost insignificant little fact that only 4 people in this room are privy to, myself included. Valkyrie sighed and sent her magic into her hand, where it crackled. Cadaver, just spit it out for Christ's sake. But Cadaver was having far too much fun. It's a question no one has asked. I'm surprised, actually, that it hasn't occurred to the rest of you. Or maybe it has. Has it, Skullduggery? Skullduggery said nothing, but his head tilted very, very slowly. Finally, Cadaver said, after all this time. Valkyrie frowned. What's he talking about? Skullduggery, what's he talking about? When Serpine killed my wife and child, Cadaver said, he took away my love, my happiness, my reason to be. I wouldn't work out that my father was Gog Magog until much later, so I didn't know why I was plagued by these violent, violent thoughts. But even so, my love for my family provided me with an oasis of calm in a turbulent world. Serpine, of course, took that away from me and led me to become the man I am, and the man Skullduggery is. But what if, I wonder now, what if I'd had someone else to love? Would that have steered the course of my life in a different, better direction? If only I had another child. A daughter, perhaps. I'm sorry, said China beside them, her eyes on Skullduggery. I never told you. I should have. I wanted to. But by then, you'd met. You'd met her. And you looked so happy. And I knew if I told you, then you'd stay with us and you'd resent me forever. I'm sorry, Skullduggery. The energy faded from Valkyrie's hand. What? I understand this is a big moment for you, Crepuscular said, ignoring Valkyrie and looking straight at Skullduggery. But if I even get a hint that you're going to try and kill my brothers and sisters, I'll smash every bone in your body. He tilted his head. Grandad. 123. The attention switched to Solace, who bristled. Why are you looking at me? You're expecting an extravagant reaction? I didn't need a father back then, and I certainly don't need one now. She talked about you, though, Crepuscular said, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Ranted might be more accurate. My father hated you for executing Abyssinia, and my mother hated you for simply existing. Is it any wonder I grew up to be obsessed with you, Skullduggery? You were both the hero and the villain in all my revenge fantasies. In a lot of ways, I modelled myself on you, and fighting by your side was an indescribable honour. And then, after all my work, all my efforts, I finally became your partner. I finally gained your acceptance, your approval. I had defied my parents' wishes, overcome the hatred they had tried to instill in me, and made an ally of my childhood hero. And you promptly left me for dead. Skullduggery remained silent, and Crepuscular turned to Omen. That's why I selected you. It wasn't because of your brother. It was because of your parents. People like us, Omen, we've got to prove ourselves over and over again. Not for their sakes, but for ours. Your parents used you as a training aid for Augur. Mine used me as an understudy. They never loved us. They never valued us. They never bothered to see us for who we were. You wanted to replace Skullduggery, Omen said. Supplant him, Crepuscular corrected. After growing up the way I did, can you blame me? I worshipped him, and then I hated him. And then I realised that by supplanting him, by proving myself to be his equal, I could then prove to be his superior. And I think I have done that. We've proven that. Together. And now what? Now this, Crepuscular said, indicating the 20. Now I get to lead my brothers and sisters out of the darkness. You might want to check those sigils, Skullduggery told him. They were pulsing rapidly now, and speeding up every few seconds. Or maybe Cadaver could just get to the point and save us all some time. Everyone's blaming me, Cadaver responded, when this has nothing to do with me. If it were my choice, Crepuscular could walk into the sunset with his siblings and spend the next 50 years rehabilitating them back into normal life. But it's not up to me. The hosts didn't really give them a chance. Crepuscular frowned. What are you talking about? The hosts sought me out, said Solace. They knew my heritage. They knew about abrogate rays.
and they told me exactly what was required of me. I was to have children, special children who would change the world. All I had to do was find a mate with a heritage as rich as my own. An impossible task, we all thought. Until they learned that Malevolent had had a son with the daughter of the Unnamed, and this son had been raised by my own mother while I had been away, spying for them. They got me out of Malevolent's castle, got me away from Seraphina Day, and brought me back to my mother. I didn't expect to actually develop feelings for Kayson. I didn't expect to actually fall in love with him. But that made it easier to bear children solely for the mission. The risk, of course, was that I would grow to love these children. But I had Kayson, and my heart was his and his alone. Our task was to produce 20 mages, masters of 20 disciplines, each discipline designed to work in conjunction with the others. 20 children were required, and one more, who would be trained in as wide a variety of disciplines as possible. Reynard isn't the only omnidextrous sorcerer in the family, but he was the most promising. My name isn't Reynard,
said Crepuscular.
No, said Solace. You've had quite a few names since the one we gave you, haven't you?
You've spent your whole life wondering why you don't fit in, my boy, Cadaver said. And the answer is, you were never meant to. You were never meant to be anything but a vessel waiting to be filled. That's what your mother was doing, Crepuscular. That's why she raised your brothers and sisters the way she did. You're not the spare. You're the engine of mortal destruction, and they're the fuel. The sigils on their necks pulsed one last time, and then each member of the 20 snapped their heads back and screamed. And Valkyrie's aura vision kicked in, and she watched as their souls were wrenched from their bodies and pulled into Crepuscular. The souls roiled and coiled and squirmed until they melted together in one confused jumble that inhabited every last millimetre of his body, as 20 empty husks crumpled to the floor behind him. Nobody moved. And then Crepuscular straightened and breathed out. "Hi," said Cadaver, giving a little wave. "I'm not sure how to refer to you. Are you my grandchild or my grandchildren? Crepuscular or something else? I don't suppose it matters, actually. I was wondering what your policy is concerning the whole concept of reducing mortal civilization to rubble. Are you for or against?"
"It has already begun," Crepuscular said, his voice soft. "We have destroyed the financial systems around the world. We have shut down communications, overloaded power plants, and disrupted the support structures that the mortals fall back on."
Cadaver tilted his head. "You did all that from standing here?"
"Our reach is vast," said Crepuscular.
Skullduggery approached, gun in one hand, shackles in the other. "Then you're going to stop reaching," he said, "and get on your knees." Valkyrie frowned at Omen as he took out his phone. "Are you messaging Fletcher? I think he might need help." She smiled. "We've got this covered. Crepuscular doesn't look worried. Omen, trust me, okay? We can handle it." Crepuscular's eyes flashed orange, and a blast of energy threw Skullduggery back. Valkyrie cursed and left Omen to his texting and launched herself forward. She covered the distance between them in a heartbeat, but Crepuscular plucked her from the air. The collar of her suit bunched in his fist, and he stepped back and slammed her into the ground. Before she could react, he picked her up within human strength and flung her like he was shooting her from a cannon. She crashed into the wall and dropped, gasping. Skullduggery got up as Fletcher teleported in with Tanith and the monster hunters and Dexter. "All right then," said Gracious. "Which one is the bad guy, and who do we punch first?" Skullduggery picked up his hat, put it back on. "Everybody, meet Crepuscular Vise. He's who we hit." Dexter Vex and Donegan Bane released energy streams that forced Crepuscular back a few steps, giving Gracious O'Callaghan time to charge. The streams cut off, and Crepuscular looked up, and Gracious hit him, a thundering right cross that, normally, would have turned his skull to powder. In this moment, however, Crepuscular merely reeled, shaking his head to clear it, as Gracious followed up with hooks to the body. With every punch Gracious threw, he gave a shout. "Why won't you go down?" Crepuscular shook his head again, and Gracious redoubled his efforts. "For God's sake! This is getting embarrassing!" Crepuscular dodged the next punch, gripped Gracious by the throat, and then Tanith dropped from the darkness, her sword slicing Crepuscular's hand off. Or that's what Valkyrie thought would happen. Instead, the blade dug into the meat of Crepuscular's forearm and stuck there, as if the sword wasn't the sharpest bit of woven steel this side of a cleaver's scythe. Crepuscular swung Gracious into Tanith, sending them both stumbling away, and pulled the sword from his arm as Fletcher grabbed his shoulder, and they disappeared. A moment of sudden stillness. And then they arrived right back in the same place, and Fletcher didn't even have time to look surprised before Crepuscular smacked him. Skullduggery hurled a fireball, and Valkyrie got up, beginning to suspect that this wasn't going to be easy. Pulling her hood over her head and the mask over her face, she turned to Omen just as Never appeared beside him. Omen looked like he had a plan, and they teleported away before she could speak. Fair enough. As Skullduggery collided with Dexter and Donegan, Valkyrie strode forward, white lightning catching Crepuscular in the chest and sending him spinning to the floor. "Stay down," she called, keeping the lightning flowing. "I don't want to kill you, but I will turn you to dust before I let you out of here. Enough mortals have been hurt without you rampaging through what's left of them." Solace laughed.
"Oh, sweet child, do you really think he needs to be out there among them to do them damage? His reach is vast."
Valkyrie cut off the lightning. "Meaning what?" Cadaver stood beside Solace as he flicked through the screen on his phone. "Roarhaven is protected," he said, not looking up. "But an unknown number of electromagnetic pulses have been triggered throughout the world. Power grids are no more. Technology is no more. Cars have stopped working and hospitals have gone dark, and planes are falling from the sky. Phones, computers, engines, machines, they've all just stopped."
"Mortal civilization has come to an end,"
said Solace. Crepuscular stood. Valkyrie raised her hand, and black energy crackled. "Turn it back on!"
"We have altered this planet's electrical fields," Crepuscular said. "We have set these pulses to naturally reoccur every 43 seconds. We will not be reversing our decision."
"Reverse it or I kill you!"
"Then kill us,"
said Crepuscular. "We don't want to do that," Skullduggery said, advancing slowly with Dexter and Donegan beside him. "We want to help you. Crepuscular, you're still in there. You as an individual, as the person I once knew as Fragoli Cleft. My grandson. We can help you. Work with us. Separate yourself from your siblings. Let them return to their bodies. That's what you want. That's why you've done all this."
"It's too late,"
said Solace. "Your mother betrayed you," Skullduggery said. She never wanted her children to be free. She just wanted the Doomsday Protocol to go ahead. She wanted all this to happen. Omen and Never teleported back with Ragnar and Iradin Tomb. He's not going to listen to you, Cadaver said. He isn't even a he anymore. He's a they. That's a good point, said Skullduggery. Crepuscular, how are you going to prove yourself superior to me if you have to cheat? Crepuscular tilted his head. We're going to beat you, Skullduggery told him. And then we're going to fix the world. He launched himself forward, and Crepuscular's hands lit up. Valkyrie released a fistful of white lightning, but Crepuscular used his own energy to deflect it, and Skullduggery stomped on his knee. The others ran in, firing energy streams and throwing punches, and Ragnar charged. Crepuscular unleashed a rippling wave of purple energy that threw everyone back except Tomb, who walked straight through it. Crepuscular met him with a headbutt, and then Cadaver dived on him, taking the god of death to the ground. Fletcher stepped out of thin air in front of Crepuscular and hit him with a sledgehammer. He swung again, teleporting round behind him to land the blow. When Crepuscular knocked the hammer from his hands, he vanished for a split second and reappeared with an axe. Then Never was with him, each of them taking a turn to swing a weapon and then teleport away to grab another. They tag-teamed, striking with everything from swords to cudgels to cricket bats to maces to halberds to pitchforks to pool cues to frying pans, each one clattering to the ground once used. Crepuscular, beaten and bloodied, looked to be one more strike from defeat when his hands went out, catching Never's crowbar and Fletcher's shovel, and both teleporters shot backwards off their feet like they'd been electrocuted. Right, Valkyrie muttered, getting to her feet yet again. At her nod, the resistance moved in, grimly determined to end this. But then the space behind Crepuscular opened, and Obsidian stepped through. The resistance froze, and Cadaver and Solace backed off immediately. Crepuscular merely tilted his head. Obsidian watched him. Crepuscular's eyes burned orange, but Obsidian gestured and swept him from existence. Valkyrie pulled her mask and hood away from her face and focused her thoughts, sending them straight out without giving Obsidian a chance to assess the situation. But instead of staggering him, they found nothing she could identify, nothing she could attack. And he looked at her, and she tried to pull those thoughts back, but he'd latched onto them. Her knees buckled, and then he released his grip, and Skullduggery caught her. "He's done it," she said, her eyes wide, trying to sort through the images in her head. "Done what?" "Ended it all." While they had turned their attention to Crepuscular and the host's plan, Obsidian had ended the universe. He'd started at the edges, working from the outside in. He'd wiped away the stars and the planets and the space between them, wiped away galaxies and black holes and cosmic clusters and civilizations both ancient and burgeoning. The light that had escaped those stars, the light that became the only thing left of those stars, had also been wiped away. It was all gone. The universe was over. The only thing left was the Earth and its solar system, and Obsidian was taking his time with that. A throwback, perhaps, to when he had been human. Sentimental reasons. Cadaver pulled the void sword from his coat, and Obsidian turned away from him, his dark eyes on Omen, and that movement was all he needed to wipe Cadaver Kane and the Resistance from reality. "No!" Valkyrie screamed, and she grabbed Omen's hand, and Skullduggery grabbed Valkyrie's. "Run!" Skullduggery said. 124. They burst through the doors of the high sanctuary, and the wind tore at Valkyrie's hair, and she looked up to see roiling storm clouds. Then the sun disappeared, and the earth was plunged into a darkness so complete that Valkyrie thought for a moment that she was already dead. But then the world trembled. The ground shook beneath their feet, and all round Roarhaven, elementals clicked their fingers, summoning flame into their hands. "Come on," said Skullduggery, grabbing Omen, and she felt them both lift into the air. Valkyrie released her magic and lit up with crackling white as she shot into the sky, barely keeping them in view. When Skullduggery changed direction and vanished into the dark, Omen summoned a fireball as a guide, and she flew after it, a streak of lightning in the dark, skimming low over rooftops. Lights flicked on beneath her, and street lamps lit up. All she could do was move. If she paused, if she hesitated, she'd freeze. She'd start thinking about her parents, about Alice, about Militza, and she'd want to rush to them, to be with them, to comfort and protect them. But of course, that was not protecting them. The universe was ending, and there was nothing left to do. She screamed Skullduggery's name, and he slowed, but not by much. They landed, and Skullduggery led the way, fire in his hand. Valkyrie didn't know what part of Roarhaven they were in. It didn't matter, she supposed. It was all going to disappear in a matter of minutes. "Stop!" she cried. "Skullduggery, just stop!" He spun to her, flames flickering off his skull. Omen looked terrified. "Dear me," Skullduggery said. "Why? Why would we possibly stop now?" "Because it's over. It's done." He pointed at her. "Not yet." He hurried on, and she followed, Omen by her side. "What do you mean? There's a chance?" "A chance at what?" "At surviving." "Of course." "But the universe is gone." "It's not a particularly good chance, but it's definitely a chance." The world rumbled so violently, they all went staggering. They got to a house, got to a door, and the air rippled and it blasted open. "The end is nigh!" a man screamed, tottering up behind them. "Obsidian has come to wipe away the sins of humanity!" He was one of those lunatics, those nulls. He clutched at Valkyrie, and she shoved him away. "Not if we can help it." "You'll never stop him!" the lunatic screeched. They ignored him, and Skullduggery led the way up narrow, winding stairs. Valkyrie gathered a ball of energy in her hand and let it float above them, lighting their way. "I hope he's in," Skullduggery said. "Who's in? Where are we?" They reached a door at the top of the steps, and Skullduggery kicked it open and marched into a brightly lit apartment that had been converted, in a haphazard fashion, into a laboratory. Destrier watched them enter, a sandwich in his hand. "I'm having lunch," he said. "Why is it night time?" "World's ending," Skullduggery responded. "Oh," said Destrier. The panic rose in Valkyrie's belly, went straight to her chest, where it tightened its grip around her lungs. It was hard to breathe, hard to draw in enough oxygen. She could feel it around her heart as well, squeezing too tightly, squeezing too fast, as if her heart was going to pop, like it was going to burst as she was standing here, trying to form coherent thoughts, trying to do anything but scream for her parents and her sister and... Omen made a sound, just a tiny sound, and she looked over and saw that his eyes were wide. She moved to him, hands on his shoulders. "Omen," she said, her voice gentle. "Omen, look at me, buddy. Look into my eyes, Omen. I need you to be calm. Can you do that for me? Panicking won't help. Panicking won't solve this. We need you calm." "The world's ending," he whispered. "Everything's ending," she wanted to scream at him. "We've failed. We've lost. It's all over." Instead, she smiled. "Skullduggery has a plan. I have faith in him, and I need you to have faith in me. Can you do that?" He nodded. tears brimming. "Good man," she said, and wrapped one arm round his shoulders as she turned to Skullduggery and Destrier. "It's not advisable," Destrier was saying. "It's not advisable. The consequences could be catastrophic." "Catastrophic is where we're starting from," Skullduggery responded. "Anything other than that will be a step up. Valkyrie, what do you think?" "I have to be honest," she said. "I wasn't listening." "We can't stop what's coming," he said. "No matter what we do, it's too late. The only person who could possibly stand a chance against Obsidian is Darkess." "And since she's not here, what's our alternative?" "Well, that's the thing, isn't it? There is no alternative. Darkess is our only chance." Valkyrie waited for the logic to hit her. When it didn't, she shook her head. "I'm not getting it." "Me neither," said Omen. "We need Darkess's help," Skullduggery said. Valkyrie gave him a quick, brittle smile. "I get that bit. That bit's fine. My issue comes from the fact that we chased her out of this dimension 8 years ago. My issue comes from the fact that we don't know where she is, or if she's still alive, or, and this is a pretty big one, if she'd help us even if we found her and asked. She did seem pretty intent on killing the universe herself, remember?" "I don't see how she'd be an improvement on Obsidian," said Omen. "Darkess sprang from Valkyrie," Skullduggery said. "And no matter how much she may have changed, she still has that core. She wants to do the right thing. She wants to be a good person. I think she can be persuaded." "But we don't know where she is, and we don't have time to go searching," said Valkyrie. Skullduggery nodded. "That's true. We do not. But finding Darkess is our only chance." She blinked at him. "Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Is that how you want me to die? Annoyed at you?" "Finding Darkess is our only chance. But you're absolutely right. We don't have time to do that. So what's the logical course of action?" "I'm assuming there is one?" "Yes." "And it's why we're here? In this particular place?" "Yes." "I really don't understand what it is you think we can do." "I worked it out." "You worked what out?" "How Serpine did it. How he killed Robert Skewer and attacked me at the same time. How he was in 2 places at once." Valkyrie stared at him. "I don't care! I don't care how he did it! The universe is ending! Why are you even thinking about this?" "Serpine killed Skewer because Skewer was about to figure out that there were 2 Serpines sharing one body. Serpine knew there were witnesses to the murder, and he knew you were one of them. As Creed's favourite, no one would even question your version of events. Serpine would be found and executed. I swear to Jesus, Skullduggery, there had better be a point to this. He knew the only chance he had at avoiding execution long enough to transfer his soul into the spare body was to make you doubt yourself, or to at least entertain the possibility that something else was going on. So the only way you would ever question yourself is if I came out and told you that you were wrong, which is exactly what I did. And I was wrong, Skullduggery said. Serpine needed me to be his alibi, so he found me and attacked me. But before he physically attacked me, he attacked me the way he attacked the other Serpine. For God's sake, just call him Nefarian. Nefarian, fine. He overwhelmed Nefarian's consciousness, blasted it into submission. He did the same to me. He implanted suggestions to fill in the blanks, techniques that wouldn't ordinarily work on me because I'm immune to psychic attacks. But this wasn't a psychic attack. This was an assault on my soul. Valkyrie frowned. He stunned me. You see? I dismissed the very possibility because I didn't think it could happen, and also because I refused to entertain the idea that I could be beaten like that. My own ego worked against me and allowed him to play with my perception of time and events. He robbed me of 4 hours. Between those hours, he did physically attack me, and those events unfolded exactly how I remember them. But they are cushioned on either side by lies. Okay, said Valkyrie. So he fooled you into thinking he attacked you at the same time that he was killing Skewer, even though he actually attacked you like 2 hours later? Yes, precisely. Valkyrie nodded. And what the hell does that have to do with anything? There are problems that have only one solution, said Skullduggery, and that solution sometimes passes you by before you know what you're looking for. The solution had passed Serpine by. He needed to establish me as an alibi, but this was impossible to set up, as killing Skewer was a spur-of-the-moment act. But here's the thing, Valkyrie. He refused to accept it. He decided to cheat, to retroactively provide himself with the alibi he needed. We can cheat too, by retroactively providing ourselves with a solution. And how do we do that? Look around. She did so. They were in a mad scientist's laboratory, a variation on the dozens she'd visited since she started on her journey through magic. The tables were piled high with scrap and junk, and wires and machines that beeped and chirped, and potions that bubbled and gadgets that hummed. The only thing that marked this place out as even remotely unique was the particular mad scientist at the centre of it all. Valkyrie looked at Destrier, the temporal manipulator, and frowned. Wait. Yes, said Skullduggery. No. Yes. No way. I don't understand what you're talking about, said Omen. Valkyrie hesitated. Skullduggery wants to send Destrier back in time, she said. Am I right? Yes, you are, Skullduggery said, a smile in his voice. Destrier, can you do that? Destrier paused before answering. Valkyrie's eyes widened. You can do that! I think I can do it, Destrier said, eyes locked onto his fidgeting hands. I think I can go back in time. I've been building my engine, my time machine, as they say. I need to go back, you see, to wade through this moving image of eternity. He looked up. I need to go back 303 years. I need to go back 303 years, 4 months, 2 days, 8 minutes. Then I can save her. Save who? Omen asked. My fiancée. She fell from a horse. She fell from a horse and hit her head, but I can save her. I can go back. I can take her to a healer. That's all she needs. That's all she ever needed. But I didn't know. I didn't know she'd fallen. I called on her, waited for her to come to the front door. I didn't go round the back because that's not what you did, not back in those days. Not if you had manners. I didn't know she'd fallen from the horse. I didn't know she was lying there, just round the corner. When I found her, I was too late. Destrier, I am so sorry that happened, said Valkyrie. That's absolutely awful and terrible, and I'm really sorry we can't console you right now, but the universe is going to end at any moment. The thing is, we don't need you to go back 303 years. We just need you to go back. Skullduggery, how far do we need him to go back? Do we need him to stop us from sending Darkess away? Can't do that, Destrier said immediately. I can't interfere with anything you've done, or I've done, or else we run the risk of this moment never happening. So you'll go back to a point after we've sent Darkess away, said Valkyrie, and maybe after she's had some time to calm down and move on from wanting to kill us all. How long will that take? A few years? 2 years? How's he going to find her? Omen asked. You'll need help when you're back there, Skullduggery said. But you're right. You can't go to us. Omen snapped his fingers. The weirdos. They looked at him. You know, the weirdos. The people who worship Darkess. They'll help. That's right, said Skullduggery. Omen, that's brilliant. My friend's dad is one of them. Or Augur's friend's dad. Case's dad. I know Case a bit, but, not very well. I know him better than I know Mahala, but that's not saying a lot. You have 5 minutes to come up with as many details about your friend's father as you can. Omen nodded, started tapping his phone. He put it to his ear and turned away to talk. Case, he said, I know the world is ending, but I need to ask you questions about your dad. I'm going to need a date to go back to, said Destrier. I don't think it really matters the exact date you arrive, Valkyrie responded. Here, make it February the 8th. That's the day Skullduggery dragged me back to Roarhaven. Why not start on the same day? So you know what you have to do? Destrier nodded. Travel back 2 years and 9 months to February the 8th. Talk to the Darkess worshippers. Get them to help me search for Darkess. I can do it. I know I can. The suit's ready to go. Suit? Said Skullduggery. My time machine, Destrier said. It's not a machine per se. It's a suit that I've poured my magic into. I'd done similar work with Lethe. Valkyrie frowned. That black rubber thing he wore. Abyssinia needed Smoke's corrupting influence to keep Lethe corrupted, so I adapted a Necronaut suit like yours and filled it with Smoke's magic. I did the same thing with my own. So your time machine is a black rubber suit? Not quite, said Destrier, leading them into the bedroom. He opened the wardrobe. Hanging within was a black Necronaut suit with a long, heavy coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and a plague doctor's mask. Hey, said Valkyrie. I know this guy. 125. Destrier turned to her. What do you mean? I've spoken to him, Valkyrie said, growing more excited. Mr. Beakface, it works! This means it works! You go back in time! I spoke to you, Destrier asked. Yeah, she said. Not for long, though. I was jumped one afternoon. A few nice people wanted to remind me how much they didn't like my face, and you came to assist me in fighting them off. Well, kinda. You were pretty useless, all things considered. Destrier nodded. That does sound like me. You said you were a friend. You said you were here to help. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I did that, but I shouldn't have. I need to stay away from you, to stay away from everyone I know. His frown deepened. But what do I do now? Now I have to talk to you. If I don't, my future and your past will be changed. If your past changes, your future changes, and this moment will never happen. He looked around. Skullduggery and Valkyrie looked around, too. Omen walked in. What are you all doing? He asked. Checking that I haven't disrupted the space-time continuum, said Destrier. Cool, said Omen. Case's father's name is Bennett Troth. I've got his address and everything. That's a funny-looking outfit. Why is the mask so weird? The plague doctor suit is my time machine, said Destrier, taking it from the cupboard and laying it on the bed. It's lost some of its Necronaut qualities as I've worked on it. It's a relatively fixed size now, but it's still armoured. It will still feed me, keep me hydrated, take care of my waste. It will still sustain me. Valkyrie watched the magic move within it, watched it curl back on itself in an endless loop. What if you're shackled? What if your magic is bound? I won't be able to use my magic anyway, not while I'm wearing that, Destrier answered. He held the mask in his hands and closed his eyes. But I won't need to. The suit itself possesses all the magic it needs. The only thing I can't do is take it off. If it comes off, I'll probably return to this time period. Probably. I'll either return to this time period or my body, mind and soul will be torn apart by forces I cannot even begin to comprehend. Cool, said Valkyrie. Cool. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Yes, let's. Destrier opened his eyes and put the mask on the bed. Okay, the date is locked in. You'll never stop him, said a man from behind them, and they turned. It was the Null, the lunatic from downstairs, and he held a gun, and he fired just as Skullduggery swiped at the air. The gun flew from his grip, and Valkyrie ran at him. He was a small man and thin, and she picked him up off his feet and propelled him out of the bedroom, crunching his head into the wall before hurling him back down the stairs. She watched him tumble to the bottom and sprawl, unconscious, out of the door. "We'll have to hurry," Skullduggery said as she rejoined him. "He may have called his friends." "Guys," said Omen. He was kneeling by Destrier, whose shirt was drenched with blood that leaked from the bullet hole in the exact centre of his chest. Valkyrie rushed over, but Destrier's aura was already dissipating. He was dead, and there was no bringing him back. "You're kidding," she said, her voice numb. "You have got to be kidding. You can't just—" She looked at Skullduggery. "This can't be how it happens. We had a way out. We had a chance. This was our chance." "It still is our chance," he said. "We don't need Destrier's magic to go back in time. We just need the suit." He took off his hat, started taking off his jacket. "It won't fit you," Valkyrie said. "I'm closer to his height than you are." "You're still too tall," said Omen, his voice quiet. They looked at him. "I'm the only one it'll even come close to fitting. It has to be me." "Omen, no!" "We don't have much choice, do we? And we could stand around arguing about this and wait for more of those nulls to come running in, or even for Obsidian to just end everything. Or I could put the suit on and try." Valkyrie looked at Skullduggery, who put his hat back on. "You can't tell anyone who you are," he said. She nodded. "Names are power, remember that. If anyone knows that Omen Darkly is the one in that's not my name." "I'm sorry?" Omen swallowed. "Augur was going to change his name before he became Obsidian. I didn't really get it at first, but I do now. I don't want anything to do with my parents. I took my name to honour them, because I thought it was important to be a legacy family. But they don't love me. They never have." "So you're not Omen Darkly anymore," Skullduggery said. "Very well. Have you taken a new name?" I've been thinking about this, and I always liked the name Sebastian. And I wanted to forge my own path, you know? Make my own way, so Dao. Sebastian Dao. Skullduggery nodded, and Valkyrie smiled. "I like it," she said. 126. Sebastian watched 3 sorcerers sprint up to Obsidian, who didn't even turn to look at them before they were wiped away. 3 more lives lost. 2 more came running into the glow of the streetlights, but Sebastian couldn't bear to see his brother erase more souls from existence, and he started running for Destrier's laboratory, but stopped before he'd picked up any speed. There was a moment, and it hung there. And in that moment he was still, and everything was still. And the voices he heard were simply voices, abstract sounds that had the potential to mean nothing at all. And then the moment ended. It landed, and the weight of reality came crashing down upon his shoulders as he turned and watched his parents approach Obsidian. "Augur," his mother said, "please listen to me. Please look at me." "It's us," said his father, as Obsidian watched them. "We're here. Augur, do you know us? Do you recognize us?" Sebastian couldn't move. He wanted to lunge forward, push them into the shadows, get them away from the danger. He couldn't speak. He wanted to shout out, to warn them, To tell them Obsidian wasn't their son, not anymore. "Sweetheart," said Emmeline, "I want you to listen to me. Please, just listen to me. You have to stop this." "You're killing people," Caddock said. "Innocent people. We know you don't want to hurt anyone. We know this isn't your fault. But please stop." Emmeline was crying now. Sebastian didn't think he'd ever seen his mother cry. "This is our fault, Augur. We drove you away. We're so sorry." "We love you," said Caddock. "We failed you." "We failed you and Omen. We were selfish and self-centred and obsessed with all the wrong things. And we lost you both." "We don't deserve another chance," Caddock said. "We understand that. From either of you. But you're our children. We have to try. Augur, please. Let us try."
"I remember you,"
said Obsidian, and wiped Caddock darkly from existence. Emmeline screamed, and Sebastian screamed, and he was on his knees now, his mask absorbing the tears he was shedding. He watched his mother stagger back, both hands covering her mouth, staring at the space where her husband had been a moment ago.
"He felt no pain,"
Obsidian said. Emmeline sobbed again, doubled over and roared, and then straightened and did her best to compose herself. "Please stop," she said. "Augur, please stop killing people."
"You won't feel any pain either."
"Please don't kill Omen." Obsidian hesitated. "Kill me," said Emmeline. "I've lived a long life, but your brother is too good a person, Augur. You know he is. He's too kind and too decent and too nice. You can't kill him. Please, kill me, but spare your brother."
"It's not death,"
Obsidian said.
"It's just the end."
Emmeline's head dropped. "I love you both so much," she said, and then Obsidian wiped her away. He turned his head, looking through the darkness, straight at Sebastian, and his posture changed slightly.
"You were the best part of being a Darkly,"
he said, and he sounded like his old self, like Augur. And then he straightened up, and Sebastian knew his brother was gone. He got up, and he ran. 127. The Necronaut suit was a pretty good fit, all in all, and Sebastian looked at himself in the mirror and blushed. "I don't even want to say what I look like." "You look grand," said Valkyrie. "Once you put on the coat and the hat and the mask, you look awesome." "I look worse. But at least no one will be able to see your face." Sebastian sighed. "How do I find Darkess?" "You'll need to go looking for the faceless ones," said Skullduggery. "If Darkess is still fighting them, that's how you'll find her. You'll need to track their energy signatures." "How do I do that?" "My blood," said Valkyrie. "If you can get some of my blood, you'll be able to get the energy signature you need. I don't suppose you'd just hand a vial over if I asked?" "Probably not," said Valkyrie. "And you can't ask either. You can't ask me anything. We can have no contact, none at all." "Okay." Valkyrie looked around, found a pair of scissors that looked clean. She rolled up her sleeve, pressed the point of the scissors into her forearm and drew it across her skin, wincing as she did so. "Ow," she said, and handed the scissors to Sebastian. "My blood's on that. Keep it safe And when you've made friends with the weirdos, give this to someone who knows what they're doing. Sebastian nodded. He found a clear plastic bag on a table and slipped the scissors into it. 8 months after you get there, Skullduggery said, the refugees will start arriving from the Leibniz universe. They'll have technology that a shunter can use to open a portal. Sebastian hesitated. So I'll wait around for 8 months? How long will I be gone? Valkyrie glanced at Skullduggery, then looked at Sebastian. When you find Darkess, you'll have to keep her hidden. We can't know if you've succeeded or failed. You get that, right? Sebastian paled. I'll have to keep her hidden from you the whole time? The whole 2 years and 9 months? I'm afraid so, Skullduggery said. And I'd like to give you the option to back out. I really would. But I'm afraid we're past that point. Sebastian swallowed and nodded. You're going to be gone a long time, Skullduggery said. But you can't get distracted. You can't involve yourself in anything but this. The mission is all that matters. Don't get distracted, Sebastian said. Okay. And don't interfere, no matter what you see, said Valkyrie. Don't get distracted and don't interfere. And even though it's brand new, Skullduggery said, don't tell anyone your name. We can't hear the name Sebastian Tau until tonight. If we hear it, you might hear it. And if you hear it before you take it, you won't take it. And so your past will change. And if your past changes, your future changes. And this moment might not exist. They all looked around. When nothing happened, they nodded to each other. Don't get distracted, said Sebastian. Don't interfere, don't tell anyone my name. Valkyrie helped him into his coat, then looked him in the eye. You can do this. We wouldn't be sending you if we didn't think you could. You're sending me because I'm the only one the suit fits. No, she said. We're sending you because we trust you. The big question is, do you trust yourself? I can do it, Sebastian said, his voice cracking just a little. The house rattled with thunder that wasn't thunder, and then they poured in from the stairs, the gnolls, their faces warped by madness and rage and ecstasy. Skullduggery used the air to swat the first few away, but the rest of them charged into him, took him down. Him! The gnoll from earlier screeched, the one who'd killed Destrier. The one in the mask! He's going to stop Obsidian! Valkyrie blasted them, and when they got too close to blast, she grabbed them, hit them, swung them into the path of their friends, got them all tangled up. Omen! She cried. Go! They got by her, knives in their hands, and Omen spun and ran for the window, and he leaped through, and Valkyrie glimpsed him falling to the rooftop, and then the suit rippled, and he was gone. The gnolls whirled, seething with fury, and Valkyrie threw a chair, and they scattered. She broke a gnoll's kneecap, and punched another's throat, and fried another's nervous system, and broke her hand on another's jaw. Wincing, hissing, she backed off, and Skullduggery stepped in to finish the fight. Damn it! She snarled. Oh, this bloody hurts! Cradling her hand to her chest, she looked round at the gnolls. Some were unconscious, some were moaning in pain, a few were sobbing. Skullduggery went to the window, looked out into the darkness. Omen jumped. And vanished, Valkyrie said, trying to dampen the pain. No lights, no flashes, no cool, swirly tunnel. He just disappeared. But at least we know it works. I mean, the time-travelling part. He arrives in the past and talks to me and then... Ah, damn it! She picked up the plastic bag containing the scissors with her good hand. He left without my blood! I'm sure he'll manage. She dropped the bag on the table. Do you think he'll find her? Skullduggery shrugged. He's had a little over 2.5 years. Valkyrie managed to reduce her pain to a manageable level and was grateful for it. 2.5 years to search for one person in an infinite number of alternate universes isn't a whole lot of time. No, it isn't. I suppose we just have to hope. And wait. Waiting sucks. How long do we have to wait for? More footsteps thundered up the stairs, and Sebastian ran in. They stared at him. He stared at them. "Am I gone?" he asked. "You're gone," said Skullduggery. Sebastian flung off his hat, and his hands went to the buckles on the mask. "Help me with this! Help me get it off! Oh, God, help me get it off!" Valkyrie stayed back, careful of her injury, while Skullduggery rushed forward, batted Sebastian's hands out of the way, and went to work. "Did you find her?" he asked, undoing the first buckle. "I found her," said Sebastian. "I brought her back. I told her what we needed her for." "And?" The last buckle opened, and Sebastian grabbed the mask by the beak and ripped it off his head, hurled it into the corner. He roared, scratching at his hair, at his face, rubbing his nose, rubbing his eyes. "Oh, my God!" he cried. "Oh, thank you! Thank you! I hate this stupid suit! I hate it! Never want to see it again!" He dropped his coat, pulled off his gloves, went back to scratching his face, leaving long red marks on his waxy, sun-deprived skin. He needed a haircut, and he needed a shave, and he needed some pimple cream. And he was suddenly 2 years older than he'd been a few minutes ago. He also looked like he'd been crying. He started kicking off his boots. "Sebastian," said Valkyrie, "where is Darkess?" He turned to them. "I don't know. We've been through an awful lot, like an awful, awful lot." Sebastian's voice had changed too. It was deeper. "I found her, and she was a giant, and she was fighting the faceless ones. She came back with me, and I asked her to help us, but she didn't know if she wanted to. Then she sent out all these other aspects, and it got really confusing." "Other aspects?" "Other Darkesses. She's been sending them all over the universe as part of her research into whether or not she'll help." "How many?" "I actually don't know," said Sebastian. "I'm thinking trillions." Valkyrie blinked. "She can do that?" "Yep. And each Darkess is as powerful as she is. I don't know how it works. She thought that'd be enough, to make a decision. But then she said she needed to experience what it was like to be a person. She needed to have her own childhood." "And what does that mean?" Valkyrie asked. She got pregnant. Immaculate conception, don't worry. And she gave birth to herself. And I raised her." "You what?" He smiled, and Valkyrie saw that same uncertain boy who had just jumped out of the window. "I raised her," he said. "She aged, quickly, and she's, I'd say, your age now. She needed to do it. Needed to form her own opinion on whether we're worth saving." Valkyrie looked at him and nodded. "Seems fair. Are my clothes still in the bedroom?" "Yeah, of course. Hey, Sebastian. Well done. No matter what happens, you did it." It was nothing much," he responded, blushing again. Halfway to the bedroom, he stopped and turned. "And I think I've changed my mind. About the name thing. My parents, they were flawed and mean and selfish. But I think if we're all going to die, I think I want to be a Darkly again." "So, back to Omen? If that won't be too confusing for anyone." "You've been Sebastian Tau for 2 years," said Skullduggery. "For us, it's been 10 minutes. Omen smiled sadly, then disappeared into the bedroom. "If Darkess is going to help us," Valkyrie said to Skullduggery, "she's cutting it fine. A flair for the dramatic is a requirement for saving the world. You know that." "So you think she'll do it?" Instead of answering, he went over to a null who was clambering awkwardly to his feet and knocked him out with a single rap on the chin. As he turned back, he passed the apartment door and froze. Valkyrie didn't have to ask. She knew. Obsidian was coming up the stairs. Omen emerged from the bedroom. His jeans were a little too short. They stopped at his ankles. "I'm lucky that Necronaut suit was stretchy," he said, managing a smile. One of the injured gnolls. She'd found the fallen gun as she lay there on the floor, and she screamed something stupid and pulled the trigger, and 3 bullets burrowed into Omen's torso. He jerked back, went crashing against a table. Bits of machinery clattered. Valkyrie stomped on the woman's wrist before she could fire again, her ears ringing, not even hearing the snap of bone. Skullduggery darted over, caught Omen in his arms as he fell. Obsidian walked into the apartment. He waved his hand gently, and the gnolls went away, wiped from the universe. "Roof!" said Skullduggery. Valkyrie released a handful of black lightning that turned the ceiling to dust, and they flew upwards. 128. Roarhaven was gone. The earth was gone. Around them was only emptiness. Nothingness. Valkyrie's eyes hurt and her brain screamed when she glimpsed that nothingness. So she kept looking at Skullduggery as he laid Omen on the roof and straightened as Obsidian stepped out of thin air ahead of them. Valkyrie released another ball of energy that hovered over her right shoulder, casting what remained of the universe in a white, crackling light. She was crying, she realized. She was crying, and she couldn't comprehend what was going on around her. She felt her mind teeter on the edge of sanity. Obsidian looked at Omen, and Skullduggery took Valkyrie's good hand and squeezed it. She focused on that pressure. That pressure was one of the last things left in this reality. "Don't let go," she said. "I won't," he said. Omen coughed blood, cried out, and Obsidian eased his pain by wiping him from existence. That was it. It was over now. Obsidian had erased the last thing that made him human. "Interesting," said Darkess. Valkyrie snapped her head towards her, her eyes locking onto the nothingness that lay over Darkess's shoulder, and her thoughts were cut down the middle. And then Darkess was putting her hand on Valkyrie's forehead, and her mind came back, and Valkyrie gasped. "Not yet," said Darkess. Valkyrie's legs went, and Skullduggery held her up, and they watched Darkess approach Obsidian. "You are interesting," she said. "I was brought here to stop you, but I don't know if I can. I'm plugged in, you know? I've visited every corner of the universe. I've seen what makes up life, and what makes up matter, and what makes up the things between and beyond. I've seen everything. I am everything. But you're nothing. And I don't know if everything can beat nothing. I don't even know if I want to." She put her hand on Obsidian's cheek. "You're beautiful. Help us," said Valkyrie. Darkess looked back at her. "I'm sorry, Valkyrie. I don't want to fight anyone anymore. I don't want to hurt or kill or destroy. We each have our paths, and we go where they take us. Augur's path took him to Obsidian, and Obsidian's takes him to the end." "And us with it," Skullduggery said. "Nothing lasts forever." Darkess smiled sadly. "I'm sorry I can't stop him," she said, and disappeared, and Obsidian held out his fist. Valkyrie could see the power that churned within. When that hand opened, the last piece of the universe would blink out of existence. Skullduggery hugged Valkyrie tight. "Until the end," he said. Tears ran down her face, and she smiled, because there was nothing left to do but smile. But before she could answer, Obsidian started to open his hand, and that wiped skullduggery away. Valkyrie fell to her knees. She laughed, because now there was nothing left to do but laugh. And she answered him, and she said, "Until the..." In the nothing before the beginning, there was a thought, and the thought became the beginning. And from the nothing came the everything. And from the everything came the universe, which grew and spread and took its place beside the others. And life grew and spread. And all was memory. The memory of gods and people. The memory of monsters. And she looked upon this universe and smiled. "Welcome," she said. "Welcome to where?" Skullduggery asked. The roof was hard under Valkyrie's knees. She felt its roughness through her jeans. She felt her boots round her feet and the tightness of her t-shirt across her back. She felt the air travel down her throat, felt her tongue against her lower teeth. Slowly, she saw what she was looking at, as the information finally reached her brain. A shoe, black and polished, though recently scuffed. A shoe that had seen action. A shoe that had kicked and stomped and run. Skullduggery's shoe. Valkyrie took a breath, filled her lungs with air, and let it out. Skullduggery's gloved hand moved into view. She took it with the hand that she'd broken, with the hand that wasn't broken anymore, and he helped her stand. It was a nice day, but Roarhaven was unusually quiet. Valkyrie looked out over the streets. Not a car, not a person, not a bird in the sky. Darkess hovered before them. "Where are we?" Skullduggery asked her. "Exactly where you were a moment ago," Darkess said. "More or less?" "More or less what?" "That all depends on your interpretation of the words where and moment. Also the words more and less." "Am I dead?" Valkyrie asked. "No," said Darkess. "Is everyone else dead?" "No." "Where are they?" Darkess smiled. "I thought I'd give you two a preview. Everyone else will be joining you soon." Skullduggery tilted his head. "Everyone?" "Absolutely everyone." "I don't understand," Valkyrie said. "Obsidian wiped away the universe." "Yes, he did." "So what happened then?" "I restarted it." Valkyrie frowned. "You restarted the universe?" "That's what your aspects were doing," Skullduggery said. "Omen said you'd sent them out across the universe to judge whether it was worth saving. But that's not all." "What else were they doing, Skullduggery?" Darkess asked. "They were recording everything." "They were recording absolutely everything," she corrected. "Memorizing every piece of history, noting the placement of every last atom. A lot of work went into it. I hope you appreciate that." "You took a snapshot of reality." Darkess held up a finger for silence and closed her eyes, then opened them. "Sorry, that was a tricky one." "You're still working." "Of course. But don't worry, I'm almost at the edges." She went quiet for a few seconds, then nodded. There. The universe has been restored. You actually restarted the whole entire universe, Valkyrie said. Having trouble with that concept, are you? But that makes you... It's okay, said Darkess. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I didn't plan on doing any of this. Not at first. Not when Omen sought me out. And it's not that I didn't think humankind was worth preserving. I didn't think life was worth preserving. There were still other universes that I could explore. The end of this one, I thought, wouldn't mean that much to me. But then I started looking around, really looking around, and I saw the little bits of beauty in the way atoms danced and molecules arranged themselves. And then, finally, there was you. Beings of sentience. People with all your flaws. For the longest time, I thought that your stuff, your peopleness, your personalities meant nothing. I was far more interested in who you were as energy. But after spending that time with Sebastian, with Omen, and then merging with the aspect that you called Kess, Valkyrie, it reminded me that your inner lives are worth something too. That each and every one of you is worth something. That you all matter. That you contribute to the universe just by being in it. There is evil in the world and evil in the universe, and there is hatred, but there is also love and kindness and understanding. And loneliness. Oh, so much loneliness. That's the thread that connects all sentient beings. That's what I'll be bringing back. Loneliness connects you. It means you're not alone. You're bringing back the people, Valkyrie said. Mum and Dad and Alice, Melitza, Tanith? I'm bringing them all back, said Darkess. A few modifications, though. A few tweaks. You can call it cheating if you want, I don't mind. But I'd prefer that this world did not destroy itself the moment after I remake it, so the mortals get an adjustment. You're taking away their knowledge of magic, Skullduggery said. I'm resetting reality to my specifications, Darkess said. And this won't affect all mortals, just the ones who didn't know about magic until recently. I'm allowed to do that, you know. Darkess closed her eyes, breathed in, held that breath. And when she breathed out, there were people in Roarhaven, and there were birds in the sky, and dogs barking, and cars, and the world shook its head and woke up. There. The rifts to the source of all magic have been reset to their usual size, so that should cut down on the number of sorcerers losing control of their power. She smiled at Skullduggery. Oh, she said, and I brought back the Bentley. Someone moved behind them, and Valkyrie turned as Omen sat up. Wait, he said. I'd been shot. Skullduggery pulled him to standing. Long story short, Obsidian ended the universe and Darkess restarted it. She also gave me back my Bentley, but I'm trying not to focus too much on that right now. Where is he? Omen asked, eyes widening. Where's Obsidian? What happened to him? Darkess faded slightly. Are you okay? Valkyrie said, stepping forward. I'm fine, Darkess answered. I won't be able to maintain this for much longer. Maintain your body? My being, said Darkess. I'm a universe now, Valkyrie. Things take precedence. Darkess, Omen said. Where is Obsidian? Is he still alive? A tiny smile flickered. I cheated. Again. I made a recording of your brother before he used that blade, before he was infected by nothingness. I merged the two and brought him back. You brought Augur back? He's on the bottom step, outside the High Sanctuary, talking with your parents. Omen stared at her. bolted for the hole in the floor, then spun. "You're going away, aren't you?" "I am." "Will I see you again?" "Of course." Darkess smiled. "I'm all around you." Omen lunged, hugging her. "I'm so proud of you," he said softly, then dropped through the hole and was gone. "You know," Valkyrie said, "since you're remaking the universe, I have some ideas on how to make things a little better for people." "I'm afraid all the changes that I was able to make have been made," Darkess responded. "But I've done you one last favour. This box is called the cage. I put the faceless ones in there, the little spark that they became. They won't bother you again if you never let them out." She gave the box to Valkyrie and thought for a moment. "I should probably say something wise at this point, but I'm afraid I'm a little stretched." She laughed softly. Oh dear, I'm losing so much of who I am. I get it now. The stuff that's important is the stuff you can't measure. It's the who, not the what. And now I'm losing it. That's a shame. I worked really hard on that. "Is there anything we can do?" Skullduggery asked. "Any way we can help?"
"Absolutely none,"
she said, her voice floating. Her smile faded, and her features lost all expression.
"Oh, this is weird."
"Thank you," said Valkyrie quickly. "Darkess, can you hear me? Thank you for doing this. Thank you for saving us." Darkess's body faded until Valkyrie could see through her, and it started to gently drift apart.
"Be good, you crazy kids,"
said Darkess, and her form evaporated on the breeze. 7 months later. 129. It was good to get out of the house. Tyler's folks had been arguing lately, mostly about the election. His dad, he was a Flannery man, had the bumper sticker on the back of his pickup and a sign on the front lawn that he refused to pull up. He claimed that the election was rigged, that the presidency had been stolen, but Tyler suspected that he didn't believe it. When they weren't arguing about politics, his folks argued about other stuff, smaller stuff, everyday stuff. It was just a way for them to get out their frustrations and fears, though. Even Tyler knew that. They didn't care about the small stuff, the little problems, and they weren't really arguing about Flannery either. This was all about the bank and its threats to take the farm. Everyone had their own way of dealing. His dad would snipe and complain. His mom would lose herself in her work. His sister would play her music too loud and waste her time with her boyfriend. And Tyler would ride his bike around town, enjoying the sun on his face. But he couldn't ride his bike forever, so he steered towards home and pedalled lazily, and when he got back, there was a rental car parked beside the pickup and the hybrid. He rested his bike against the side of the house and walked to the front door just as it opened. A tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit with no tie emerged. "You must be Tyler," he said, smiling. Tyler would have guessed him to be African-American, but there was no American in that accent. African, then. They shook hands. Tyler's parents came out of the house. They were both smiling. His mom looked dazed. "This is Mr. Jones," said Tyler's dad. "He's from the bank. He just came by with some good news. Great news, actually." Mr. Jones chuckled. "I came by with an admission of a mistake, Tyler. Due to unforced human error, your family's account has been unfairly penalized with rates your parents never signed up to. I took a look at what could be done to alleviate the problem, and I've convinced my superiors to wipe the slate clean." Tyler blinked. "Does that mean we get to keep the farm?" "We do," said his mom. "Isn't that amazing?" Tyler gaped. "Thank you," he said to Mr. Jones. "Thank you so much." "It's the very least I could do," Mr. Jones replied, and nodded to them all. "I wish you nothing but health and happiness." "Same to you," said Tyler's dad, hugging his wife. Mr. Jones got in the car, reversed out, then drove back towards town. 130. Omen lined up beside his brother and watched the younger students scurry into their rows, the afternoon air crackling with delight and good humour. The last day of school was, generally, a cause for celebration, but for Omen and the rest of sixth year, that excitement was tinged with sadness. There was a vague sense that what lay ahead would be empty and hollow without the people they'd grown up with. "It's the people we meet along the way," said Augur. Omen smiled. "Sorry? What's that?" "It's what you're thinking, isn't it? The school experience, what it all means. I'm just saying, maybe it's not the journey that matters. Maybe it's the friends we meet along the way." "That's very wise of you." Augur shrugged. "You may be 2 years older than me, but I've been around, you know. I've seen things." Omen smiled and glanced back to where the families and loved ones of the graduating class were sitting. The elementals among them circulated cool air to stave off the heat, which had a tendency to build in the courtyard. Emmeline and Caddock Darkley were sitting in the front row, because of course they were, and they were conversing too intently to realise he was looking at them. Gretchen, however, seated beside them, gave a little wave and blew him a kiss. He grinned, winked at her, and turned his gaze to the stage in front as Principal Sorrows slowly approached the podium, her cane flashing silver in the sunlight. "Children," she said into the microphone, and the students went immediately quiet. Her voice was soft, and at times it trembled, but there was still an authority there that nobody dared defy. She looked at them without smiling. "Most of you gathered here will return in September to continue your education. Do you, I say, take the summer to ready yourself for the work that lies ahead? Corrival Academy exists to prepare you for the future. We will not accomplish this by mollycoddling you. In this school, you will be respected as strong, resourceful individuals. Some of you are even passably intelligent. Those of you who are not passably intelligent have other qualities that will stand you in good stead. We'll just have to work harder to find them." The assorted parents and families chuckled. "Stop laughing," said Principal Sorrows, and they did. "But there are among you students who will not be returning next term," she continued. "Our current sixth years have been through a lot. You all have, everyone gathered here. And with notable exceptions, they have conducted themselves admirably. Life as a mage can be boring. It is possible to be a magic user and lead an uneventful life, but such a life demands a tragic lack of curiosity. I would hope none of you count yourselves among the uncurious. In my opinion, there is nothing worse. More likely, as a mage, you will live through interesting times. You will be witness to dangers that threaten existence itself, as we have done, as our sixth years have done. And once this threat passes, and once the next threat passes, and the threat after that, you'll need to refocus on matters too mundane to quantify. You will have to study and make notes and sit your exams so that you are fully armed as you enter the next phase of your life. It won't surprise anyone to know that students of Corrival Academy, no matter their age, regularly find themselves in situations of great peril, where they battle sorcerers with wicked intent, and more often than not need to count on their friends to save them. Judging by the expressions on their parents' faces, I see I was wrong about it not being a surprise. Children, I apologize. Parents,
What did you expect? I can point to 14 students in the first 3 rows alone who have plunged recklessly into so-called adventures, and 4 more who have almost died after being unwittingly dragged after them. Spare me your complaints and outrage. They are young sorcerers. They will have to deal with their own stupidity at some point. I would much rather it be here, where we can at least reattach their limbs, if we're lucky. I feel we should take a moment to think of poor Sarah McLaren, whose head detached itself a week before Christmas and grew legs to scuttle away. There are those who claim that if you listen really carefully, you can sometimes hear her plaintive cries even now. In the eerily quiet hall, there came a faint, "No, you can't," from somewhere in the rafters. The world ended, China continued. The people we were ended. They were wiped away, erased from reality. We are the copies. The world, the universe, is a copy, a memory. What do we do with that knowledge? How do we reconcile the facts with who we think we are, who we remember ourselves to be? That will be the defining question of our time, and we will come to rely on the new generation to find the answer. She nodded. That's all. You may disperse. The students cheered, and China rolled her eyes. Omen hugged Augur and Never and Axelia, and as he tried making his way over to his parents and his girlfriend, he was mobbed by his fellow pupils who all wanted to shake his hand and pat him on the back and make him promise to keep in touch no matter where life took him and what it had in store. He paused a moment, watching Case hug his mother while Conrad, her Hollow Man boyfriend, stood by. Bennett went over, hugged his son, said some words to his ex-wife, and they both laughed. Case's mum put her phone in Conrad's hands, and she posed for a photograph with her son, and Bennett stepped away. Omen went over. "Excuse me," he said. "Bennett?" Bennett turned to him, smiling. "Yes? Oh, you're that Darkley boy. How are you? Very good to meet you." They shook hands. "Yeah," said Omen. "Hi. I was actually hoping to talk to you just for a minute. On the day, the day it all restarted, when everything was going wrong and it was all ending, I actually spoke to someone you know. Sebastian Tao?" The smile froze on Bennett's face, and he stepped closer. "Is he okay? Is he alive? Where is he?" "I don't know," Omen said quickly. "All he said to me was that, if I could, I had to tell you goodbye. He said his mission was complete, and it was because of you and all the members of the Darkest Society. He said he couldn't have done it without you, and that all this, it's because of you and your support and your friendship." Bennett looked at him, his eyes filling with tears. "He's gone?" "I think so, yes." "Did he say where?" "He didn't." "Do you know where? Do you know anything about him?" "I'm afraid not," Omen lied. "I just met him that one time, and he just wanted me to... He needed me to make you understand how much your friendship meant to him." Omen's voice cracked a little when he said that. Bennett watched him, and then he smiled slowly. "You're older than you're supposed to be, aren't you?" "I am, yeah. I've heard of a few other people having the same issue. I think Darkest got some details wrong, and there are a bunch of us who are a little older." "That's interesting," said Bennett. "I hadn't heard that." "Yeah, it's a thing." "I'll take your word for it. You're, a little under 3 years older than you should be?" "That's definitely interesting. See, I only knew Sebastian for a little under 3 years. Never saw his face, of course, or heard his voice without that mask.
So, hey, I know that a lot can happen in a little under 3 years. A lot of important things. I suppose so. If he were here, you know what I'd say to him? I'd tell him that his friendship meant a lot to me too. It got me through a very rough patch. Just when everything was falling apart around me, he arrived, and not only gave me purpose, but he made my life better. I totally understand if he has to leave. I get that he had a mission, and it must have been so secret and important. But I would just need him to understand how much of a good friend he was to me. Omen nodded and tried not to cry, and Bennett stuck out his hand, and they shook again. Have a good life, Omen. You too, Bennett. Omen turned, walked over to his family and his girlfriend. As he walked, he looked up and waved, and Skullduggery and Valkyrie, hovering high in the air above the school, waved back. 131. Focused as it was on its feeding, the vampire didn't notice as Temper dropped into the alley behind it. Minutes ago, the corpse beneath its claws had been a person, a being, a living thing bursting with thoughts and feelings and vitality. Now its vitality leaked across the dirty ground. The vampire turned, its eyes narrowing. It saw Temper standing there, and a growl rose in its throat. It didn't know what to make of him, but it treated everything as either prey or a potential meal, usually both. Temper snarled back, showing it his teeth. The vampire came for him, and Temper's palm opened, and what Razia had liked to call the parasitic murder tentacle shot out, plunged through the vampire's shoulder before retracting. The vampire shrieked and stumbled, then dived at him, but Temper could move even faster than a vampire. The creature crashed against the side of a dumpster and lashed out, finding nothing but air. Then Temper was beside it, crouching next to it, whispering into its ear as his own claws went to work. He gripped it as it thrashed, feeling the struggles gradually grow weaker. When it was dead, he lifted it and threw it in the dumpster. I want you to come home, Kier of the Unveiled said behind him. He turned slowly. Not many people could sneak up on him these days. Kier was one of the very few. She stood there in the dark, though his new eyes could see her clearly. Not many things could take his breath away these days. She was one of the very few. I am home, he said. New York is not home. Kier stepped forward. Your home is with me. The old Temper, the human, yes. His home was with you. But I ain't human, not anymore. You're in control? He smiled. Barely. I love you. I can help you. No one can help me. I'm the worst parts of the man you knew. The worst parts of Temper Frey are still the best parts of anybody else. He raised his arms, and both tentacles shot out of his hands, gripping the walls high above. Let me go, he said, and lifted into the air. Kier watched him go, and followed. 132. They got to their knees on the mat, and Valkyrie hooked one hand round the back of her sister's neck and the other in the crook of her elbow. You ready? Yes, said Alice, her hands in the same position. You sure? Yes. You absolutely sure? Alice grinned. Yes. You absolutely, positively, resolutely sure? Alice giggled, went to answer, and Valkyrie pulled her down into a guillotine choke. I thought you said you were ready, she teased. I thought you said you were ready. She felt Alice move and knew what she was going to do to escape, and she let it happen, But when her sister tried to scramble away, Valkyrie dived on her. Immediately, Alice wrapped her legs around Valkyrie's waist, her legs long enough to cross at the ankles. She was no longer grinning. Now her mouth was a straight line of determination, and her eyes were narrowed. Valkyrie started throwing slaps into her sides, hard enough to be felt, but not so hard to actually hurt. Alice used her elbows to cover up, and then suddenly moved, wrapping her arm around Valkyrie's neck and pulling her in tight. She snapped at Valkyrie's ear, growling, and Valkyrie recoiled like she'd been bitten. Alice used the momentum to flip the fight, and Valkyrie rolled onto her back with Alice on top, and Alice went for an arm bar. It would have worked against an opponent who didn't know how to capitalize on tiny mistakes, and now Valkyrie was on top again, hands closing round Alice's throat. She tightened her grip and loomed over her. Raising her hips, Alice tried pushing her back, and Valkyrie let it happen. She didn't give it to her easily. Alice had to work for every move, every grip and transition. Suddenly, her own shoulder was pressing into her neck, and Alice's legs were around her head, and the hips came up again, and the pressure came on. Against someone her own size, this triangle choke would have been the end of the fight. So after seeking out any weaknesses in the application of technique, Valkyrie let it come on. Blood pounded in her head, and she made a weird gurgling sound and tapped out. Alice released her immediately and scooted back into a seated position. "Made you gurgle," she said, the grin once again on her face. Valkyrie smiled and shook her hair out of its ponytail. "Yes, you did. That was good. That was really good. Am I the champ?" After taking a moment to pretend to consider it, Valkyrie got up, took the cheap, battered trophy from the folding table that held their stuff, and presented it to her sister. "I'm winning this back next time." "Nuh-uh," said Alice, waving the trophy above her head like she was standing on a podium. "I'm getting better every day. I'm the forever champ. All shall bow down before me." Valkyrie laughed. "And where on earth did you hear that phrase?" "She heard it from you," Melitza said, standing in the doorway. "You have a habit of shouting it out whenever you win." "Which isn't very often," said Alice. They laughed, and Valkyrie scowled. "I don't like this. You shouldn't be ganging up against me. It isn't fair." Melitza winked at Alice. "Sore loser, that's what she is. Okay, the pair of you hit the shower. We're leaving in 15 minutes. They showered and dressed and went downstairs, where Xena was lying on her back, tail wagging and tongue hanging out of her goofy mouth. "You're so weird," Valkyrie said to her as she passed. But Alice couldn't resist dropping down for a cuddle. That made the dog go nuts, and within seconds Alice was lying on the floor, laughing uncontrollably with her arms covering her head, while Xena bounded round her, licking her ears and trying to get at her face. "I should just let you grapple with the dog," Valkyrie called as she walked to the kitchen, where Melitza was finishing off a cup of coffee. "Oh," said Valkyrie, "did you make me one?" "I did not," Melitza responded. "You have enough adventure in your life without adding unexpected jolts of caffeine to your system." She ran the empty cup under the tap, watching Valkyrie as she put on her jacket. "Have your folks made a decision?" "I don't know. Didn't get a chance to speak to them." "What do you think they should do?" Valkyrie took a few steps and turned, leaning one shoulder against the doorframe. "I don't know," she said. "A few years ago, I would have been against it. Let her have a normal life, you know? That's why I was doing what I was doing, after all. To make sure the people I love were protected. But I don't know anymore. I don't know if that's the smartest thing for Alice. Not in the long run." "What's the smartest thing for me?" Alice asked, following Xena past Valkyrie. Melitza smiled at her. "We're just talking about your training. How's the magic coming along?" Alice clicked her fingers and summoned a flame into her palm. She poured more energy into it, and the flame burned brighter. and then she covered her hand with the other one and raised them both over her head. She quickly brought her hands down to either side, forming a brief arc of flame that set fire to a postcard attached to the fridge by magnets. "Oops," she said. "Stop showing off," Valkyrie scolded, waving her hand and extinguishing the fire. "Sorry. Was it important?" "A postcard," said Militsa, taking the blackened remnants off the fridge. "No, not really. It was just the last postcard that my parents sent to me before they died." Alice gasped. "Sorry," Militsa said. "Did I say died? I meant had lunch. They're on holiday in Bermuda." Alice put both hands over her heart and laughed. "I felt so bad." "Oh," cried Militsa, hurrying forward to hug her. "I'm sorry, sweetie. It was a mean joke." While they hugged, Valkyrie made sure there was water in the dog bowl, and then she locked up and they got in the car. When they arrived in Haggard, her mother was bringing the groceries in from the car. Militsa waved, and Valkyrie got out with Alice. "How was it?" Melissa asked, and Alice brandished the trophy. "Ah, the champion once again." She handed her a bag. "Here, bring this inside." Alice whirled, gave Valkyrie a hug. "Thanks for training me," she said, then hurried into the house with the bag. Melissa waited till she was out of earshot. "I know you're expecting an answer." Valkyrie smiled. "Don't worry about it. There's really no rush. She has another 2 years of primary school, and there'll always be a place for her at Corrival Academy. China will make sure of it. I just don't know if it's the best thing for her. Honestly, Mum, I don't know either. Now I know how you felt when you found out. All I want to do is wrap her in cotton wool and protect her. At the same time, hey, look what I'm doing. I'm teaching her to fight and use magic." "But that's necessary," Melissa said. "She'll probably need to know how to defend herself sooner or later. She's already been through so much. I'd love if her life was quiet and normal from this moment on, but I highly doubt that'll happen. But even so, having you train her is different from sending her to a school of magic. I might be wrong, but I'm of the opinion that once you send your child to a school of magic, you're basically signing them up to a lifetime of adventure. Right?" "I can't argue with that." "And adventure means danger, and danger means trauma. They do tend to go hand in hand. I just don't know. You don't have to make any kind of decision yet. If she goes to a regular secondary school and you decide when she's like 15 that she should be in Corrival, China will take her in without hesitation. By then, there'll be day pupils too, if you don't want her to board. Corrival is changing." Melissa closed the boot of the car. "Have you asked Alice what she thinks?" "No," said Valkyrie. "I'm almost scared to. She'll say that she wants to go because she loves magic and she loves combat and she's, I have to say, really good at both." Desmond came out of the house. "What are you two talking about?" he asked. "Planning my 50th birthday party, are you?" Valkyrie frowned. "No." "Ah, but that's exactly what you would say if you were going to make it a surprise party, so forgive me if I don't quite believe you." "We're talking about Corrival. I was just pointing out to Mum that you don't have to rush into a decision." "Right," he said. "Yeah, good. But she has to go though, doesn't she?" "Why does she have to go?" Melissa asked, frowning. "Because of friends," he said. "You meet people and make friends in school, and if you're lucky, some of them will stay with you your whole life. She's learning magic, and she's going to be using magic, even if she decides to live a perfectly normal existence. Let's face it, you're not going to be magic and know magic and not use magic, right? So she'll be this otherwise normal person living in this normal mortal world, but she's not going to age. And her friends will age, and her husband or wife will age, and her kids will age, and she'll be left alone." He shrugged. "So she'll have to surround herself with people like her. Magic people." Surrounding herself with magic people will automatically put her life in danger, said Melissa. He nodded. And that's why Steph is training her, right? To give her the best possible chance to come out on top. I mean, said Valkyrie, I suppose, then I don't get what there is to discuss. I thought we were thinking it over, Melissa said. Is that not what we've been doing for the past few days? I thought we were taking the time to get used to the idea. Valkyrie's mum blinked at him. I suppose we were, actually. She seemed suddenly sad about it, and Desmond smiled and hugged her. Hey, he said softly. She's going to be okay. We want to protect her and keep her safe, but in this crazy world, and I do mean crazy world, that doesn't mean what it used to. It doesn't mean keeping our child away from danger. It means preparing her for it. She has the best big sister who will train her, who will give her every tool and weapon she's going to need. She'll be going to the best magical school in all the land, where they'll teach her stuff that you and I could never even dream about. Steph, what are some of the classes they teach you in that place? English, Valkyrie said. Apart from English. Maths, geography. Apart from normal stuff, Stephanie. Oh, combat, teleportation, energy throwing, invisibility. They teach you how to forge mortal documents. They do? It's kind of a necessity for people who have to reinvent themselves every few decades. That's so cool, said Desmond. Do they do adult classes? No. He took a moment to reflect on how unfair life was, and then returned his attention to Melissa. This is the world we live in. We have to give Alice the best chance to be the best version of who she can be. My God, Melissa, think about the life she's got ahead of her. Think about the mysteries that are going to unfold purely because she's going to live for so long. Think of what she'll learn about herself, about humanity, all the things she'll discover. She's going to be so happy. She'll be sad as well, absolutely, and I'm not pretending it's all going to be fun and exciting. But think about it from her point of view. Think about what she's got in store. He shook his head. I envy our daughter so much right now, and I am thrilled that she is going to embark on a life we'll never fully understand. It's not our place to understand it, sweetheart. Stop, Melissa said, wiping her eyes. You're making me cry. He smiled and kissed her forehead. I can be pretty wise when I have to be. Yes, she said, you can. If only you were wearing trousers. He looked down at his Y-fronts and made a dismayed sound and hurried back inside. I have to go, Valkyrie said, and gave her mum a hug. Please don't let him out of the house unsupervised. Oh, God, Melissa responded. Those are the exact words his mother told me the day we got married. Valkyrie and Melissa drove to Roarhaven. Evening prayers were about to start in the dark cathedral, and a steady stream of worshippers was filing in. The plague doctors shook their hands as they passed, bestowing the blessings of Darkess upon them. Some of the worshippers saw Valkyrie's car and waved. She pretended not to notice. School was done for the summer, but Melissa's research work continued, so Valkyrie dropped her off at Corrival and drove back towards the High Sanctuary, taking the ramp down to where Skullduggery was running a cloth over the bonnet of the Bentley. She parked beside him, and they rode the tiles up into the foyer. Tanith saw them, indicated that they wait, and when she'd finished issuing orders to a pair of cleavers, she came over. She'd altered her uniform yet again, moving it closer to a grey version of the brown leather she used to wear. Is that allowed? Valkyrie asked, casting a glance at the ensemble. It is if I say it is, Tanith answered, walking beside them. I heard about Ottman. What was he? Order of the Ancients? Soldiers of Magic? Something new, Skullduggery said. Something potentially worrying. Tanith nodded. I'll have my people look into his background, see who he spent his time with. Thanks, by the way. This could have been a bad one. You sure I can't tempt you to come back full-time? Valkyrie smiled. We're happy being arbiters, thank you very much. It means we can keep an eye on everyone who needs keeping an eye on. Whoa! Was that a not subtle at all warning? We're your friends, remember? And as long as you don't step out of line, our friends you'll remain. Tanith raised an eyebrow. Valkyrie Kane, I'm almost offended. As if we'd step out of line. As if we'd be allowed, even if we wanted to. Are you forgetting who our Grand Mage is? Are you forgetting that he handed power back to the sanctuaries? We're the good guys here. Valkyrie smiled wider. I'm not forgetting any of that, don't you worry. But people in power need to be checked. Even the good guys. Tanith grunted, but did so in an amused fashion. When did sweet little Valkyrie Kane get so cynical, eh? Your suspect's in holding cell 8. The sensitives are waiting for you to talk to him before they have a go. Oh, have you heard? Have we heard what? Skullduggery asked. Crepuscular's escaped. He got out sometime last night. Valkyrie frowned. How did he manage that? The guards check on him every hour. And every hour they confirmed that he was in his cell, sleeping or reading, his head down. Only it wasn't him. He'd managed to sneak in one of the kitchen staff to take his place. He could be anywhere by now, said Valkyrie, doing anything. See, this is why he should be in Coldheart. He wouldn't escape from Coldheart. We're not keeping Crepuscular Vise and Cadaver Kane in the same prison, said Skullduggery. Besides, we know where he'll be. He's not going to go back. Of course he is. His siblings are being rehabilitated. He won't be able to stay away for long. The Cleavers have already been alerted, Tanith said. When he turns up, we'll know about it. Then Cerise was beside her, demanding her attention, and Tanith barely had time to wave before she was gone. Valkyrie walked on beside Skullduggery. You seem awfully relaxed about an extraordinarily dangerous man who hates you with an unending passion being on the loose. Maybe feeling a little proud, are we, that your talented grandson has escaped prison yet again? Skullduggery shrugged. He can't help it if genius runs in the family. 133. Palomino Ottman sat in holding cell 8, his wrists in shackles. He looked pale. His left eye was almost swollen shut, and his shoulders were slumped in defeat, though he tried to square them when Valkyrie and Skullduggery walked in. They sat on the other side of the table. How's the eye? Valkyrie asked. He didn't answer. You may as well cooperate, said Skullduggery. We checked up on you, Palomino. You're not strong enough to withstand our sensitives. The least I can do is try, he said, his voice quiet. You don't want to do that, said Valkyrie. You don't want the headache that follows, or the nosebleeds. Talk to us instead. Just fill in the gaps in what we know, give us some names, and we'll see what we can do about reducing your sentence. You're facing a long time in prison, Palomino. An attempted terrorist attack on mortals? A bomb that would have taken, half a dozen lives? We're talking decades in a cell. We can halve that right now, right here, if you cooperate. You think I care what happens to me? Asked Ottman. This isn't right. You shouldn't even be trying to stop us. You should be working with us. We know what the mortals will do if they ever find out about magic. We've seen it. We've lived it. You think it makes the slightest bit of difference that Martin Flannery is no longer president? You think the new president's going to be different? If they find out we exist, we know what they'll do. Keyword here being if, said Valkyrie. Right now, you're trying to take revenge for something that hasn't even happened. But it will, Ottman said. One of these days, one of them will put it all together. The sightings, the stories, the unexplained occurrences. It's already out there, just waiting to be linked. Or one of those videos that the sanctuaries always manage to find and get rid of just in time. They'll miss one, and it'll be all over social media, all over the internet, all over the news. Then what will you do?
We'll deal with it, Skullduggery said.
No, said Ottman, almost laughing. No, we can't wait for you to deal with it. We have to be preemptive. Our survival is at stake. We're not going to let your friends kill innocent mortals, Valkyrie said. They're not innocent. Not one of them is innocent. You saw what they did. You saw the hatred in their eyes. They killed sorcerers. They hanged them. They burned them alive. None of that happened. It did, though, Ottman shouted. It did! Just because Darkess reset reality doesn't mean we don't remember. She altered the mortals' memories and repaired the damage and brought back the dead. And she did some other stuff too, right? I heard you got your car back. How nice for you. How lovely. But you know what she didn't do? She didn't erase our memories. My daughter was one of the mages they burned at the stake. She remembers that. She remembers how it felt to die like that. He shook his head. We're not going to let that happen again. We don't have another Darkess to click her fingers and make everything all right. The next time they burn my daughter to death, she'll stay burnt to death. Unless we act now. Skullduggery glanced at Valkyrie, and they stood. We're on our way to see the Grand Mage, where we'll be recommending a sentence. If you won't cooperate, we can't be lenient. It doesn't matter what happens to me, Ottman said. I'm part of something bigger. You think we came back happy? No. We came back angry and afraid. And there are more like me out there. There are so many of us out there, you have no idea. They left the holding cell, and Skullduggery spoke to the sensitives. Valkyrie kept walking, eager to leave the area before they started work. Being in the vicinity of a psychic interrogation always gave her a headache. Skullduggery joined her, and they rode the elevator up. Are you feeling okay? He asked. Valkyrie hesitated. What if he's right? We now know exactly how the mortal world will react if they ever find out about us. It's no longer a theoretical exercise. We've seen what they'll do. Are you saying the hosts had the right idea? That we should dismantle mortal civilization? She laughed. No, I'm not. At all. I much prefer mortals running the world to sorcerers running it, and I don't want to see that change. But the focus of the sanctuaries has always been protect the mortals from the sorcerers. Maybe we should expand it. Maybe the focus should now also be protect the sorcerers from the mortals. That's a dangerous path. Is it? It probably is. I don't know. It's a dangerous path for the sanctuaries to go down, Skullduggery said. But I think you're right. I think it's something we should keep an eye on. He looked at his reflection in the elevator doors and adjusted his tie. I notice you haven't complimented me on my suit yet. Valkyrie had to smile. It's new, is it? It's really nice. Nice? Exquisite. That's better. The doors opened and they stepped out. Cerise walked by, saw them, indicated that they go into the Grand Mage's office. She's everywhere at once, that girl, Valkyrie said. It's a busy time, Skullduggery responded. Lots done, lots more to do. The doors opened. When they walked in, the Grand Mage looked up from the report he was reading, and Valkyrie smiled. Hi, Ghastly, she said. Skullduggery Pleasant will return. That was Skullduggery Pleasant, Until the End, by Derek Landy. Read by Kevin Healy. Produced by ID Audio. With post-production by ID Audio. A HarperCollins children's audiobook. Text copyright Derek Landy, 2022. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Derek Landy asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.